Hello, Brightly. Whoa, that's loud. I don't know how my earplugs got... sorry, earplugs. How my earbuds got set to that volume, but damn. Hello, me. Time to wake up. Okay. Alright, sorry, just had to check a few things here. Ugh. God, I wish I'd been able to play. What do we got? Okay. What do we get for Magic the Gathering's birthday? Let's go. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Store have anything? I know I missed a draft token. That's sad. Discounted draft token. I should probably get this one. The play bundle. I think it's actually worth it. 4 draft, 2 sealed. I think it's worth it if you care at all about the extras. And I don't think it's wrong for us to get a qualifier plan at that point. Oh, they have the Zendikar lands? Oh, this was my least favorite mountain of the mountains that they printed there. This was my favorite forest. I loved that art. I have it in foil. It is beautiful. But next we got the carrot cake. And this was a really nice plains. I liked that one best too. This was one of the better water islands. Images on that one. This was fine, but that mountain was the worst of them. There were some gorgeous mountains in that set. But unfortunately, these are like 2/3 the price of a draft, so we're not doing that. And we already have John Avon lands that we won from the decathlon, so that's cool. I'm going to start off before I get into the Hobbit with the this draft deck that we did. It is a mess and a half, but I like it. So what we have here, we have 2 Justice, which is really sweet. We have a good removal suite, if I recall. We have 2 Hour of Defeat, 2 Frozen in Ice, a Cruel Alliance, Trickster Stratagem for tempo. I mean, obviously the 2 Justice for tempo, which is crazy. We're running Decoy Ploy because we have an odd mix of heroes and villains in this one. We are splashing white for the Kingpin and red for the Tony Stark flip. We have a lot of good targets for Wiccan in the form of the 2 shield deployment drones, the Scientist, which can connive, the Ninja, which can take more cards out of hand, etc., and of course Justice. It's not a great deck, but it can potentially win a game or so, so we'll see. We'll start off with this before we do the thing and start up the giveaway. The person who won the giveaway previously, by the way, was unfortunately from New Zealand, and hadn't read the US only before entering, which I feel really bad about because I really want to send these things overseas, but unfortunately I just can't. A, because it's not worth it. Like the cost of the thing is, you know, less than the cost of shipping. Because it's like 30, like what we're giving away is like $30 or $34 or something like that. And unfortunately the shipping's going to be that or more. So, it's just not worth it for the thing. So sad. And I just can't guarantee with the way our government and our postal service is functioning that, that'll get to the winner. So yeah. All right, so Biochemist, we hope they play something that Justice can profitably bounce, as opposed to just, you know, they get ETB value again. So we'll see how it goes. The only reason we're running this Kang in this deck, really, is that we do have a lot of interaction. If we didn't, this would not be worth running, I don't think. Do-do-do. you want to counter this? They're thinking about. Or they have a land cycler. Or a lightning bolt. Or a +1/+2, flash it in, untap a creature. No, that would not hold for that. Well, yeah, because it attaches, yeah, it would. Yeah, so the basic land cycling. Okay, so for a swamp with a, burrow backup, okay. Very well then. What flashes in at that? 2 2s as far as I know. So I wonder if I want to force them to do something about this. I think I actually do, given their play. Because this will take at least part of their turn to remove this. So I think that's pretty good, and then we can get Kang down. Whoa. 5-color slop can't have removal. Wow, and we even get to attack with this bugger? Let's go. Okay, I need to stop drawing lands. What the fuck? Okay. Guess we're bringing Kang down. I don't like the number of rares and bonkers mythics that are accessible to them in 4 colors, but especially those 4, but what can you do? Lands. Alright, so my play next turn, in theory, if not in practice, is going to be a swamp, and then we'll have to evaluate whether we can attack with Kang, and to do so, whether we have to Cruel Alliance or Justice. If Kang is still around. Getting close to activating the oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Alright. I think we're gonna go Cruel Alliance. Rather than Hour of Defeat here in case they have Indestructible. I mean, they could have just a counterspell, given how it paused earlier. I do actually have to consider... I think I could actually just attack with Kang here. I think that's actually fine. Well, let's ditch an island they know about. Now what, genius? Because if they went for the Indestructible there, we could Hour of Defeat it. I think this is a counterspell, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna do this now. Because next turn I can do it, like, once I get this back, I can draw 2 cards, so we're gonna see what they do here. There's the counterspell that I thought they have. So 2 mana here. We've got the... They don't know about the Hour. They do know about the Justice. Hey, Grito, thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Nova, when you drafted the Civil War? Yeah, that's awesome. All right, I think we're going to resolve this. Could bounce my Kang. I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we're just gonna bounce this. That's perfectly fine, I think. Well, could do Kang. Nah, this is fine. All right. Could do shield deployment drone at there too, but I actually want a flying blocker. Besides Justice. Citadel. 3, 4. Alright, so I already have enough. I'm actually gonna... I'm just gonna go to attack first, I think. So they play that. See what they tap. Okay. That's a lot of land. Huh. Okay. Actually didn't really need that one now. Hmm. That's actually a tough call. Okay. In case, like, I could have done that, and then if they block with the Wiccan, which I don't know that they would have, we can decoy play it alone back, but I don't think that's good enough here. Alright. Time to see if you have a counterspell. Man! Meow. Are we going flying? No, I don't think we're going flying. We still have our own Wiccan. All right, let's see what they have here. We'll attack with Kang and Iron Man. Okay, we won't attack with Iron Man. They can block with all three, but they'll lose both Herbie and the Ant. And that's perfectly fine by me. Alright. Don't care. Okay. All right, here we go. Yeah. Fair. Okay. Oh. Claim. Play. All right, we'll get into our Hobbit review soon. I just oh, it's not coffee. It's constant comment tea. It's delicious. It's so good. No, it has caffeine. It just doesn't have caffeine like coffee does. Yeah, it definitely has caffeine. It's just not like coffee. Okay, how do I want to play this? Web up, okay. Hmm. All right, we need to stop drawing lands. How many lands is it running? 16. Okay. Ugh. I wonder what happens if I bounce a political triumph. It's not very good. I mean, I can do this, but that's just delaying, and this is doing too much work with Black Panther. I guess we let it go off and then do the thing. So let's go this, aim scientists. Put this away. Okay, well that's annoying, but... So, Triumph goes off. Wait, do they not make a... Oh, they decided to go for the... Okay, because they had the Patriot, okay. What is happening? Why are things not triggering? Okay, that's weird. Is this just really slow, or is it just me? Yeah, giant growth would be annoying. Because that'll get around my super suit. I don't know. Were they doing that? Alright, if they have giant growth, so be it, I guess. I think they do. But I think I've lost this game if they have it anyway. So we're gonna do this. We're actually gonna do it on this. Okay. They can sack the gorilla to do the kill the scientists, by killing the super suit. And I'm fine with that, because at least the gorilla's gone, because we do have a lot of enchantment-based removal in this. And I drew another fucking land. Damn. Alright. Well, that sucks. Damn. We need to not draw land there in order to be able to get out of this game. It's 8 lands and 26 cards left. Oh well. I could force them to pump this to save it by blocking with Speedball on the specialist. That takes up almost all of their turn. Yeah, I think that's actually correct. It's close, though, because we do have ways to pump. I could also just block with Justice on the 2-2, because you do have one more Justice, and if I draw it, that's really bad. But this right now has flying. They don't have any flying blockers that we know of, so I do think I'm actually supposed to block here. And unfortunately, we drew the 9th land and we're dead. Okay. That's too bad. 16 lands, 25 cards left in the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actual spells. Hey, Summer! There's no way out of this, I don't think, for us. When you draw 5, your opponent draws 5 and you draw 9 out of your 16, you're not going anywhere. Yeah. Great. Well. Too bad. Let's go. Next. Ventriloque. Alright, that's a hand. Do I get to go first? I didn't even look. I think I do. I think it said yes. But I'm wrong. Maybe. Alright, Yellow Jacket into Shield Deployment Drone into Kang or AIM, depending. If we draw, like, yeah, no, it won't matter. Never mind. Is it a left or a right hand? That's for philosophy to debate. This is a free attack for them. So normally I would say, what do you have? But it could be +1/+0 and indestructible. And this gives me life later on, so I don't feel like blocking here. It is likely that unless we play something really scary, I'll be playing Kang here. If I really have to tempo, then I'm not gonna be happy about it, but yeah. Do I want to? That's fine. No reason to attack. Well, no, actually, I get 2 damage in with this. I think that's fine. Hey, King Cassandra! Yeah, there's the... yeah. Okay. Anyone going to Hobbit for release? That'd be really cool. I hope you all get to go. I can Hour of Defeat the Ninja, because then they have no profitable blocks against Kang. And I kind of like that here. Could also Trickster Stratagem, which is pretty good. I don't want them having it back, but there's better removal. I'm gonna keep this in hand in case they have the discard too. You can't go because of a really bad storm in here? I'm so sorry. I haven't streamed enough, so I probably have to stream. Stay home and stream. Also, I've been going to doctor's appointments all freaking week, and I don't want to go out anymore right now. Oh, they have 2 ninjas coming up. Okay. No, it will take a surgery to make me do anything here. Destroy it, Surveil 1, or just Frozen in Ice? I think I like Frozen in Ice. Justice is very good, but I actually think I'm gonna let it go here. If they do this, take this swamp out of my hand, I still have Hour of Defeat. Making Kang a little bit bigger is not bad. Thank you so much, King! I know, I got the order. I already pulled the cards. I just have to package them up and send them. I had like 76 orders so far. It is crazy. I have made enough to buy the Hobbit collector booster box, and yeah. So yeah, with the help of Lyrazel's $50 donation, and I've made more too to start to cover some of the expenses while I'm gonna be out for the surgery. But yeah, no, I made an announcement on like socials. It was part of the reason for all this bull crap. So I have thyroid cancer. If you're going to get a cancer, besides like melanoma and blah, it's the one to get. Melanoma's easier, but like any cancer for which surgery is an option for, you know, full treatment is one of the better cancers you can get. But it does explain a lot of the issues I've been having. They did the biopsy. I don't know if you can see the neck is like really swollen. Caught it early too. Excellent. Plausibly. I really appreciate the I appreciate the reassurance that your brother's doing okay. But wait, Shmi is... We know Shmi. I feel like we know Shmi. This is a friend, I think, a chatter. Super treatable early on. Yeah, they're gonna take it out in theory. I think what we're gonna do here is get the tempo off Justice. Feels pretty good when Echo isn't doing 2 things necessarily. I think here I like... So Echo on a Justice of theirs could bounce 2 things. That's good tempo. I think we're gonna do this. So we're already flooding. Even though a 3/3 is easily blocked by Echo. Don't think I want to discard these. Shield can't be gotten back with Ploy, otherwise I would think about it. But yeah, so the over super exhaustion may or may not be related to the cancer. I'm really hoping it is, because yes, I have hypothyroidism, definitely already, we know that, but yeah, sure, that's fine. But the thyroid levels are normal now that I'm taking the thyroid medication, but I still haven't felt better. And no less exhaustion. So I'm really hoping that that does that. That fixes some of that. Thanks! Really appreciate the hugs. But yeah, I apologize I haven't been streaming as much as I should, just because I've been running to doctor's appointments all the time and also just been exhausted. Yeah, you got it. Herbie! Nice copy. Alright, they may trade with Justice here. If they do, we get Decoy Ploy is online, or they trade for Yellow Jacket, also online. Prevent cancer, yeah. We did American Cancer Society. A big charity run for that. It was awesome. We raised... There were 2 separate streams. One raised like 37,000, and the one that I did privately raised like 1,200, which was so generous of all of you. Crazy. Amazing Magic community. Again? Seriously? That's some value, man. Hmm. think that's making noises that I don't like. I can barely hear them, but you probably can hear them quite well. But when Gollum was putting his face... Smeargle! Putting face over hand. Hands over face. I can talk. I think it was saying something and it just sounded weird. Sure thing. Don't want to connive. Good draw. There's a lot of decent draws. Shield Flying Car and our own Justice, the other Justice, are actually really good draws at this point to return the Justice to our hand. Well, that's not a good one. Nor is that. Okay. They could have an ant. So be it. I wanted to do it on this because they already want to kill the yellow jacket because they can't block it, so we're diversifying the threats a little bit there. And then this could get in through the biochemist. Yeah, enjoy my island. Enjoy it. Damn. They've outdrawn us by 5 cards. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lands for us with 22 cards left out of 16 lands. I think we've outdrawn them in lands. Proportionally to what we've drawn out of the deck. Do I like this set? No. I'm of the opinion these days that if you can play with just the commons and uncommons in any set at this point, it's more like it's better limited. This is just too bomb heavy. I hate it. Anytime you're gonna have a set with like, you know, 8 or 9 S tier cards that just read I win the game, I'm never gonna have a good time. We're ditching the super intelligence because it's likely that they'll still have removal at some point. And the Baxter building can now draw for us, using the AIM scientist, or not now. But either way, the Yellow Jacket is the real threat to them, so... and the Kingpin hopefully will extort for future stuffs. I can also get it back if I really want. But we'll see how this goes. Red. Why are you trying to tap like that, you absolute piece of crap? Auto Tapper's trying to kill us again. Evening, Soma. Oh, congratulations! That's awesome. Alright. Villainous Hideout could connive, but what I'm going to do is make it so that they can't actually counter this spell. They could make it indestructible, but they can't counter it because they have 4 mana. We're going to decline. See what they do. Am I paying to? No. I'm not gonna connive either. I'm gonna see what they have. Looks like they have a removal spell. They're just trying to figure out which. Oh no. Okay. Okay, we keep going. Then we do a giveaway and first... Well, set up the giveaway and do first look. Okay. No blue source. Yellow Jacket an hour. How many blue sources do I have? 7 plus... Baxter building and... Bleh. No, I think this is a mall. Alright, that's better. Speedball goes for now. Being on the play versus the draw here. Like, so we're on the draw. This is bad. Oh god, Shmi, Jesus. I'm sorry. I think what we're doing... If they have a counter spell... Because they have a Loki here, I'm really tempted to just kill it. But I think because we have decoy play, we're just gonna do justice. If they counter it, then we can get it back in theory. Okay. At least they don't have the double activation of Lightning Strike with Loki. Currently. What the fuck? What is that? Oh boy. Okay. That has mana cost 4. Why are you telling me I can do this? I think what we're doing is... I have to find a land for the hour anyway, because I can't do this turn. I could play Shield, but I don't think that that's correct either. So we're gonna go fetch up another swamp. This gives us a villain in the graveyard for the decoy ploy as well. So we're just gonna decoy ploy at this point. But we are behind. All right. Okay. Jesus. Blech. Hand meat board. Hmm. Basically what I'm hoping is they just have like one lightning bolt and I can super suit, but see how it goes. Hmm. Alright, it looks... I don't know what they're gonna do here. I am gonna block this. Okay. So they have to spend their entire turn pumping Loki if they do, you know, to want to save it. Or they have some other spell, we'll see. If they want to trade, rather. So let's see. Okay, that's not the worst. Hmm. Actually wish I'd drawn a land here so that I could do shield deployment drone and cruel alliance. That would be actually very, very nice. Hmm. I really don't want to just sit back on this. And I also don't want to kill something this turn necessarily. I'm gonna do teamwork and kill this. Just gain the 3. See what happens. So they can use the Doombot and the Specialist. Sure. God, these earbuds. Let's try the other one, see if it's better. Alright. Do I want to cycle this? We can't fetch white or the red. Okay, Jesus. Alright. Guess we're doing headphones. Alright. Huh. Do I want to cycle this? I don't think so. Just gonna do this now. That opens up Tony and Kingpin. I really didn't want to draw land, but it does open up Tony and Kingpin. It also means I can double spell next turn. It's probably okay. It's because it lets me do the shield plus this or shield plus this that we're doing it. I'm doing this because they have blue. I'm doing it on my turn. No, come on. That sucks. At least that's a good draw. Okay. Bonk. Wait, no, that has trample. Not a huge fan of putting this back. I'm a little worried about that trample. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, is we get enchantment-based removal. Hey, let's gather somewhere. I'm going. And crawfish cigarette. Hello. Crawfish cigarette. I like it. All right. What are we doing? Sure. Okay, they had the growth. I'm not gonna win against that. And this here with frozen and ice. That's too bad. All right. I could have not attacked. I wasn't gonna be blocking with justice there. I had to try this. You got home from the pre-release? Nice. All right, let's see if we can get another win or two. I think we needed to... Yeah, the Hulk is... She-Hulk is so good in this. Just because it can take out any artifact. That's so gross. I could have put the Death Toucher on top, but the trample would have... The trample plus the giant growth would have gotten us. They had 2 cards in hand, so I couldn't take up both. So I didn't go for the ninja plus take a card out. Alright, swamp. Villainous hideout, swordsman. See what we draw, but we can play Kingpin out third if we want, or we can basic land cycle for a island. An island! 4-1 with Abzan, nice. White blue, what a surprise. I'm so surprised. Much surprise, such wow. Okay. Okay, now Swordsman's gonna be really annoying. Another white source. Yep. Was that or red, I think, was my guess. All right, we're going to see if they have the strike. So now my question is, do I want to aim scientists as a 3/3 or do I want to ninja and extort? I think it's ninja and extort. No, but no, not with their hand. 4? Yeah, I think it's ninja and extort. Because I can scientist plus extort next turn. And we're gonna have to counter some of the damage in the air here. Cap. Okay. I was gonna be like, excuse me? All that for 3 damage? Alright. How are you tapping this? You absolutely irresponsible tapping thing. I could kill the tapper. I kind of like killing Cap here. And surveilling, that's close though. Or I could take a card out of their hand. Yeah! Trade your 3-drop flyer for my 2-drop 2/2. Oh god, that's annoying. Oh god, that's the worst sound. Okay. I was hearing something. That's a sound. I kind of want to take a card out of their hand this turn. The shield is so good. I'm not gonna. Oh my god. Okay, we attack all unless... Okay, so let's see. Alright. You kind of run it, reroll, you don't know where to put it? Ah. I have a library, so... And one of the rooms functions as a library. The other, there's 2 libraries. One is the, like, teaching library, and the other is just the, like, regular library. The teaching library is in the office, but it's smaller. But yeah. So I have that. You should definitely read it. It's great. I mean, it's not... the world building isn't everyone's cup of tea, but it is still really cool. So yeah, I mean, it does depend on your style, and no one's going to force you to do otherwise. All right, so in theory, they flash in the giant-sized flying ant and tap something down. That's not awful. I don't know if I have time for that, though. I think I'd rather something else, because we have Justice, Shield Deployment Drone, Shield Flying Car, Cool Alliance. Yeah, I mean, it's still fine. Given the board state, yeah, I think we have time for it. That could change. Why didn't they equip that? I actually think I am going to play this now. I'm perfectly fine trading Ninja for Cavalry or the Ant, or either of these for the Ant. Those are fine. We've got removal and a draw a spell in hand, and our board is really good, so I'm gonna just send. All right. Yeah, not equipping last turn when their hand was empty was really probably very wrong to the flyer. Yeah, we just extort and go. Okay. Booyah. Why don't I recognize your handle? Let's gather somewhere. Ugh. You have to forgive me. I'm so out of it. Like. Morning, Sandoval. A-Books is great. A-Books is fantastic. Also, used bookstores have amazing collections. Yeah, we definitely have to play Commander. I don't recognize your handle. I'm so sorry for whatever reason. Andrew! Okay, that's awesome! Nice to see you. We absolutely do. Yes. Nice to see ya. Okay. So we can't play Kingpin, but we can play Tony Stark, and we got a couple removal spells. Once we get to 5, we can use Baxter to play this, but let's go for now. Well, now we can play Kingpin on 3. Go, Tony, go. There's a giant used bookstore near me. I'd actually bought my CDs too. I'm not sure I should have gotten rid of all my CDs given what's happening with, digital media and like them taking things that you've paid for and taking them away. Like that is not so hot. I still have a bunch of DVDs. I sold a butt ton because DVDs were the most of my possessions, but but I still have a bunch of them that I would be really sad if they ever left streaming services, so. Hercules! 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 But yeah, I sold like 300 CDs or something that I had from when I was little that my parents are like, here, have all your shit. I really don't understand why Autotapper's such an ass. Actually, hold on. Do I feel like trading Kingpin for 2 of these? I mean, they might have another thing. I don't think I need to right now. Well, no, I don't need to. But yeah, the bookstore is really cool. It doesn't really pay well to, like, when you sell the books, but it's got really good selection, so I haven't checked it out as much as I would love to, but... Alright, I think we want to play the long game, not die to early shit. Tony's not doing that much for us right now, so I think we're actually going to do this. Seems okay. Okay. A land here would have been better. It would have been really nice if I could play, like, Yellow Jacket and Cruel Alliance that turn. Call damage control for Hercules. Okay. Seriously? Seriously. I don't want to... Brr. Jesus Christ. It's the man baby with the weird face, mouth expression thing. What did they just kill? Did I have a token? I had a token. Right? Alright, they're gonna give that haste and attack unless they have something better to do. The Thor was brutal. Hmm. Hmm. Because this can become a 4/4. And this is a 3/4 to start with. This is interesting. I could discard the super suit. But I kind of like it on this next turn with if Kingpin's still alive. I think we discard shield. Well, this is fun. Yeah, because if they have something here, I do want to be able to block it, or this, or something. I don't know. If they have something, it's gross. Alright, I think we should be good. RNGs, welcome! So how does this play out? I can't quite kill them with this, so... Alright. But here, do. Uh, no, it's 10K. It's to celebrate 10K followers. It's gonna be, and we're gonna set it up soon. It's a giveaway that we actually already ran once. Unfortunately, the person who entered was from New Zealand, and I can't mail it there. It was a US only, and they entered, and unfortunately, they let me know. They apologized, and they were sweet. But it's gonna be for a playmat and sleeves, Dragon Shield Special Edition stuffs. I'm just gonna finish this draft, and then we're gonna do it. Set it up, but show you. It's really cool. So this is the Millerax. So we have Dragon Shield, the Millerax, playmat and tube. It is pretty cool. It is stitched, playmat and tube, and the corresponding sleeves. So it is sweet. All right, this is not our best opening hand, but I do think we keep it for now. All right, maybe that can get us a little bit more value. This is really gonna. Ugh. This stupid world. No, unfortunately, Canada is also like I can't guarantee it anyway. So, okay. I think this is better than Speedball, but only just. Trying to figure out whether I want to. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether I want to play Speedball or the stratagem this turn, or hold up Hour of Defeat on something here. They could have a very good turn, but I think we're going to try this. And I'm going to use Tony at the end of their turn. We only have a couple other artifacts. It's the other shield deployment drone and the shield flying car. But I think it was still worth running this. Oh, yes. No, go for that. That's totally fine. Sure. Oh, we got it. Oh, no, there goes Kingpin. All right, fine. Honey, where's my super suit? I think I still want to put the counter here in case they have the strike. Ooh, super intelligence on Speedball? Let's go. I think we're letting go of Super Suit here. I mean, but even if they had strike, though, I could. Nah, if they don't block, I can't redirect it. Ah, well, that's fine. Let's go. No, it's an ability, not a goddamn spell. I hate it. Thanks. Force them to pump? I think so. No! God damn it! That is annoying! Alright, fine. I was ready to block, but no. Okay, so let's, I know, ability is so cheat. Oh god. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Shit. 16 lands, by the way. I mean, I can get this back, but that's not good. I can't connive because I don't have a villain. I mean, I guess we're getting Speedball back, but that's awful. I don't think we have an option right now. Terry quote of the day redemption. I will get to that. Remind me. So, while they're doing shit. Let's see. Okay. Holy mother of God. Really? Oh, it's a villain! Ha ha ha! And a hero. But a villain! Okay, give me 1 second. Well, no, I'll do the... Remind me to do the Terry Pratchett thing. Badonkadonk. Do I want to Justice the shield flying car? No, I want to block with the Quinjet with that. Is there a reason to play Justice out right now? Could put the swordsman back and get another 3/3. It's not the worst. But then I can't connive them this away the next turn. That's fascinating. I don't know. I think we're going to hang on to this for now. Okay. All right. Terry quote of the day. So, Young Dingo, welcome, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I can type. All right. Welcome, Raiders. All right, so the Terry Pratchett quote of the day is as follows. He was trying to find some help in the ancient military journals of General Tacticus, whose intelligent campaigning had been so successful that he'd lent his very name to the detailed prosecution of martial endeavor, and had actually found a section headed, What to Do If One Army Occupies a Well-Fortified and Superior Ground and the Other Does Not. But since the first sentence read, Endeavor to be the one inside, he'd rather lost heart. All right, so... let's set up this giveaway. This is again the celebration of 10K followers on Twitch. Thank you to you all. And it is, unfortunately, we're doing it again because the person who won last, it has to be US only, and the person who won last was in New Zealand. And I am so sorry that I cannot mail this overseas. I was mailing things overseas to Australia, New Zealand, Brazil, Germany, France, England, and the UK. And yeah, so it was heartbreaking when I realized that there was no guarantee that things would reach there anymore, and that the prices were so damn awful. Thank you so much, Freelance. I really appreciate it. So let me get this started. Giveaways. All right. So if you would like to be entered to win this really awesome Millerax special Dragon Shield playmat and tube, stitched, really cool, and you can have somewhere I can mail it in the United States, then and paired sleeves, then enter exclamation point ticket to be entered to win. But yeah, so it's really cool. So this is just, thank you so much. This is thank you for helping me get to the 10K followers on Twitch. Really appreciate it. And sorry that I cannot mail things overseas anymore. It sucks. Like I said, we had really good luck mailing things overseas. The only thing that didn't make it once was one to Brazil, that because they instituted a policy where you needed their identification number. It was really weird, but that was to Deazita, who was really kind. I still have that card to remail, because I think I have the Deazita's identification number now, but I have to remail that at some point once Deazita reaches out again. But yeah, but yeah, all over the world I used to be able to mail them. I didn't get confirmation that one made it to Russia at one point. That one I never got confirmation that it made it. But everything else, we did like Bosnia and Herzegovina. That one made it. Like it was so cool. But now I can't anymore because the prices are crazy, and I can't guarantee that it'll reach you. I'm so sorry. I wish I could. All right, let's see if we can get this trophy. We've got one shot at it, but 6 wins is 6 wins. We're happy with that. especially with this deck, which I didn't think was quite quite that good. So yay! And then we're gonna start the first look at the Hobbit, so people who are going to their pre-releases tomorrow and the next day, well, technically today and the next day, can maybe have a little bit of insight. Take it or leave it, of course. But we're gonna try and find a lot of the similarities to older cards and sort of help you evaluate the commons and uncommons in your pool pretty quickly for strength. In theory, if not in practice. What do I think of the Hobbit scene boxes? Only judging by the Lord of the Rings scene boxes, I haven't really looked at the cards. That's the thing. I've only seen what I've seen on social media. But scene boxes usually come with cards unique to those scene boxes, and I always like having. I mean, for Lord of the Rings especially, and those, I really like having those. All right, how many swamps do I have? No, I don't think I can keep this. Yeah, it doesn't do anything early without a swamp, and even then, Yellowjacket's not doing much for a while. Frozen in ice on something, and then Speedball. It's just not winning fast, and then we have a 5-drop and some removal that needs it. I think we mulligan this. All right, we're actually gonna get rid of Wiccan here. There is a chance that we can draw the Asgardian Citadel or Villainous Hideout for the Kingpin, but not happy about this draw. You hope they don't curl up. Yeah, I mean, I think the cards look good, and like I said, I like collecting all of them because it's I love Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. All right, their curve seems like it might be a little bit too much for us here. But yeah, there are tricks to flatten your cards, definitely. All right, we're definitely blocking here, because if they want to trade, they have to... I mean, apart from using a spell, they actually do have to pay the 3 to take up their turn. Which buys us a little bit of time. Hmm. Ugh. I don't think casting Speedball there is going to do enough, so I'm gonna try this. A Machine of Death, welcome, welcome! With, alright, I do have to stop that from doing shit. So I guess we're doing this and taking another at least 2 damage. This is rough. I'm so far on the back foot. I need to find stuff to do. Even another land isn't great, because I need to be able to, like, another land for Kingpin would be perfect, but I need to be able to... actually, maybe we're okay if that's what they have for this turn? Yeah, okay. Hmm. I could have blocked here. I think the 3 life is better, though. What the f... Yeah, I'm glad I didn't try to block. Hmm. I needed a land here, I think. So Gorilla can actually get rid of the frozen on the beast if it wants to at some points. Alright, so... Ugh. This is no bueno. Ah, fuck. Ugh, I can't double block now. On the gorilla, I have to block that. Oh. Okay. Man. Please, a land I think is best. No, come on! I cannot double spell. I won't be able to double spell next turn either, necessarily. Alright, so it's either going to be... No, it's not Wardo's Carl. It's the Anthem of Champions. It's the one from, the really bad one from... Was it Theros Beyond Death or something? I forget what it is, but it didn't actually, like, do enough. So I can just put this back into hand, or I can ninja to at least block something. This is difficult to figure out. God, I wish I'd drawn a land. I think it has to be this. Yeah, I think it's this. It's sad, but I think it's this. Because if I Justice and bounce the Agent of Atlas, for example, they can just move the shield to the gorilla, and I still don't have a good block. Ah, fuck. Okay. All right, we have one more hour of defeat and a trickster stratagem to deal with that, I guess, and another frozen and ice. Ah, mother puss bucket. Why didn't you just move this over for lethal, you puss bucket? It doesn't matter, we can't punish them for it, but hey, Kublai! Yeah, they do win, but they... they could have won last turn and didn't. Because reasons. Alright. Alright, couldn't quite get the trophy there. That's alright, this deck wasn't that good. Oh, man. I don't think we could have played that much differently. We did have to maul. But yay, netting gems. Okay. So, yes. For anybody who's just joining, like I said, we have this cool giveaway. US only, I'm so sorry. Exclamation point 10 ticket to Ebby, enter to win. Just a really cool playmat. It is really sparkly in person. Like, not sparkly. Like, it's very detailed and colorful in person. It is really sweet. So yes. Enter exclamation point ticket if you're in the United States and you would like to win it. looks like this, and is very, very cool. Um, you can look it online. It's the um, Millerax. It's a signature series number 3, Ian Miller. So it's really cool. From Dragon Shield. Again, stitched playmat and carrying case, little tube. And then the Dragon Shield matching sleeves. So hopefully it will be very wonderful for all of you. Now, what we can do is we can continue to draft, or we can take a look at Hobbit if people want to actually have the the first look with me. This will be the first time I'm seeing these cards. I will have seen a couple of them via socials, but I have stayed away from any spoilers and like looking at it both. Okay, so let's start on the review so you can at least have something for your pre-releases if you're going to them today or tomorrow. And then we will come back and do more draft. It's a smaller set, so maybe I can get through. Set review. Maybe I can get through it really pretty quickly, and then we can just keep drafting. I think so. Okay, so I do need to get up. So what we're gonna do is I need to go and cut out the rares and the mythics. So, because this is the majority. First, we do the commons and uncommons, because that's the majority of the cards that you're going to see in your pre-release. And so what we're going to talk through is like the relative power level and the pick order that we would take them in draft. But the pick order that we take in the draft gives you the relative power level and shows you what you're going to be prioritizing in your sealed pool, potentially. So, oh God, I love this art. This person actually knows how to draw horses. That's cool. The nostrils on this one are a little bit weird, but yeah. Okay. But he's hunky. Anyway, moving along. So we'll be looking at those. We'll be looking at them also with Scryfall, so that we can the Hobbit. Look at past cards and look at versions of them that are relevant here. So we're going to sort this by color and go from there. And then we can also find other stuff. So that's perfect. I'm going to open this in a new tab so I can always pull up a new thing. So, okay. So yeah. So, all right. To start this, so I need to get, need to run to the restroom and get more tea really quickly. And then we are going to start going through these and look at... already, this is a cool card. The concerted care effect is already really neat. And just a 1/1 life for one after that is a nice bonus. It's also a dwarf scout, and we'll see what card types are... like creature types are relevant in this at this point. But the hexproof and indestructible, in these days of like huge bombs... oftentimes one hexproof and indestructible spell, like a snakeskin veil or other things, is you know, enough to turn the tides of a game. But yeah, anyway, I'll be right back. Running to the restroom and grabbing tea, more tea. BRB. So we'll go from there, and then the giveaway is still running, so make sure you know, everybody announces it once in a while so other people can enter. Everybody gets an entry. You don't have to be following, you don't have to be subscribed. Just make sure your Twitch DMs are open so I can message you after the stream ends and ask you where you'd like it sent. Be right back. tea, grommet, and cheese grommet. Okay. Here we go. I had to perform a lobotomy on my apple. Had a bad spot. Unexpected trials and tribulations. You're going to pre-release tomorrow, so that's going to be awesome. Okay, so so buffers, like again, this concerted care actually can be quite powerful. Hexproof and Indestructible is really sweet too. Blank a removal spell on something that's very powerful and getting you value. So oftentimes this effect is quite strong. The fact that it's an uncommon in this set probably also means that it is, that they're acknowledging that it's quite strong as effect. So I'm guessing that this is going to be probably a, I think it's probably going to be a B in this set, most likely. Seems good. We're going to see if they have, you know, dwarf synergies and things like that, things where dwarves matter or scouts matter. The 1/1 lifelink, we're going to see whether lifelink matters. That may have this go up or down in our estimation, but it also has pictures of horsies on it, so yay. Okay, the ponies! The ponies! Now I have the goblin, down to Goblin Town, Sonic Stucks. Alright, anyway. Celebrate the Mountain King. 4 mana. When it enters for each opponent, exile up to one target non-land opponent that player controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. When this enchantment enters, recruit. Okay, what's recruit? Draw a card, then discard a card. So loot. If you discarded a non-land card, oh dang. Okay. At the very least, you get to loot, and if you actually happen to be looting away something that's useless at the time that is a non-land, you get the 1/1. That's nice. So white, this is one of the, you know, the uncommon white enchantments that we get, and we always get in limited these days. Not always, not absolutely always. Sometimes it's a Banishing Light, in addition to this. Sometimes it's just a Banishing Light. So this is a really sweet way to make sure that you don't flood out. It's also a really sweet way to make sure that you can maybe draw into lands and then get a 1/1 body instead. Hello, Floof. He's very insistent right now. Sorry. I was trying to make him not get up, but okay. Hi. Hi. Okay, Floof. This is not the time. I'll get you a treat, and then I gotta keep going, okay? He's like, I must. There you go. Okay, so all right. So here we go. Yeah, so oftentimes you'll get something like this. So we've had Well, no, it's not that. Yeah, Conclave Tribunal. Okay. So this was one of the ones where it actually got cheaper. So usually when we get the 4 mana to do a Banishing Light / Oblivion Rings effect, what we get is some sort of extra. So this one has Convoke, so it can actually be cheaper. We also have things from 3 and a white. I want to say Dominaria. United. So we had Prayer of Binding, which had Flash, and gain 2 life. Yeah, we had the Lasso. Lassoed by the Law here, which gave us a little 1/1 red mercenary token. White, this is kind of the removal that white gets these days. Again, like sometimes alongside a Banishing Light, sometimes alongside a deal damage to target attacker or blocker, or attacking or blocking creature. So, like a Gideon's Reproach or whatever it is. So this is usually a very high pick for white. The strength of it depends partially on the number of enchantment removal spells in the set. So it's really important that we see how many of those exist. Usually we'll find them in green or other white. So it's going to be really important to figure out exactly how strong it is. Usually it's a very strong removal. It's, you know, especially when it's set at uncommon, it's usually quite strong. And this one, I think the apart from the conclave, like this was a nice effect, but oh dear God. I think this was my favorite because it could come down more cheaply. I think this was the best of the possibilities as far as like a bonus for this. The flash was really nice, and gain 2 life was really nice off that other one. They're very close. But being able to play it out cheaper in a white deck that's trying to go fast and aggro, and maybe pull out a creature that turn, and then can tap that creature with Further Convoke and get this out on the same turn for a really good attack and a really good aggressive start. I think this was my favorite version of it. But I do think the loot is a huge, wonderful thing here too. And the fact that you can go a little wide if you discard something that's not going to be relevant at that time. So this one's going to be a pretty high pick for me. This is going to be a B+. But again, we'll see exactly how much enchantment removal there is, because as with all things like any Banishing Light type effect, if they can remove that enchantment, they get the creature back and they get the ETB, and everything in its mother's monkey has an ETB these days. It's like relevant. So that can be very scary, and they can get it back at instant speed if the enchantment removal is at instant speed, which means that they can then block and surprise you, or attack and surprise you. So they are a little vulnerable, but again, they're very, very high picks usually. So again, B+ for this one. Dane, Lord of the Iron Hills, 2 mana, 2/2 vigilance, storied. What? Okay. So 2/2 vigilance for 2, not good enough these days. We do need more than that. And what we get is storied. If you control 3 or more artifacts, legendaries, and or sagas, you have an enduring story for the rest of the game. And it now tells us what happens with an enduring story. As long as you have an enduring story, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 1 for each of these creatures. Okay, so we've got a Baird. So this is a very similar card to Baird, Steward of Argive in its effect. This was a 4 mana 2/4 vigilance that creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. You can see that it was originally printed in Dominaria. At 4 mana, it was still good. But there was enough removal, and things were slow enough often that this didn't do too much in that. It depended. I think it was very good against the Wizards deck, but it was still fine. It was still fine. Taxing your opponent for attacking is huge in this game, and to be able to do so and just get an enduring story, it doesn't matter. So you're gonna have an enduring story if you... Hold on. So one of the things that I do have to do is look at the release notes. Give me 1 second. Of course. Okay. So this is always something you should take a look at if you're first starting out learning the set. It will give you, Eric Levine. I went to college with him. He's so sweet. He's a good guy. If you ever get to meet Eric Levine, you should. But yeah, so these are really good. They explain very well the abilities that occur. So the story is going to happen. It looks like it's like Blessing. So City's Blessing. So let me show you. What's the 5/5 dinosaur? Wayward Sawtooth. Okay, so Ascend was a similar mechanic to Storied in that it's for the rest of the game. And it does sound like, right, you have an enduring story for the rest of the game here. So this is this is pretty cool. So this is not an effect that people can take away from you. Once you have it, you have it. And it does look like you can take advantage of it with other cards. Obviously, there's going to be multiple storied cards. And so when those creatures are on the battlefield, you'll have that effect, which is really nice. As long as you have an enduring story, artifacts and creatures, you could all have Ward 1. All right. That's pretty cool. 3 or more artifacts, legendaries, and or sagas. I don't know how many sagas are in here or artifacts. Legendaries, there's going to be a lot. I've heard there's some at common, so I'm like, what the hell? But yeah. So, any object, blah, tokens, lands, spells, and emblems are not... yeah, okay. So only count once. So if you have like an artifact creature that's legendary, it's still only gonna count for one of those things. So yeah, that makes sense. But you have to enable the storied, just like with Ascend, you have to have the actual storied. That makes sense. Okay. So creatures can't attack you. That's a very powerful effect on a 2-mana body. It also makes it relevant early and late, and that's one of the things that make a better card and a higher pick. I'm still going to give this a B for now. Again, I need to see the power level of this card goes up to a B+, if the following things are met. There isn't a shock or a -2/-2 in the format at common. That means that it goes down just slightly. Yeah, I want to give it a B+ to start with, but I feel like I should give it a B just to leave room. I need to see the rest of the thing. I need to see where to rank it based on that. So I'm gonna for now give it a B, but it could definitely go up to a B+. I just need to see, because again, what white wants to do usually, and we have to see what white wants to do in this set. It does look like going wide is correct, its usual thing. But I have to see about the rest of this. For now, I'm going to give it a B. It's still a really good card. Like, B is not a bad card at all. You're perfectly happy taking that middle of the pack, at like early mid to some degree these days, because all the commons basically are playable. So we really don't get, we really don't get down to the you know, C- / unplayable stuff very much anymore. I might have to readjust my scale. But I think this is a very good card. I just think you still take the Celebrate the Mountain King over it. So moving, I'll come back and we'll reevaluate this at some point. So, Dwarven Provisioner, 2 mana. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So we've got a unicorn. So this is an errata. It used to be like, this is the now there's a difference here. We'll talk about this in a second, but this is the Steadfast Unicorn. It used to cost 3 and a white to give +1/+1 Vigilance. The Vigilance was really important though. And it was absolutely stupid in its format. It is also a 1 mana 1/2, which kind of held things back a little bit. We more recently got the rabbit in Bloomburrow. So white, 1 and a white, and this one's much more similar to what we're seeing here. So let's go Bloom, BLB, search for these options. We've got the lovely Warren Elder here. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, 2 mana 2/2. So that's very similar to here. It's basically the same thing, but it's a dwarf citizen instead of a bunny. Rabbit was an actual relevant creature type in this, and so this was actually just slightly better than I think that this is going to be necessarily, unless you haven't pumped massive, you know, pump your dwarf, you know, unmask your dwarves, because this set had the rabbit response. So this was actually really, really good to control a rabbit with this, and there are other rabbits that pumped based on the number of rabbits you controlled, etc. So If this has any synergy like that with dwarves, it's going to be approximately at the same level as the Warren Elder was in Bloomborough. But the first instance we really saw this sort of go really ham at 4 was the unicorn, which also gave vigilance, and then they had to nerf it because it was stupid. So then we get the Warren Elder and other things like that. In Brothers War, we had the flyer that did it for 5. Yeah. So yeah, this is this is definitely something to watch out for. It's a good spell when you have, you're going wide, which is what white appears to want to do here. So this is actually going to be a decent pickup. It's probably going to be a B-/B. It's just value, usually in a deck that wants to go wide and poop out tokens. So, and again, if dwarf is a relative, a relevant creature type, and if we have any other sort of mass pump things for dwarves, or things that care about dwarves, we're gonna really like this card, and it's gonna go up in the estimation. All right, Dwarven's Short Sword. I want to make a pun, like a silly joke about redundancy. I'm not going to, but I really want to. Feels like low-hanging fruit. So there's the Great Book of Grudges, yes. So one of the things that's interesting is this is, they're no longer sort of naming the ability to make the token. So we've always had like living weapon. Text. I can spell. And that made a germ, which was a 0/0 and attached, right? These equipment. So we had a keyword for this, that mattered. So living weapon here was the original one with a 0/0 germ. You then equipped the equipment to it, and the germ got some abilities and bigger by definition. Otherwise it would die as a 0/0. But we then had things like, more recently we had the Mirrodin one was 4 Mirrodin, I think. Yeah, so 4 Mirrodin exclamation point gave a 2/2 and then attached. So a rebel token. We then had in Final Fantasy job something, I forget, job select, which made a 1/1 colorless hero token. So every time they named something different with a keyword on these equipment, and now it looks like they have decided not to do that. So you create a 2/2 red dwarf creature token, then attach this equipment to it. So I would like to know your best, this is important. I would like to know your best naming for this mechanic. I want to know what you would keyword this. It makes a dwarf. I have a feeling you are all going to come up with some great stuff for it. Hi-ho! Sorry. Yeah, that'll work. King. That'll work. Create dwarf for Moria. That's what yeah, carefully with the plates, right? Sorry. Make a dwarf. But yeah, so God, I should make a video on that. That's great. You have great ideas. I should take a screenshot. Ooh, that's great. I don't think I'll have time to, but I'm gonna save it for my posterity. All right. But yes, so anyway, we've got Dwarven short sword. They're no longer keywording it, but statistically, anything that's going to be giving you a good ROI for your equipment cost, and anything that has relevance for artifacts. And we're now seeing an artifact that we would play in a deck to make, you know, Dane better. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, I imagine it's probably going to be on the level. I mean, equip 2 for +1/+2. It is probably, it makes a dwarf and puts, you know, an artifact onto the battlefield. It's pretty decent. I think that I'm probably going to rank it on par with the warrior's sword. Although that equip was so painful. This was a little bit, I mean, the thing was, this would also be run in the non-creature spell deck of the Izzet, which cared about casting non-creature spells with 4 or greater, so it was a better card than it initially looked like. I don't know that this really has that much of a parallel. We have to see exactly how powerful this is. Statistically, we've been given, at 5 mana, we've been given flying. The auxiliary boosters from EOE. I need 1 L. So this was, we got flying, but it equipped 3 and it was 1 more mana to cast. But it was 2 artifacts coming into play. It does look a little bit like John Walker. Yeah. Not too bad. That's a good comparison. It was a good card. Yeah. But it was a good card for more reasons than that. It was also a hero subtype, and it was bounceable as a creature. There was a lot of ways to pull it back into hand and then recast it, or flicker it, to get further value. I don't know how much flicker there is in this, but yeah. So for now, I'm going to give this just a solid, like, I think I'm going to give it a C+. I mean, I think you're perfectly fine running it. It might go up in my estimation over time, to a B-. There's a possibility, but for now, I'm going to give it a C+. Perfectly playable, common that you know, are fine to run. But again, this one is going to be very much dependent on the rest of the set. Okay, Eagle of the Great Shelf. Well, that's pretty. That artwork is stunning. 5 mana, 2/5 flyer. When it attacks, it gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control. Interesting. I don't think I... Hold on 1 second. Okay, just eat the top. All right. So a 5 mana 2/5 flyer has to attack to get really large. The thing that this is going to depend on is how much unconditional removal that there is in the set, and whether red burn spells deal 5 damage. Because usually a 2/5 for 5, even with flying, is not going to be that good. And even though it could attack as a massive creature, it really does depend on the state of the removal. So we want to look at the black unconditional removal. We want to look at the bounce spells. We want to look at, in blue, we want to look at the red stuffs. Are the foils too bright? Too bright. The Hobbit basic lands, the only one I've seen, the plains, the full arts, are really pretty. I don't know if the foiling's bright or anything like that. But yeah, I need to see that. Right now, I'm not really impressed with a 2/5 flyer. Even with this bonus, that can make it a really big threat. I need to see the removal in order to rank this. Right now, I want to give it a B-/C+. All right. Esagaroth Garrison, 5 mana, X5, star 5. was equal to the number of creature power is equal to the number of creatures you control when it enters recruit. Okay. Again, draw, discard. Okay. And you know, maybe it's a 4/5. But you could get another 1/1, and it makes another creature potentially. So already it would start as a 2/5 if you had nothing else. And you'd be able to loot, but you'd have to ditch an actual card to make a 1/1 white human soldier creature token. At 5 mana. So here's the thing. Statistically, things that have power equal to the number of creatures you control can be very powerful. I mean, the first one was Keldon Warlord. It was Keldon on this. Okay. So we had, this was the first version I saw, the revised. The stars below are the number of non-wall creatures on your side, including Warlord. Thus... So this is Keldon Warlord. It was the original version of like it has power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control. This doesn't have toughness equal to the number of creatures you control. It has the static 5. So the power can go very, very high. But the toughness will always be 5. I traditionally have liked the X plus. So I think, Angry Mob. So 2+ star, right? This was swamps, not creatures, but like, I always liked the stars because then at least you could grow past the number. But you know, obviously a 4-mana 2/2, not so hot. This is originally a dark. Drew Tucker did an amazing job with this. This is such a cool bit of artwork. But yeah, so for this card, I think it's really bad late game if you don't have a good board. Like, I think it's really bad. I mean, yes, it can let you like discard an island and try and find like, or a plains or whatever land you have in your hand and try and find another good card, but it itself is going to be a horrible body on the board for 5. I think that this is probably going to be a C, possibly minus. Like, it doesn't feel good to me right now. Again, going wide is good. Getting 2 bodies on the board is good, but statistically we've had better 2 bodies at 4. 2 2/2s is just better at 4 than this would be at 5. And I do love the loot. I really do, but I feel like this is bad. I'm gonna have to look at the rest of the set to see why this is here, but when they're trying to make all commons really playable, but I don't know about this one. Yeah, we'll check. So Azagaroth is Azgaroth here is Lake Town. It's another word for it. Well, another word for, yeah, but we won't get into that. Anyway, there's it's a little more complicated than that. Iron Hills Blacksmith, 2 mana 1/1 double strike. Okay, what the hell? Now this card is very good. Okay. This is really nice. Okay, so we have a fencing ace. Fencing ace is no longer good enough. No longer good enough. This was returned to Ravnica where Fencing Ace was there. And so double strike for 2 mana for 1/1. So this is we've passed that point. We've got power creep. When this creature enters, not only do you get a creature with a possibly a relevant card type, we have you also get a equipment artifact token named Axe with equipped creature gets +1/+0 and equipped 2. And this means that this can immediately be later on, you know, the next turn you can equip it, and it is a 2/1 double strike, which is a very powerful threat. But the fact that you also get an artifact, which again gets you closer to the storied thing here, right? But you also can, you know, you know, for this basically essentially free, getting a, you know, an artifact that gives you the, you know, part of a short sword, right? The +1/+0 and equip 2 is just nice. I really like this card here. I'm going to give it still a B/B plus. It might just be a B plus. That's close. I still would. So I think I might still do a B plus, but I think I would still take it. I'll take the removal, the celebrate over it. But this card is going up in my estimation. It seems to be pretty easy to get storied. Obviously we're not creating a legendary creature. We already have this as a legendary creature, but we then have an artifact for it, and we'll see about the sagas. So yeah, that's going up. Okay, that's really interesting. All right. And again, if there's a lot of pump in this, then again, we're doing really well with this blacksmith. The presence of the blacksmith and the double strike also means that our lovely dwarven provisioner gets better because we're mass pumping, and anything that's going to be pumping the double strike is really, really nice. So that's pretty sweet. So Lake Town Lookout. When this dies, recruit, draw a card, then discard a card. If you discarded an online card, create a 1 white human soldier creature token. Now that's really nice, just to be able to loot, post it, and maybe replace itself. But looting is just so valuable that that's just really nice. This does look like it will remind some people of Doomed Traveler. This was one of the original things that when it died, it pooped out something else. In this case, a 1/1 white spirit token with flying, which is actually a really nice reward. If you had any sacrifice outlets for it, you could make sure that you got the value out of this, but it was also just, it could block and then get you value. This can do something similar. It's obviously the thing that you get doesn't have flying, but you got it via looting, which is really sweet. I do think it's a perfectly playable common. I'm going to give it a C+. I don't think I'm going to do higher than that just yet. We will see whether there are any rewards in black for sacrificing creatures, etc. Or black removal like bone splinters or bone shards that require sacrificing a creature to kill something. And if so, these are going to go up in that particular deck. But yeah. Okay, Lake Town Toy Maker. 4 mana, 3/4. At the beginning of combat in your turn, if you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, another target creature you control the police with... Okay. So far, I haven't seen anything in white besides the recruit mechanic that draws us cards yet. Huh. But Posuipaso and First Strike is a hell of a drug. The problem is it can't target itself, and that's annoying. Statistically, in the past, the things that do this, many of them can target themselves. So MVS, for example, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains First Strike until end of turn. This was very good in its set. Because it could target itself as well. You didn't have to have another creature, but it was the effect is very, very nice. But you know, obviously +3/+0 and First Strike, even more amazing. It does require some doing with the recruit, but we have to see also what happens in blue, where we can maybe draw extra cards per turn. We'll see. But I don't like that it can't target itself. I'm greedy. There were other things, obviously, that to target other things, but yeah. Because normally a 4-mana 3/4 used to be good, but right now, not great. Again, this will depend on the removal. For now, I'm going to give it a B, but it could definitely graduate to a B+. All right, Magnificent End, 5 mana. Okay, so what? Oh, I dislike this. I dislike this immensely. Here's why. Here's why I dislike this. Number one, that's epic artwork. That's bared with the black arrow, and you see the unprotected hole in your left breast that's as bare as a snail out of its shell, right? On Smog, right? So look at that artwork. That is stunning. And it says Magnificent End. And I know that traditionally arrows and magic do damage. I get that. But in so many recent sets, we've had this exact card, 5 mana, instant speed, costs 3 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, sometimes attacking, and it just exiles it or kills it. If they're gonna do stupid power creep, what the hell is this? I'm annoyed. I'm very annoyed. So this is let's go Duskmourn, actually. Let's show, because that was they had one in that. Seized with slumber, seized from slumber, destroy target creature, right? Same thing, but it destroys. So no, that's not a creep. this we've had this for like many sets now. That do this. We've had multiple sets that do the exact same thing. They're just differently named. Some of them exile, some of them destroy. But I want this artwork if I'm going to be running a card like it's like this is so, but I wanted to destroy. So 5 damage, as we've seen, is fairly relevant so far. It takes care of everything we've seen so far. The maximum toughness we've seen is 5, but I imagine in green that's going to be different. And I imagine there are going to be some things maybe in red that have a bigger toughness. It depends. So, you know, maybe this is effectively the same thing as Seized from Slumber for most of the cases, but I really don't like it when they pull back on some things and not on others. And if they're gonna pull back, I don't like that they're doing it on removal. They're printing so many bombs and things that you have to remove that I feel like the removal should not go backwards in quality. But I'm really sad about this artwork being used for a bad card. Anyway, we'll see if we get any rewards for doing damage. But that's annoying that they wasted such artwork on this. Look at the props to this artist. You did an amazing freaking job. Damn. Anyway, sorry. So chances are you're gonna want to run, you know, some of these. Obviously that tells us that this card here, the lovely Celebrate the Mountain King, is going to go even higher as a pick if we don't have something like the Seized from Slumber in this that just is unconditional removal as opposed to damage. So yeah, I mean, this is probably going to be a, you know, I don't want to name it yet because I don't even know what the rest of the set looks like as far as toughness, but I don't want to pay 5 damage in white for 5 damage to target creature. I really don't. Blech. But maybe it's going to be great in the set. I mean, probably if they could deal 5 damage rather than just killing it, sure, maybe. I'm going to give it for now a B, because most removal generally is going to be that way. I'm sad. Anyway, Moment of Glory, 1 mana, sorcery. Put Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control if the spell is cast from a graveyard. Also put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. So either you get the 1+1/+1 that turn, or you flash it back, which is actually kind of nice. The flashback is really, really good because we have Recruit as a mechanic. That is huge. This card is going to be much better than it first appears, even though the flashback cost. So even though the secondary effect is actually quite powerful, putting a mass pumping is really, really sweet. Especially that double striker is really nice to get a +1/+1 counter on it later. But that flashback cost is really, really important because we can discard this to Recruit to get a 1/1 early, and then it mass pumps. I do kind of like this card. I'm actually gonna put it at a. Man. I don't want to put it too high because it is still a common, and you do have to be in a deck with a bunch of Recruit to make it the best it could be. Yeah. So this is interesting. I'm gonna give it for now a B- because I really like it. It goes down to a C+ if we think that some decks aren't gonna want it. I need to see what other draw and discard effects that we have. Or any payoffs for casting instants and sorceries in red or blue would make this go up back to the B+. But if we don't have, the B-. But if we don't have any of that, it'll still be just a C+. Okay, Mountain King's Return. Oh, I have the song stuck in my head. Okay. Well, sorrow, fail, and sadness. Sorrow, Villain has sadness at the Mountain King. Yeah. All sorrow, fail, and sadness at the Mountain King's Return. Okay, for Recruit here, 3 mana Recruit? What? Have we done other colors yet? No, we start with white. That's how the set goes. I don't like 3 mana make a 1/1. Even though it loots, you get value later off the thing. Return target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, it's nice, especially for a bomb that's 3. So it's decent value, but not amazing. I'm gonna put it on the B. It's fine. Yeah, no, of course you can get value by discarding a target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. This isn't the same thing though. Like, I just 3 mana for a 1, remember, is what you're getting, to start with, and that's a little bit that's a little bit pricey. I mean, again, with sagas you always have to go forward with, okay, we get value off them for free the next couple turns, and that is really sweet. But I just have to factor in that on 3 this might be a weak thing to do. It depends on the speed of the format. I'm used to some pretty crazy formats now because of the power creep, but where if you miss a land or do something, you're just dead. But I want to factor in the fact that it's 3 mana 1/1, even though you get the loot and you're going to get some value later. So I think I'm still going to put it at a B. I don't think it's quite a B+ necessarily. It will go up to a B+ if the format's really slow. Ori, Keeper of Songs, 3 mana 3/3. Okay, that's just a fine ROI unlimited these days with storied. And as long as you have an enduring story, it gets +1/+1 as vigilance. So it's 3 mana 4/3 with vigilance. That's fine. It's a C+. It's just, a perfectly playable card, just not exciting. It is a legendary creature, so it does add to the story. The Dwarf Bard. We'll see if dwarves are relevant as a creature type. Stone by Sun. Oh, cool. No, I have C+, C, and C- as options, and I think it's perfectly fine as a C+. So Stone by Sunlight, 2 mana, reprisal, power 4 or greater. Until every turn, target creature becomes an artifact in addition to other items, gains indestructible. Okay, so this is a weird callback to another card. And Valor. Oh my god, there's so many Valors. Valor Stance. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. This one does toughness 4 or greater rather than power. We've had various versions of things that do power, toughness, either, whatever. So, and in the original one, like Reprisal, was alliances. Look at them. They've got like a pitchfork against this dude. And look at this dude bleeding out on the... This was a hello, and then the other version. Look at this dude bleeding out too. There's not been like so much blood on magic cards since then. Bury target creature with power 4 or greater, right? Can't be regenerated. So this was among the first ones that were, you know, an instant speed 2 mana spell from white that power 4 that dealt with power, but we have had many since then. So right now what we're looking at is something that's very similar to Valorous Stance. So instead of destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater, we've got power 4 or greater, and gaining indestructible. We've also turned it into an artifact which can help us with storied. So there's that's what's going on here. We've decided to focus on the power rather than the toughness. That's probably more useful most of the time, although the problem with it will be when you are dealing with like dwarf decks, it looks like, where you know, a ton of them are going to be like 3/3s and you're like, god damn it. But in that case, at least hopefully you can get your indestructible off. So I do like this. I do think it's a B plus, I want to say. There's a chance. Yeah, no, it's a B plus. I still take the enchantment removal thing over it, I think, but it's still good. All right. Thorin's Last Stand. Four mana, choose one. Creatures you control get +2+. Oh, here's the mass pump. Okay. +2/+1 until end of turn. So this is the inspiring charge or whatever it is. Destroy target. Oh, but it also does. Oh, shit. Okay. Interesting. This is fascinating. So, basically, we White has always liked something like an inspired charge, right? Creatures you can do +1 until end of turn at instant speed. Same thing with this, same price, similar idea, but they power crept it and tacked on the ability to potentially destroy target artifact or enchantment and gain 2 life. And we've already seen tons of artifacts and enchantments that we do want to destroy for their value in the game. So like this short sword, I'm very happy to remove that. That's fine. They did get value off the, you know, the little 2/2, but I'm happy removing that. I'm happy removing Celebrate the Mountain King. That's really nice, especially if I'm running against another white deck. Certainly happy with that. Oh, that's fascinating. The 4 mana is a little bit prohibitive for anything else to run, like for destroy target artifact or enchantment and gain 2 life. And so I'm not. That's going to be interesting. What's really interesting here is to see whether people run this in a deck that isn't like white go wide. Whether it's good enough as artifact and enchantment removal that you'd run it in like a white-blue control deck. That's fascinating, because 4 mana to just destroy target artifact or enchantment traditionally has not been that good. You would want that effect for 3 or even 2 in white. A disenchant effect. So I'm really on the fence about this card. I probably want to give it a B- for now, but it could just go to a C+. I'm just not sure. I need to see the rest of the set. Fascinating. Have I heard the news about the limited return of print on demand for New Secret? Yes, I have. I posted about it on socials. It does not look like it's permanent. I hope that they make it permanent. It looks like something they only chose to do briefly, and I really hate that. I think that the way they do it right now is horrible. It's a horrible experience for all the customers. It rewards the scalpers. It doesn't do anything good for the community. So yeah. Moving on. Sorry. Velvet Wing Butterflies. 3 mana 2/2 flyer. Okay. Windrake. Tap 1 or 2 target creatures instant in adventure. Oh. This is just a knight from okay, hold on. Throne of Eldraine. That's what it was. Throne of Eldraine, whites, search, Ardenvale Tactician. So it was a 2/3, but it required double white. This is only 1 white as a commitment. So you do lose a toughness here. Tap 1 or 2 target creatures. Again, same up to 2 target creatures. Interesting. This was a very strong card in Throne. But the 3 toughness was relevant. Again, we're gonna have to see how relevant 2 toughness is in this, whether there's shocks or -2. Yeah, why 1 or 2 target creatures. That is a... They reworded it because you have to have a target. This one, you didn't have to have a target. So you could do it for 0 targets and at least have cast an instant or adventure. This one, I guess they don't want you to be able to cast it without an actual target. I do love that they brought adventures back. That's kind of cool. And very thematic. For now, I'm going to go B-. I think it's actually a little bit more exciting than a base playable. Vow to Erebor. 2 mana. Untap target creature you control gets +2/+2 and done turn. If it's a dwarf, you may attach an equipment you show. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, I see you. That's fascinating. It's a small set, and I haven't seen that many equipment yet. It's just been the one that's pooped out by the uncommon here, and the short sword. But the short sword, I'm super happy to be able to equip at instant speed and eat something. If it's a dwarf. That's the relevance for a dwarf deck. Interesting. Statistically, I've not been impressed with like untap, give it +2/+2. It can change the tempo of a game, certainly. It's just not a huge boon usually. But that is very interesting to be able to equip at instant speed and eat something potentially. If one of the equipment gave flying, I think this would be broken, but not broken, but like a really good card. Right now, I'm just gonna give it a playable. It's a C+. It's what you get as far as a combat trick, apparently. All right, on to the blue. Huh. Okay. Hey, Panther. Doing all right. How are you? Ow, I'm hurting. So I'm all right, but I'm hurting. Ah, God, ow. Anyway, try to ignore that. Luckweaver, 1 mana, 1/1, can't be blocked. When it deals combat damage to player, loot. That's a hell of a drug. Okay, so at its base, we have something like the rat from Bloomborough, blue, and then bloom. So we have, where to go? Shoreline Looter. Now, the Shoreline Looter was so epically good because once you hit threshold, you just drew a card. You didn't actually loot it. But the effect is still good because you fix up your hand early, which is huge. And late game, you can still get in for some damage. And we've seen a bunch of like mass pump. This Thorin's Last Stand and the where to go? The rabbit, the Dwarven Provisioner. Like, that's really nice. So it has value early, late, and late game, which I really like. What about this burglars? Change control of 2 target non-land permanents that share a card type. Non-land permanent. So you can do creatures. Oh, that's sweet. Now, statistically, the 5 mana spell that does this, exchange the 2 that share a type, has been hit or miss, and it's always been uncommon, and it's always been like 5 mana. Because oftentimes, like, you just won't have something that you want to exchange, but control of. But sometimes it's just the game. So I want the last one that I remember really quickly at 5 mana was from Ether Drift. Sorry, Ether Revolt. No, Kaladesh. Probably Kaladesh. I want to say over Ether Revolt. But the fact that this has another body on it that's relevant is really sweet, because if you don't need to cast it for the adventure, then you're okay here. It was uncommon search, shrewd negotiation. It's various versions of something like this that you exchange control of something that shares a type with another thing. And it's usually 5 mana like this. It is usually sorcery speed, just like this is. But if you can have it early, right? Early or late, the 2-drop version of this, the 2-drop side of this, right, is the 1/1 is fine. But I also like that if you can get this burglar's plot to go, that's going to be crazy as well. So you take control of, usually it's going to be their best creature and your worst. But it is non-land permanent, so you can actually steal enchantments and artifacts as long as you have something that is of the same type. So if they played something powerful as an artifact and you're like, haha, enjoy like my dwarven short sword, right? Because I still get to keep the 2/2 and I get your really good artifact. But you can also, for example, one thing to remember always is that you can exchange control of this Celebrate the Mountain King in exchange for a good enchantment of theirs. Because you don't care who controls this. It's still on the battlefield doing its thing. So you're like, okay, you have an enchantment that's really good. We're going to exchange control of this. So it doesn't care. Once this is in play, you don't care who controls it. So that's pretty sweet. So I do like this Bilbo quite a bit. I'm right now, if you trade a Saga, no, it will not reset the chapters, but you'll be able to get the remaining chapters and effects. And it will also go to their graveyard when it dies. So important. I'm going to give this a B+ just because I really love it. I think it's really, really fun. I don't know that it's actually B+ level good. It might just be a B, but I really want it and try it out. So, all right, okay, sorry. We have 2 Bilbos in a row. We have the common and the uncommon. All right, so 3 mana, take a glance, sorcery, adventure, scry 2. Okay, you don't draw with that, but it is scry 2, which can fix your draws early. But it's a 3 mana draw card for 2/1? No, that's always good. That is always good. Okay, so that's really nice. Okay, so when it enters, draw a card, 3 mana, 2/1. So it's not quite as good as what we've had in the past, which are sort of smaller versions. In like Tarkir Dragonstorm, we had a smaller version of the organ grinder. But we had so it had some card selection in addition to just draw a card, but that's what you're doing with the scry. On the other thing, if you have nothing to play turn 1, that gets you some value. So we had the Sibsig Appraiser here, right? Look at the top 2 cards. One of them in your hand, the other graveyard. That was nice because it filled up your graveyard, and it also gave you card selection for that. And it was just really, really nice. So this is slightly worse than that on its right side, but the fact that you can also, take up a turn doing the scry 2 is decent. If we find any payoffs for casting instants and sorceries, that's going to go way, way up. But I think this is a good card. The fact that it's legendary is really annoying because one of the best things was chaining these into each other, or the Organ Hoarder. So it was really nice to get that kind of value. So the fact that it's legendary makes it a little bit less exciting, but still good. So I'm gonna give it a B. But again, like the more it probably will die pretty quickly, so you can maybe get a few more in your deck than you would normally, because normally 2 is the threshold for a legendary to be good. Otherwise, you're stuck sitting with them in hand and having to, because you don't want to sacrifice the one you have in play necessarily. But you know, if there's graveyard recursion and you can get back things and chain them that way, maybe this goes up. But yeah, okay. Confusticate and be bother. Okay. You could cast the second one, scry, definitely, and wait for the other one to die, and then, you know, do the stuffs. Absolutely. So 3 mana, choose one counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. Okay. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. All right. Is that where we're at now? Okay. So counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. Obviously, we've had, you know, mana leak for less than that, where we have 2 mana counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. So this, you're paying for the versatility of being able to instead draw 2 cards, then discard a card at 3 for this at instant speed. Seems perfectly relevant. I hate that this is in the format. I'm gonna have to play around it so many times, and I hate it. The fact that it's 3 rather than 2 does make playing it around it a little bit easier. Not much, but a little bit. So I don't know whether I prefer this being in the format. I think I do definitely prefer this being in the format to the teamwork spell from Marvel. I think the teamwork spell is way better. But I do like that this has versatility. If it's no longer relevant to pay 4, then you can just draw 2, discard a card. That seems fine. This is also, Confusticate and Be Bother is enabling the lovely 3/4 that we have here. As long as you draw 2 or more cards this turn, another target creature you control gains +3/+0 and gains first strike. Again, that's only at the beginning of combat on your turn, so you can't do this to surprise somebody. But yeah. Okay. Good to know. All right. Elven Rafts. What did I rate this? B-, I think, or C+. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, no, you can't do both. It's not 3 steps ahead anywhere near at home. It's like the worst version of, yeah, anyway. Elven Raft Steerer. That's stupid. That is very stupid. Okay, so this is looking a little bit like, so again, this is Retreat to Coral Helm. This was originally from Battle for Zendikar. Whenever land enters the battlefield in control, you can choose one. You can tap or untap target creature or scry one. It was very valuable in a set that dealt with lands and landfall a lot, and was often running, 18 lands per deck. Obviously the scry one was very relevant. Hey, certified! Obviously the scry one was very relevant in this as well. But now we've got this on a bot, like the first part of that on a body. Tap target creature an opponent controls or untap target creature you control. And if we have any way of putting a land onto the battlefield at instant speed, this is going to go crazy. I really need to see that. But sometimes just being able to get in by tapping a creature an opponent controls or untapping a creature you control to get an extra value off tapping. So far, I haven't seen any good tap abilities yet. They've all been static or stuffs. But right now we're just tapping blockers. Yeah, I haven't seen any good tap abilities where you would want to untap it and use it again yet. But right now you can remove blockers with this, so you can get in for a good advantageous attack. You can untap target creature you control by playing a land post combat to give Ursat's vigilance. You can, let's see. Again, if we can do it at instant speed, that's crazy. Because then they can't prepare for it. They have to leave up extra blockers for, again, because you can tap things down. I mean, it is that's why they made it two toughness. I think I suspect there's going to be like a -2/-2 or a shock in this, given what I'm seeing as far as power and toughness is. We also need to see in green whether you can play multiple lands per turn somehow, or have like put multiple, like have a rampant growth effect or anything like that. That's going to be fascinating. This is going to be really stupid in a landfall deck of any kind constructed, but in terms of like EDH and stuff. But let me think. What am I most excited to do if I have this card? Yeah, I just think this forces your opponent to think about so many things that could happen. I really like this card. I'm gonna give it a B+ for now, and hope that I'm right. It looks like it's gonna be good no matter what. So, all right, Elven King's Harper, 2 mana, 2/2. Target creature can't be blocked this turn for 5. Okay, all right, that's fine. It has an elf creature type. I'm not sure whether that's going to be relevant, but this statistically has done some work in certain formats where, obviously, where you can, you know, if you do combat damage to a player, you can draw a card, or just getting in for the final points of damage, which makes this relevant early as a 2/2, just as a 2/2 elf early, or as, you know, if we play for 7 mana and then we just get in for the final points of damage, that can be really good and, you know, stop a board stall. I do like this card. Similar things that we've seen, there's a worm, something, I forget, it might just be its creature type, not its name. So, oh no, it actually is that. So like target creature can't be blocked this turn from Strixhaven. This did have a body that was really nice because you could, you know, at least attack for 3 for 4 mana and do this, as opposed to, you know, 5 mana, quite a bit more. But this is an earlier drop. It is in theory a relevant creature type, and it is a 2/2. So not too bad. So I don't think this is bad. I think it's a perfectly playable card. I think I'm going to give it a C+. That's fun. All right, so we've got the usual sleep, but now we're sleeping with the fishes here. 2 and a blue. It's not New Capenna, though. When it enters tap enchanted creature, remove all counters from it, loses all abilities, and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So this is a little bit of a walk back from the Marvel version of this card and the card right before it, which from like Lorwyn, where they lose all abilities and they cannot become untapped. So was it Frost or Ice? I forget. Yeah. Oh god, there's so many. I'll find it by actually looking it up because I don't want to deal with this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna actually look it up because I don't want to deal with that shit. Okay, 2 and a blue. I remember cards by art and by what they do. I don't remember by name ever anymore. Basically. So it's a common. We want Marvel superheroes. Search with these things. Frozen and ice. There it is. So tap enchanted creature. It loses all abilities and cannot become untapped. That's a very different thing than does not untap during its untap step, because there are things that you can do to untap creatures, obviously. So this is tap enchanted creature, remove all counters from it, loses all abilities, doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, but this can actually be untapped via other means, and we've actually seen one of those means here. Untap target creature you control, it gets +2/+2 and then turn, so you will still actually be able to attack with this thing once if you have signed some way to untap it that time. The removing all counters means at least it's to be smaller when it attacks in theory. And this is sometimes just the best removal that blue gets, apart from tempo. And that's tempo's usually on 4 these days. But you know, so you might have to run this. The presence of this card, along with the uncommon white enchantment removal, does mean that this Thorin's Last Stand looks better and better, because it can destroy target enchantment. It also does mean that Flicker or Bounce is going to be very good, because you just want to be able, the creature's still on the board underneath this particular enchantment, so if you can bounce it or flicker it, then this will go away. But it is worth remembering this is not Frozen and Ice. If you found a spell that says untap target creature, Frozen and Ice would still keep that creature tapped. So yeah, let's just have Claude make a whole set of almost identical draft stables. That it can feel that way sometimes. They're doing their best to keep things a little bit different each time, but yeah. It does hurt when they walk back some of the value. So even though I don't like power creep, at least just don't, you know, if you're going to walk back some power, I still don't want it to be on the removal. Anyway, because usually your power creep, your spells are, the creatures are still power crept. So, but yeah, anyway, this is a fine card. You do have to keep in mind that sometimes they might have something that can untap and actually get in for one set of damage at that point. Gandalf, Wandering Wizard. They do release sets way too frequently. That is absolutely the case. But I'm not... The fact that the cards are very similar that you get isn't a result of them releasing sets way too frequently. It's indirectly a result of that. They release sets too frequently, which means they're not given the time that they could have to innovate, to create something new and different. So you get cards that look the same, and that do the same thing, and you're always expecting, okay, blue gets this, white gets this. So it is indirectly a result of them, you know, churning out sets because Hasbro's just pushing and pushing and pushing, because Magic is its only thing that's making money, and Magic is making it a lot of money. There were articles recently, like, you know, Magic the Gathering is Hasbro's cash cow, I think was like the title of the article, and so on and so forth. It was, you know, they just reported their second quarterly earnings, etc., and yeah, it's a mess. But I do think that if the design team had more time with these sets, they would definitely come up with some new things. I do think, though, that given the power creep, you're going to need to see, you know, removal at a certain point, and they have to keep the flavor. So you will see some things similar over time anyway, and that's just the way it's going to be. It will feel a lot more repetitive because of the speed of the releases as well, because you'll just be like, I just saw that card. So again, if they were slightly more, you know, drawn out, then it would be a little bit less like, I believe, a little less redundant, even though it is the same level of redundancy. All right. Gandalf, Wandering Wizard, 5 mana, 4/5, ward 3, 6 mana. Gandalf's owner shuffles him into their library and draws 3 cards. Okay. All right. Fine. Sure. I don't think this is that bad. We've had a 5 mana 4/5 ward 3 in the past. I think it was a giant. Rime Shield Frost Giant. So it was double blue, but it was a 4/5 ward 3. And it was very bad for the most part. Like you weren't super happy to run this in your deck. The ward 3 did matter. So that was nice. And the 4/5, like the 5 toughness did matter in Kaldheim. Wait, not Kaldheim. AFR, sorry. But yeah, so but the fact that you could then pay 6 to draw 3 cards and shuffle back in is pretty sweet. That also, this Gandalf is completely impervious to, like, essentially impervious to this River's Grasp. No, it's not, because it loses all abilities. Never mind, I lied. But if they go for removal on it, you can just, if you have the 6, you can just pay the 6 and draw 3 cards. It's pretty sweet. Or yeah, you can use it as a blocker, save some damage, and then do 6 to do that. But I just like that it has a relevant thing after being a 4/5. That makes me happy. I think it's a C+. I think it's a perfectly, you know, playable card. You're just not excited about it necessarily. So, you never owned any Kaldheim cards? Is it worth buying Kaldheim? Packs, you mean? I don't like buying packs, and I don't like advising people to buy packs. I recommend drafting when it comes around. Or crafting the cards that you want from Kaldheim. But yeah, so yeah, that's what I would rank that one. Lakeshore Apothecary, 2 mana, 1/2 vigilance. When you draw your second card each turn, that's where we are at this point. Okay, so we have so many of these, ever since, like, I think Brothers War at the very least. We had a bunch of things from, I think it was Brothers War. Yeah, I think it was Brothers War. So, and there were more. So this was a 3 and a blue, I think. So bro. This was a common. Search with these options. So Latinum Adept here, we had 4 mana 3/3. When you draw your second card each turn, put up a +1 counter on it. We went to, you know, there was another one between then and that. We also had Marvel Superheroes had the Merfolk. So we want blue. We've graduated here to 2 and a blue. We want MSH. So we've had a common. We have the Atlantean Cavalry here. Whenever you draw a second card each turn, put someone on it. This is 3/2 Vigilance for 3. And so we're going so 4, 3, and they get smaller each time. And then, well, only a little bit smaller. This one is still better than the other one. But then now we have Lakeshore Apothecary, a 2 mana 1/2 Vigilance. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put up a +1 counter on this creature. So it is a reward for doing your lovely draw 2 cards here, then discard a card. That's a way to do it on their turn to pump this lovely card. We also have up here, if you have obviously the Recruit and you draw a discard, that's going to trigger this on your turn. And this could get out of hand. Statistically, these cards, they can get quite powerful, but they are so vulnerable to removal. So it depends on the removal in the set, how good they are. The fact that, you know, removal has gotten better and better, and, you know, so on and so forth, is if you invest a lot of time into it and, you know, value, then it gets a little bit rough. I'm gonna give it a C+. It's playable, but I'm not excited about it. The Vigilance is nice. They kept the Vigilance from the Cavalry here. But it's a 1/2 for 2 mana with Vigilance. So you have to, in order to make it into something that's even remotely relevant, you have to do it all. You have to trigger it once. Because these days having a 2 mana 2/3 common is not actually that unlikely. It's so sad. But it's not actually that unlikely. So this is a little bit rough. I do like the art a lot, but it looks a little bit, this style of art, I'm always a little bit scared of, just because, you know, AI was taught to copy that style quite frequently, but it looks okay. I mean, the fingers look good, so you can't judge on fingers anymore. But yeah, I'm just always a little bit wary of that style of art, just because that was a popular style of art, and then they trained AI on it, and then you see it all everywhere. But I'm pretty sure this isn't AI. Lake Town Mariners. Okay. 6 mana 6/5 Vigilance Ward 2. Okay. Gone Fishing. Exile 2 target creatures and/or lands you control, then return them to the battlefield under their owner's control for 4 mana instant speed. Okay. That artwork is glorious. I love the way the sort of rainbow trout are done here. I think those are rainbow trout. I have no idea. I feel like they are. I haven't seen a rainbow trout in person ever, but I feel like the way that those are drawn. I'm gonna go look it up for a second. Hold on. Maybe not. I mean, it feels like they have the line of, yeah, hold on. Yeah, but they have a blue line too. Maybe it's, meh. Anyway. I don't know why I care. I care, apparently. But so exile 2 target creatures and or lands you control, then return them battlefield under your control. We've seen this in Ghostly Flicker. Is it Ghostly Flicker? So yeah. So this one's artifacts, creatures, and or lands, and then return at 3 mana for instant speed. Because this is on a body, on an adventure, we do expect it to be more expensive. This is creatures and lands. It doesn't count artifacts. It might have been too strong if they could count artifacts, because we've already seen that artifact that poops out a token when it comes into play, the dwarven thing, short sword. The 4 mana, what this can do, obviously, is you can block and then do the exile, return them, so that you don't take any damage unless, you know, opposing creatures have trample. and you can get the ETB effects again, which is really sweet. You can also save something from dying to a removal, and then get some other value. You can what else can you do? Again, this is actually a really good one to get things out from under the Enchanted River's grasp. That's definitely something that you could do. So I do like this card. I haven't seen too many things with ETBs that are super amazing in the commons, but you know, the presence of this card does make the really bad 5 toughness thing a little bit better, because you can recruit again. This thing a little bit better. Ugh, still don't like it. But yeah, so I do like this card. I'm less impressed with the 6/5 Vigilance Ward 2 for 6, but I do like the fact that that's a lot of value on a card. So I'm gonna give this one a B. It could graduate to a B+. Long Lake Nuisance. 4 mana 3/1 flyer when it enters recruit. Okay. So one of the things that we're really used to at this point is things like Preening Champion being really good in a set. Anything that produces a flying body plus a body on the ground, but we're used to it at 3. So we've got Preening Champion from March of the Machines, but then we also have the most recent like Shield Deployment Drone or whatever it is. Oh, I messed up with that search. That was never gonna, there was so many things. It's an E. It's an E. I meant to type an E. There we go. Okay, so Shield Deployment Drone here, right? 2/2 flyer, creates a 1/1, right? Soldier creature token. Again, this was also an artifact which was relevant in the set. We're used to that. And I don't know how good a 3/1. I mean, the 3/1, the 3 power flyer. You almost always want your flyers to be more power than toughness, just because they have the evasion. They don't really care about the block. You're hoping that they don't have, you know, a blocker that's relevant for it. So you're actually more happy with a 3/1 than a 2/3 a lot of the time for a flyer, just because you just want to get in and do as much damage as possible with your creature with evasion. That said, a 4 mana 3/1 flyer and then recruit, like recruiting's really nice, but the 4 mana, I don't know how that's going to impact it in this format. Obviously I would actually prefer this card. Coming down a turn earlier, creating 2 bodies, 1 flying and 1 on the ground is so nice. Especially in the go wide decks. It's just so nice to have that go faster. The fact that it has recruit though does enable a bunch of the things that we've seen, the draw 2 or do some things. Can you use a timely malfunction to change the target of Caesar Legion Emperor's last ability? I'd have to go look up Caesar. Hold on. Whenever you attack, you may sacrifice 3. When you do, choose 2. This is an ability. It's a triggered ability. It deals damage equal to the number of target creature tokens you control to target opponent. That's the red card from Duskmourn, yeah. Change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. Yeah, they only have 1 target on this. That's an ability. None of the other things say target. So that's not 2 targets for it, like multiple abilities going off. You could change the target, yes. But unfortunately, so you could change it to a different opponent. If they only have 1 opponent, if you're going 1-on-1, you're the only opponent, so it won't work. So if you're in an EDH game, you can change it to another of their opponents. I believe you can't change this to if they don't have another target opponent. I'm pretty sure. I'm not certain, but yeah. Anyway, I I believe you, yeah, you can certainly laser beam someone else. I'm not sure you can target them. I don't think you can. I think the target opponent, but like chat can correct us. I'm pretty sure because it says target opponent, you need to have another target opponent that's legal. And I don't think they're legal in that case. Because they still control this, and that's not the opponent. I'm not certain though. Double check. All right, so I'm gonna give this tentatively a. I feel like I'm probably gonna be undervaluing this. I'm gonna give it a B minus. I think it's good. I don't know that it deserves a B yet. Usually, like these are like things like the shield and the preening are like, you know, these are usually B plus cards to some degree. At least preening champion was. But yeah, we'll see. Hey, Go Get Watch, how you doing? Master's Counselors, 2 mana, 1/3 vigilance, gets +2/+0 for each graveyard with 7 or more. Each graveyard with 7 or more cards. Okay. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target player mills through. Oh, that could go. Oh, interesting. Fascinating. Okay, let's think. Hey, Floof. Cumies. Oh, God. Cat. I must ask you a question. Okay. I'm so punchy. All right. This card looks interesting to me. It is uncommon. And the problem is that it's a decent. So here's the thing. So we've seen crabs. Right? Hadron Crab. This is whenever land you control enters target player mills 3 cards. It was originally printed in Zendikar. And that can be pretty crazy pretty quickly, especially if you multiple of them. We also had Duskmourn had another crab, Grabbling Skull Crab. Whenever an enchantment, target player mills 2 cards. Now 2 cards is a big difference from 3. 3 goes a lot faster. You'd be surprised how fast it goes. But we had multiple of these, and it was still kind of a meme, even though it was an enchantment heavy deck and that. But 2 cards was a huge difference from 3. The Ashiok Dreamrender, top 4 cards. This could actually mill people out very quickly if it wasn't taken care of. 4 cards per turn, did -1. It was so sweet. The thing about any of these, they're still a meme. You kind of have to get the cards in the sequence you need them. You need to get the crabs early. The things you say in Magic. You need to get the crabs early, and then you need to get the things that make them work. So if you don't see the crabs early, you're not doing any work. And your deck is going to lose if that's your whole plan. So you need to get a lot of them so you can make sure you have them, but you also need a lot of the things that make them work. This being uncommon, right? So the deck that ran this crab, like, it wants all the skull crabs. Any skull crabs that is open, it's going to take, right? If that's what the deck's plan is, right? So, Haldir, stop rolling the baseball around. Do I have to take it away from you? But the thing was that these crabs, the only the person who wanted to do this deck, like, was actually going to take these crabs. These crabs weren't good otherwise, right? Necessarily. There wasn't enough support for what was going on there, so you needed these. But only the person who was milling was going to take these cards, for whom milling was the entire plan. This, you don't have to have milling as your entire plan. This is just a fine card. Because you can either mill yourself if you have recursion, or you can mill them, and this is just a decent card to attack with at that point. So I think the problem is that if your whole plan is the mill as such, you're not going to get multiple of these necessarily as frequently as you would get multiple of the skull crabs. So I do think this is a fine card. And I think that more often than not, it's just going to be a decent value card as opposed to an actual win con mill condition. That's my conclusion on this one. So I do think it's a fine card. I think it's a B slash. I think it's a B. I think it could be a B minus. I think it depends. And in the right deck that is drawing second cards all the time, has a lot of draw effects and or recruit effects. I think it's going to be, a big problem. And you could actually get the mill to work. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going to put this for now. It's a cool card. I really think that's cool. All right, we've got a 2/4/3 mana elf druid. 2/4 for 3 is not a bad ROI and limited. It's fine for a common. Whenever a land you control enters, you may have this creature's base power and toughness become 4/2 until end of turn. Okay, so on occasion you're going to be getting in with a 4/2 on landfall. But that's only if they have no blockers that matter for that. And it's not going to be instant speed unless we see instant speed landfall. Interesting. I wonder if they're going to have something like something like this. An instant speed Harrow, essentially. Although they come into play tapped. If they have something like that, some of these are going to be crazy cards. Not this one necessarily, but the tap one, geez. I don't really like this card very much. It does have a relevant creature type. I'm going to give it a C+, or C. I don't even want to give it a C+. I'm going to give it a C. Yeah, C. I think it's playable, but you're really unhappy about it. Oh, the exile 2 creatures and or lands and then return them. You're right. That is actually a really good point. Thank you. Yeah. So 2 creatures and or lands and return them onto the battlefield under your control. So for 4 mana, I mean, you're not adding mana to the battlefield here. You're just flickering lands. But flickering lands, you're right, that does matter. So now we have at least one card that can trigger this at instant speed and or trigger this at instant speed. I'm less excited about this. Some of 4/2 is me. But yeah, I mean, they might leave it unblocked because they think they're just taking 2 and suddenly take 4. That's definitely something to consider. Really good point. Yeah, that's yeah. I liked this card. Maybe that puts it up to, I think I already said B+ for that one. No, I might have said B. I think I'm gonna put it at B+ at this point. Even if I didn't before. You just gotta buy? Oh no! Looking like Bilbo Baggins for the next hour. I'm sorry, non-refundable. It sucks to get a buy at a pre-release. It really does, because all you want to do is play those cards. I am so sorry. All right, old fat spider can't see me. That is Bilbo's taunt to the spiders. Spooders in Mirkwood Forest. Target creature you control gains hexproof for as long as the saga remains on the back. Jesus! Okay, prevent all damage to be dealt by up to 1 target creature for as long as... Jeez! Then draw a card! I like this card! I mean, 3 mana give hexproof, not great, but that's a lot of value. As long as the game goes long, this is good in a controlling deck. It is not good in an aggro deck at all. So you have to take into account what your deck wants to do. If your deck is a controlling deck, I think this is probably a B+. If your deck is not controlling, I think it goes down to like a B-. But that is pretty sweet. Nice. Okay. This is one of the things that also is going to up the value of the enchantment removal card in the double white here, the Thorin's Last Stand. Yeah, that is a cool card. I mean, also if you're gonna like boggle something up, like if you're gonna like Tron something up, Voltron, I mean, then maybe as well. That's a pretty cool card. All right, Plunder the Trollshaws. 2 mana. This is where we find Glamdring and Orcrist. Draw a card. If the spell is cast from graveyard, draw 2 cards instead. Okay, excellent. Not only does this trigger your draw a second card on your turn, but you can flash it back and trigger on their turn at some point as well. And again, it's also something good to discard to your recruit, whatever it's called. The white effect. I know what it's called. I swear. Thingy. Help. I've already forgotten the recruit. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I've already forgotten the mechanics. Cool. The names for them. Okay, but yeah, I like this card. Again, also, if we have any synergy for instants and sorceries at any point in this, like the red or the blue, we're gonna up the value of this card as well. I'm going to give it currently a B-, but that could definitely go up. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, that's essentially a reprint. We had that in... it was a 2/2 to start with, I think, for 4. Cloud something, I think. I should just look it up. Yeah, I'll just look it up. Next 60. Lols. Addercop, yeah. I looked up what Addercop meant. Cop is obviously is head, and adder is poison. It's really fascinating. It must be a British thing, because I don't think I've ever seen it in like American lit, historical American lit. So but yeah. Okay, so I want blue. I want 3 and a blue. Why don't I remember? I can see the art for the card. I can't actually remember what it does. Oh, I think it's Tarkir Dragonstorm. Yeah. Okay. So yes, and it was uncommon. Search with these options. Yeah, there it is. Aegis Sculpture. It had Ward 2. It was a 2/3. Oh wait, that's not oh god, that's not the one. It's not the one. This is the exile 2 cards and put a +1/+1 from the graveyard. There's definitely a different one. So you would draw a card, and then it gets bigger, but it was a card set. Oh man, okay. All right, hold on. It wasn't Turkey. It was uncommon, blow 3. It was a recent set though. Foundations. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Recent as far as I'm concerned. God, when was Foundations? I'm an ambassador for this set. Damn. Yeah, Sky Mage. There it is. Freaking hell. Okay, so this is a 1/1. So actually, we are getting another toughness whenever you, because it wasn't as good as it needed to be. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1 on its creature. And again, there was so much removal in the set that this was pretty bad card. A 4-mana 1/1 is just not a good ROI, even if it could draw and, you know, could get quite large because there was some good draw in that, even at instant speed. I don't know about this one for the same reasons. I haven't seen enough removal that it seems bad at this point. Again, if there's a shock in this format or a -2/-2, we're gonna get really upset with this card. I'm currently gonna give it a B- just because there are a lot of drought effects that I've seen. There isn't anything that I've seen so far that was like the little burb Strix. I think it was a Strix. Yeah. Not Harrier. Strix Lookout. So this one would always draw a card and the discard a card. It was a really good way for enabling the draw a second card per turn, which is why Foundations worked out really, really well. Here, I haven't seen anything on a stick that draws a card, other than things that recruit and when they die, or recruit when they come into play. But those aren't recurring instances of draw a card. Every time you're going to need to use a card to draw a card to some degree here. So It feels a little bit worse so far, this one in this, than it did than this one, the other one did in Foundations. So, but this set also did have like draw a million cards in multiple forms. So I don't know. I'm gonna start off by giving it a B. I hope I'm right. We'll see. We'll reevaluate as we go. Sound the trumpets. Oh boy. Okay, so it's cancel, but if the spell's mana value is 2 or less, recruit, which gives you a little bit of value back from the fact that you might be, using a whole card and 3 mana to deal with a 2 drop, right? Or less, which means that there's not such a value discrepancy. So this we had in Foundations as well. We actually had a similar thing. It was 1 blue. It was at common. Refute. Counter target spell, draw a card, then discard a card. Same thing at its heart, but this one is uncommon because you get an additional bit of value with the actual recruiting, meaning that if the thing you're countering is 2 or less, you can, the card that you discard, if it's an actual card, you might get the 1/1. I do like that this is uncommon just because I don't like counter spells in general, being in my set, but whatever. I just like to be able to do my shit. But that's what blue does anyway. This is an okay card. I wish that it just gave us I wish they would just print, I mean, they can just print better cancel at this point. I mean, this is just better cancel here. But yeah, so this is a fine card. I'm gonna give it a B-. I think counter spells always in limited are good if you are at parity or ahead. They're very bad if you're behind. So oftentimes that means that I'm gonna take them much lower than anything else. These days though, there's so many bombs that oftentimes having a counter spell is one of the things that you just have to have. Again, it's expensive for a counter spell these days because honestly, like the quench type things / pay 4 can be better sometimes. But what are you gonna do? So again, you're gonna run it in similar thing because again, you don't get the recruit if the spell isn't 2 or less. So again, this is just, in my opinion, is still a better card. But you get this added recruit value if it was 2 or less to make up for some of that tempo loss and value loss. So yeah, I mean, sometimes you're just gonna have it again in case they have bombs. Thranduil's Decree, 6 mana, counter target spell. If a permanent spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. You may cast that card without paying its... Oh, Jesus Christ. This card is going to be so freaking annoying. If your opponent passes with 6 mana up in double blue, consider this card every time that this might be what they have. If you are ahead, do not play a spell necessarily, unless you have really good cause to think that they don't have this card, or that you're far enough ahead that you can deal with it anyway, that they spent 6 mana to like stop your 3/3, right? Yeah, because it's only a permanent. So it's got to be artifact, enchantment, creature. So at this point that we've seen, so yeah, so this is sort of a play on desertion. That's desert. Wrong. Freaking too many. I need to type slower. Um, so counter target spell, if an artifact or creature spell is countered this way, put that card onto the battlefield instead of into. So that's so good because you don't have to cast it for at the uh next turn, right, when you can actually, when the timing restrictions are working. So you just have it there. Obviously this is a rare for a reason. But this one is permanent. So you can do enchantments, artifacts, creatures. But if they're going to just be casting a removal spell and you paid 6 mana to counter it, sometimes you're really going to be behind. And again, counter spells in general, if you're not ahead or at parity, pretty bad. This one is trying to give you extra value, but oof. But then on your turn, you can do this and then cast their best, cast that crazy creature that they were doing, but they kind of have to have a bomb for this to be really worth it. I know I'm gonna get got this by this so many times. I'm just gonna lose, but I'm gonna give it a. I'm gonna give it a C plus. I think you could actually run it. I definitely don't think I would ever run 2, and I definitely think that it might just be unplayable. But I'm gonna give it a shot for now. And see how it goes, but you definitely have to remember that it exists. And yeah, there are gonna be so many games I don't want it. Like, maybe it's just no. We'll see. No, and we'll see the second one coming. Yeah. All right, Uneasy Partings. 4 mana, cost. Oh god. Okay. One less to cast if it targets an attacking non-token creature. Target creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library. So we often discuss this. This is always what we were mentioning this every time. So Griptide, right? Put target creature on top of its owner's library. This was one of the first instances of this, printed in Dark Ascension first. It's kind of what Blue gets these days. You put it on the top of their library. They changed it from top of the library to top or bottom. I don't really like that because I don't like opponent getting to choose, because often you could blank their draw this way. It was really kind of good. Maybe that was too strong somehow, but over the years, power creep is period. So it's like, I really do like the fact that the one from Marvel Superheroes allows you to put it second from the top or at the bottom. That's really key, because then it gives you at least a little time before it comes back, and you can use that for, if it was a bomb, at least you have some time to try and find actual removal for it, or a counter spell. And if it was a bad card, at least, you're getting some a worse card that they're going to put on the bottom. At least you're getting, to do that. I don't understand why they gave the opponent the choice. That is annoying to me. But the Marvel Superheroes one is the one that allowed your creature to connive as well, which was really sweet. Now this one, right? It has a slight discount if it targets an attacking creature. It has to be a non-token though, so that's really irritating. So you can't get rid of a token for 1 less. You can still get rid of a token for 4, but not for 1 less. I don't know why they needed to do that, but the way it goes. Okay. So yeah, I mean, could be a 3 mana top or bottom of their library. Sure. Again, so many things have ETBs that, these have gotten worse over time. Any bounce or put on top of library has gotten worse, but still we have this. Again, it's what you're going to need to run sometimes. So it's going to be a B, can be a B minus depending on the deck, and how much other removal access you have, the color pairing that you're running. So if you have like black or access to black or white, you're usually going to run way fewer of these than you would be otherwise. Like, so if you're running green though, you're going to be running more punches. You're going to be prioritizing those, but you'll probably run more of these in that case, because the tempo is pretty good if you're attacking with big creatures. So anyway, Bilbo's Deadly Slice. All right, we got a murder. Destroy target creature. Destroy target creature. Instant speed, 3 mana. Destroy target creature. Instant speed, 3 mana. We have just reshelled this. The funny thing though is he was invisible at this time. Um, I'm pretty sure. So this is not thematic because we can see him, but yeah. I think he was wearing the ring at this point. Anyway. Murder is always a good card. It gets worse in sets where everything has an ETB and gets value. So it was, I think, at its worst in Duskmourn. So far, just because everything had an ETB and you would destroy a creature and it would leave something behind, like a manifest or something like that. So it's just a little bit too slow to 1-for-1 removal. Even a good one like this, you'd still run it. You're still, running it, but it was just not as good as it would be otherwise. So here again, you're gonna. I mean, this is a B+ card. It's just good removal, and you're probably gonna run it no matter what. We'll have to see how it goes. Again, it's a commitment to black because it's double black. Murder always has been. But you're still. I mean, it's a fine card as long as you're at all, decently in black. If you're just really literally splashing black, then no. Crude Bent Blade. Cornered by Black Mage is nothing like Murder, though. Completely different effect. Crude Bent Blade. When this opponent enters, target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. So Lost Caverns. So Tithing Blade is another artifact that has essentially the same idea, right? When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature. This is target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Why are they saying of their choice? That's what sacrifices in creature means. What is happening? If you add that, then you confuse new players when they read this. If they read this, they're going to assume that the opponent doesn't get to choose, and this one does. What? Why would they do this? Target opponent sacrifices creature has always been of their choice. Why would they add this when so many other things, like since freaking Diabolic Edict? Like this is like Tempest, like all the things since Tempest. Like it's of course of their choice. No, I already said that the difference was each opponent on between the two cards. What I'm talking about now is the fact that they added of their choice to target opponent sacrifices a creature. Which has never been like that before. Target opponent sacrifices a creature or target player sacrifices a creature has always been of their choice. Why are they adding of their choice? No, Bilbo fought with multiple spiders. Remember to free the dwarves. After he freed the dwarves from their web, he fought with multiple spiders, and they were what's it? Why are they adding of their choice now? Each opponent sacrifices a creature, or target opponent sacrifices a creature. It doesn't matter. It should all just be sacrifices a creature. I'm so weird. This is weird. I'm just weirded out by the changes they're making here. Because it feels like if opponents, like if a new player sees this card and then sees this card, they're going to assume that the player doesn't get to choose with this card, but they do with this. That's weird. And it looks like it is in corner by black mages. I don't know why they're doing that now. Anytime it says sacrifice a creature, it's always of their choice. It's weird that they're doing that on some cards and not others. Ugh. Okay, anyway, moving along. So 3 mana, equipped creature gets so this is very similar to me in feeling to the Tithing Blade here. The Tithing Blade is an artifact that comes into play. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. So again, here's each opponent sacrifice is like what? It is very strange that they're not keeping this consistent across cards and sets. But you get an artifact that does the sacrifice, and then you get something else to happen later. This one was crafted with creature and transformed into an artifact that started draining them. And then they had... Maybe they're preparing to introduce target opponent sacrifice a creature. That's a good guess. Maybe. And here, what it does is for 3 mana instead of 2, you also get an artifact / equipment that is an equipment that does +2/+1 for equip too. So it's a similar sort of concept to this card in terms of like you get the initial sacrifice effect and then you get some value later. This is going to be really bad a lot of the time in this set because we have so much of the recruit. Like really bad. Because they're just going to sacrifice a token and be like, haha, yay. So, the fact that it's at least an artifact that starts to enable your story, and then, you know, +2/+1 for equip 2 is not the worst. I think fine. I think it's still playable. I think it's worse in this set than it would be in a lot of others because we have so much recruit. So, it's going to be best against, I mean, one assumes that it's going to be best against red-green because red-green will probably not have as many tokens generated, but I mean, at least green, but we'll see. All right, Mosman, thanks for checking that out. Yeah. It looks like the flavor text does refer to the one where he is, yeah. So he should be wearing the ring, but yeah. So when this equipment enters target opponent's target, yeah. So I think I'm going to give this. There are times when it's gonna be good, but there's times when it's gonna be awful. It's never gonna be completely useless though because it is an equipment that gives +2/+1, and at least you can do something with it. I think I'm gonna give it a C+ for now. It could go up if the recruiting isn't as often as I think it might be. And if, you know, again, if there's a lot of colors that don't produce a lot of tokens or double bodies or stuff. All right. Desolation Prowler. 2 mana, 2/2, pay 2 life, it gets +2/+2, activate only once each. What? I've seen this card before. It's green and black. And it actually is just black and green. It's an uncommon. Huh. Maybe it was 3 mana? Yeah, Putrid Leech. That's the one. Maybe it was common. It was common, right? It was common. I think. Must have been. Yes, there it is. That's not the I remember this art. Yeah. So yeah, Alara Reborn. So it's a zombie leech. Pay 2 life, gets plus 2 play, so literally only once each turn. So yeah, it's the same thing, but it's a wolf and it's uncommon. 1 and a black, 2/2 can be pay 2 life, gets plus 2 an attack. Once each turn, so you can do it on your opponent's turn too. Which was the same thing with this. This can go in more decks because it doesn't have the green, obviously. Hence the more uncommon. I wonder also if you get any value for paying life in this. Or have yeah, so if you can get value by paying life, or if you have something like a shadow in this, it's a good way to enable this to come down sooner as a bigger thing. I don't think I've seen anything so far, but we might. That would work. But it's also just a hard thing to block. And a 4/4 is decent stats based on what we've seen so far. Huh. I don't know if wolf is a relevant creature type, but we'll see. I think I like this as a B so far. It seems decent in this set based on the power toughness stats that I've seen so far. It does make the 2/5s look pretty good. Better than they would. So we'll see. I'm gonna take a look at this. Okay, so for anybody who has not, so I don't know how many of you are as old as I am. I'm very old. But one of the coolest things that you can sing it. Yeah, no, I will not do that to you. One of the coolest things that you can do is go look up the Rankin Bass version, the animated version of The Hobbit from like the 80s. It is wonderful. It is so good. It's so much fun. It's a kid's movie, but it's so good, and the songs are great. Glenn Yarbo did an amazing job with the soundtrack. And first watch the movie, then like listen to the soundtrack. It is so much fun. Yeah, exactly. It is so good. It was literally like my child. It's so good. You know, it covers a lot of material very quickly. Unfortunately, it has to, so it leaves a lot out. It changes a few things as far as, you know, the depictions of the characters, etc. It has to. That is just something that has to happen because Hobbit is a long book to fit into a movie. It shouldn't. Hobbit is a long book to fit into one movie, but it should never have been a trilogy. We'll put it that way. But yeah, really, really, a wonderful movie. And if you've got kids, don't show it to really, really, really young kids because they can be a little bit scary. But like, yeah, it was such a good film, and it has, in my opinion, it does the songs better than the movies did. The Peter Jackson movies did. The songs are just better. I know everybody really likes the Find a Long Forgotten Gold. What was it called though? What was the name of the song? I forget. Anyway, but I think the movie just did it better. All the songs were done better. Down to Goblin Town is so good. It is a product of its time, but it's so perfect. Anyway, so 3 mana, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Amass Goblins 1. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1. I don't like this one. I love the artwork. I think the artwork is hilarious and wonderful. I don't like this card though very much. So here's the thing. In a bomb heavy slow set, this is going to be very good. Because if it's slow, they won't have gotten their bombs yet necessarily, and you can take it out of their hand. And then you get, okay, you get a 1/1, cool. Target opponent loses 1 life, you can gain 1 life. This amass goblins, by the way, makes this thing even worse still. It's yet another way to poop out a token that doesn't really matter. The like lose 2, gain 2 over 2 turns is meh. The reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it. The player discard that card. Again, a 3-mana effect that does not impact the board is not great. Because it's just non-land, that's nice. It doesn't have the restrictions of cards like duress, right? Or opposition. What the? Am I thinking? Not opposition. The hell. Anyway, it takes a creature out of their hand. It's 1 mana black. I am planning on going to MagicCon Atlanta. We'll see whether the surgery allows for that. Whether I'm still alive and or recovered enough. No, it's actually, I mean, Inquisition, it starts, so it's actually older than that. It's older. It's a black card. It's 1 mana. And it does take a creature out of their hand. I can't search with just these though. Let's say, Ostracize. That's what it is. So this is Ostracize. This is from Urza's Legacy here. Look at target opponent's hand and choose a creature card there. That player discards a card. For those of you who really want to go back in time, that's what we're doing here. Exactly, Fezman, thank you! If you didn't like it, I apologize to anybody who wasted their time like watching the movie or like listening to the songs, but it is so good. The animated movie is so good. Yeah. Oh, go Gatewatch. Sorry. For those of you who do not know, I have thyroid cancer. I just figured out. Like I said, as far as cancer goes, thyroid cancer is one of the ones to have. It's operable, basically. It should be curable with an operation. They take out your thyroid or part of it, and if the lymph nodes were affected, they take out the lymph nodes. But you know, obviously you'd prefer a melanoma, like just pluck that out and go. But like, as far as like major cancers to have, like bigger cancers to have, thyroid is the one to have because it's very treatable with a surgery in theory. There are risks. Yeah, fuck cancer. I'm really glad that it's not some other cancer. There's so many worse ones. But I would prefer not to be, you know, there are always risks with surgery. And unfortunately this one, you know, if I don't die, which, you know, let's hope that's the first primary hope, I hope. And then, but there is a risk when they take out the thyroid that I could lose my voice. And I teach and I stream and I would be devastated. Surgery did cure it for her. Yeah, I've seen like several people have weighed in, and then it does seem to be, you know, perfect. And there are chances it can come back, but again, operations, and they monitor it pretty closely for the next 5 years at least. So, but it has a really good survival rate and so on and so forth. I just, you know, it's always in the back of your mind that something could go wrong. But I'm hoping, you know, to get the surgery pretty soon. I have a conversation with a surgeon on Monday. But yeah, so it should be fine. I should be able to make MagicCon Atlanta, depending on when the surgery is and when I recover. But that's in November. I think I have plenty of time. But yeah, thank you, Maddie. Appreciate it. Thanks, Satif. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I didn't want to like make this about that. Sorry. But that's part of like, that is, I apologize. That's part of why I haven't been streaming as frequently as I would love to. Again, I've just been seeing doctors all the time and for various things, and like the exhaustion that was going with it. I'm not sure it's causing the exhaustion. In part, I'm hoping that it's causing the exhaustion because we can't find any other cause. So I'm hoping that I'll be better afterwards. But We'll see. But yeah, so moving back to sword height. So ostracize and duress, right? Duress takes non-creature. This ostracize takes creature. And we've had various versions of these. We have Thoughtseize, which takes anything. We do things like this. And so, but generally, and we've had things like Humiliate, for example, that not only take a card out of opponent's hand, but also do something as well. And we have Agonizing Demise. No, not Demise. Agonizing something. No, remorse. Remorse, yeah. Remorse, Agonizing Remorse is really good in that you exile the card. So they don't get value out of it going to their graveyard. In sets with a lot of graveyard recursion or flashback, that's actually really important. And we have seen flashback in this set. So just having them discard a card is actually less relevant than, you know, you would think sometimes, because they could, obviously you're choosing it, so that's better. You're still choosing it, so that's nice. So not just randomly discarding, which is very, very good. So that makes this better than it would normally be in a set that cares about the graveyard. But the problem with any effect like this, any effect, Humiliate, Agonizing Remorse, Duress, Ostracize, they don't impact the board. You have spent a card, you're down a card, they're down a card, but that card was from their hand and wasn't, like, this is not impacting the board. So you have to be careful about how valuable that's going to be to you. You do get additional information. You get perfect information about their hand at that time. So that is important. That's an added benefit that makes cards like Pilfer. I'm just running through a bunch of different versions of these things. That makes them more valuable than they look at first glance, but they still don't impact the board. And that is important to remember. And so for this at 3 mana to not impact the board feels a little rough. So the good things about it are you're going to get additional value afterwards over the next 3 turns, potentially. It's not going to be a ton, but it is still relevant. It is a saga, so that helps you get the story going, right? That's one of the things that is the 3 things for the story. And at least it's non-land card. It doesn't specify creature or instant sorcery or blah, right? So, or non-creature, right? So those are the good things about it. For me right now, I know I'm going to be irritated by it in the future, but I'm going to give it a B-/C+. I feel like it's not as good as I'd like it to be, but maybe I'm undervaluing it currently. I'm definitely sad to rate something with that great an artwork at this low, but there you are. All right, Dreaded Bat Cloud. I'm sorry. Dreaded Bat Cloud. And Bat Cloud is hyphenated. That's great. Sorry. That is awesome. So, yeah, sorry if any, by the way, if you're wondering why my neck is like super swollen, that's what is going on. They did the biopsy and it really hurt and swelled things up. And so yeah, we also have a swollen neck here. Any pre-releases played yet? No, sorry. I have not had any time. And this is my first time seeing the set. So here we go. So here we've got Bone Picker, sort of as a concept. So this is Bone Picker, 4 mana, 3/2, costs 3 less to cast if a creature died this turn. This was originally from Amonkhet. It was a powerful card in that. What this one is a 4/2, but it's for 5. There's a huge difference between like a 1 mana 3/2 flying Death Touch early when you're trading off little things and but this is still good. Like, it's just, I think I prefer Bone Picker. But you can see the similarities. That's the same sort of card. We had a very similar card earlier. I don't think Bat is a relevant creature type. Bone Picker wasn't a relevant creature type in that set either, as far as I remember. And I'm less concerned about Death Touch on a 4/2 than I am on Death Touch on a 3/2. This could at least in Amonkhet you were looking to block things like the 7/7 that could attack through, and so a 3/2 flying death touch. At least sometimes you were just going to be throwing this in and chumping because it had death touch. With this though, like it'll be relevant when Batman set comes. Yeah, well, but yeah, I mean, the extra power on a death toucher really doesn't matter that much. Yes, it has flying, so evasion, the extra power on an evasive creature does matter, but and if you're trading off early and can cast it for 2, I think I'm still gonna value this pretty highly. I think I'm still gonna go for a B/B+. I think it could actually be a B+. I just have to see how the set plays. If people are going to be heavily trading off their little Lake Town lookouts, then this card is going to be a house, I think. But the fact that it has 2 tough, I'm still scared of I haven't seen a weakness type, like a -2/-2, or a shock yet. Obviously, we haven't seen the rest of the black or the red. But if there is, again, this gets worse. But it's still good. So, okay. Front porch sentries. I do love this one's expression. And this one's adorable. 2 mana 2/2. When it dies, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Okay, so for 1 more mana, you're getting 1 more power. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So this is a festering goblin. So when it dies, target creature gets -1/-1 in turn. 1 mana 1/1, and it had a relevant creature type in the fact that it was a zombie. This one's a goblin. Maybe we have some goblin synergies. It's just a bear with an upside of -1/-1 until end of turn, which is relevant here just because we have so many tokens. The presence of this card really makes me worried about this card. The power level of this card here. I really don't like that if they have any like sacrifice synergies, right? They can just shoot this out of the sky with the 1 toughness here. That's a little bit scary. That said, I'm still rating this a C+. It's a perfectly playable card. You're not, super excited to run it, but that artwork is so great. Okay. Gathering of Darkness. 4 mana Raise Dead and amass Goblins 3. Okay. So Raise Dead plus Goblins 3. So it's a Gravedigger, but it's a 3/3 Gravedigger on a sorcery spell. I like it. I think this is very good. Are you an army? No, you're not. Okay. Just double checking. Oh, that's fascinating. One of the things that's actually interesting about this, just randomly, is that it isn't a permanent, so this doesn't touch it, except to counter it. That's it. You don't get to recast, which is kind of cool. So this is something that, you can at least draw the counter spell out of the hand without losing anything to it. If they're holding up 6 mana. Whereas if you played a Gravedigger, that wouldn't work. Yeah, I like a 3 mana so a 4 mana 3/3 Gravedigger. That's pretty sweet. You can also play it without having a creature card in your graveyard because it's up to 1 target. I like this card. I'm gonna give this a B+. I think this is very good. Yeah, okay. That seems cool. Bolg of the North is coming. All right, Gnashing of Teeth. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, it's sorcery speed. That's why. Okay, all right. All right, I was like, what the hell? Okay, so this is Ob Nixilis's Cruelty. So target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Now, one of the reasons this was so amazing was it was an instant speed. It was also 3 mana without an extra black commitment. So that is notable. This is sorcery because in an extra black, because you have the versatility of choosing between these two. Target creature gets -5/-5 until end of turn. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So we have the exact text of Obnixilis' Cruelty, but we can't do it at instant speed. So in combat, it's a little worse. But it can remove most, and I think everything that we've seen so far has like a maximum of 5 toughness. Mostly. So it is still good in that way. So I still think you pick it highly for just this, even though it's not an instant. But this second part, creatures target player controls get -1/-1 until end of turn. This second part is very relevant. Not only because we've seen so many things that have 1 toughness in the recruits and in the 3/1 flyer and so on and so forth, but because of the change as of Foundations back when. So for those of you who are either new to the game or have not actually thought about this very much, because it's mostly only relevant in limited, with double blocking. This effect, creatures target player controls get -1/-1 until end of turn, is so much more powerful now that in double blocking, you don't order the blockers anymore. And you can assign the damage as you wish amongst the blockers. You don't have to order the blockers and kill the first one before you touch the second one. So, for example, if you have a 4/4 attacking and they put 2 3/3s in front of it, right? You get to kill both. So you assign 2 damage to one, 2 damage to the other, and then play Gnashing of Teeth at the end of the turn. Creatures target player controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn, so both of them will die. So effectively, you did the 6 full as opposed to just the 4, and not just the 5 either. So it's really kind of cool. It's so much better now that you can do that. So yeah, you can assign damage as you choose amongst multiple blockers, and so the second part of this gets very, very strong post combat. The first part of it's very, very good too, though, that we see. So I like this. This is a B+ card. It's a really nice card. Good piece of removal, even though it's just -5/-5 and it's not instant speed. I really like this card. It will get a little worse when you're playing against green, is my assumption, just because green might have things with 6 and 7 toughness, etc. But there you go. You might have to 2-for-1 yourself at that point, because it's not instant speed. Whereas Obnixilis' Cruelty, you could play in combat, make the thing much smaller, and just eat it. The exile is relevant, again, because we do see graveyard recursion in the form of the Gravedigger that was just above, and we've seen flashback on spells so far, not creatures, I think. So that's less relevant, but yeah. Okay. Golem, Silent Slinker. Little Stinker. Okay. Let's see. Uh, 4 mana, 4/3 menace. Not great. Fine. It's a common. Meager Meal. It says, so here we've got, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. Target player gains 2 life. So one assumes you're going to target your own creature unless you really need to kill. So there's a weird use case for this where if you're running black and white and you really need to kill something that they have, but they don't have anything, it's not power 4 or greater. There's a really weird use case where you can put a +1/+1 counter on it and then use this to kill it. It's very, very unlikely, but it is something to consider if that's how you're gonna lose, right? They have like a 3/1 flyer. You can't kill it with the Stone by Sunlight, right? And so you have this Meager Meal and you do that. That's It's a very, very weird use case, but you could do that and gain 2 life. Now, there's also something that we've seen. Put some counter up to 1 target creature. Target player gains 2 life. We have seen the blue removal spell that removes all counters. So that gives this blue... Why did I hear something? That was weird. That does give this a little bit more versatility, right? Remove all counters from it is important, right? I think the remove all counters from it is also to take care of armies, if I'm reading the set correctly so far. I think we're going to have, obviously, we have this amass through Goblins 3, and we have the amass Goblins 1 here, right? So I do think that the blue is meant, this Enchanted River's Grasp is meant to deal with that too. I think this is an interesting card. I think it's perfectly playable. I think it's a C+. I'm not super excited about it, but it is, you know, a card. Golem the Abandoned. 2 mana 2/2 can't block. When it enters, exile up to 1 target card from an opponent's graveyard. Each opponent loses. That's a good card. Okay. 2, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Return this card from your graveyard to your... Ooh. That's a good card in this set. That is really good. Okay. So remember when I said that if we found some sacrifice outlets, I would be much more happy with not only this card, the Lake Town Lookout, right? So when it dies, recruit, you could sacrifice it to get the value with Golem here, right? Sacrifice it to return, you know, this card from your graveyard to your hand. So you can just get this back and get this ability again when it enters the battlefield, using the Lake Town Lookout and replace with a recruit. But not only that, right? We also have an ability now to sacrifice this to get -1/-1 to what's it? Where'd it go? The burb. The 3/1 burb. 3/1 burb. So that is actually a nice thing to be able to do. And exiling cards from opponent's graveyard, like I said, with the recursion that we've seen and the flashback, that's really nice. I like this card. I think this is a B+ card. The first copy. I don't know about the second copy. Again, legendary is rough, but yeah, I like this. Remove counters is so opponent can still play amass goblins. Yes, yeah. If you permatap their army and they have no way to sacrifice it, right? Then they can only amass onto that and not make a new army. So Imlar, I completely, yeah, that is exactly why they had to have the remove the counters definitely on the Enchanted River's Grasp. Yeah, anyway, so okay. Aww. 3 mana 2/2 flyer. Whenever one or more other creatures die, scry 1. That's just value. It's fine. It's a perfectly serviceable card. I'm going to there have been versions of this that are 2 mana that are 2/2. I want to say oh god, what was that? It's a 1 and a black. I think it was an uncommon at the time. No, it was common. It was common. It was, I think it was a vampire. It's a common yes, yeah. Okay, do 1 and a black. 2/2 common. I want to say that it was a fast set 1, but I'm not sure. Nope, wasn't that. Okay. Let's cut this one. Vivisector. Okay, it was Dominaria United. Okay. So, and it wasn't a vampire, it was a Phyrexian human. Okay. So 2-mana 2/2. Whenever a creature you control dies, scry 1. This generated a lot of value over time just to make sure that your draws were going to be what you needed. This one, having scry is not as good in this set as Surveil would be, because again, we do have flashback cards that we've seen. And we do have things that care about, like, essentially a threshold card, the blue one. This little 1/3, where'd it go? Master's Counselors really would prefer that this had Surveil, so that you can start filling up the graveyard to make sure that it's getting better. Again, the graveyard recursion and the flashback, same thing. But scry is still important because it fixes your draws. This did some work in the set because there was a lot of sacrifice or dying creatures. So that was really sweet. So I think that on a 2/2 body flyer, that's pretty fine. You are going to like want these to stop the flyers on the opposing side, including the 4, if they have their own 4, like the 3/1 here, you're going to want to just trade off most likely, because you're getting a little bit of value out of that. And then also the 4/2 bats, etc. So I think this is a fine card. I think it's perfectly playable. I think it's a C+. Could graduate to a B-, depends on what other stuff we have in the set, but it's so cute. I want to give it a B-, but I think it's a C+. Okay. So one of the biggest things that crossed my feed was a rare, and I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Most decrepit old bird. This crossed my feed, but this is another example of another great ugly looking goblin. So this is another example of cards that you can use to insult your opponent. Whose names you can use to insult your opponent. I just love, this is so great. Anyway, clap, snap, that's part of the song. 2 mana, amass goblins 2. That's fine. It's a 2-drop that also can be valued later as a 6-drop. Each creature you control +1/+1 counter as menace. That'll be the goblins have menace, but you can also give +1/+1 here. That makes this a little bit better. The meager meal on Golem. Yeah, I know the B triggers on any creature. That's what when a creature dies, scry 1 means. One or more other creatures die, scry 1. You're trying to differentiate it from this, though. I understand. Whenever a creature you control dies, this one there. So this triggers on anybody's death, including the opponent's creatures. So that is a good difference to point out, actually. I think that's what you're trying to do. But yeah. So yes, good stuffs. But yeah, this is going to be quite relevant. I think I do like this card. I really like that it has versatility. Relevant early and late is super, super key. I do like this card. I think I'm going to... I mean, obviously 6 mana 4/4, not great, but that gives menace can sort of end the game. So as long as you have a few things with +1/+1 counters on them. I didn't notice that many +1/+1 counters in the white. I noticed a lot of +1/+1 pump across the board. So we're probably looking at a different color pairing that's going to work with all the +1/+1 counters. But again, that does make this card better, definitely. I like this card. I'm gonna give this a B to start with, but I think it might end up being a B+. It's probably a B+. There's so much removal I would take over it, but yeah. All right, anyway. Night Howl Pursuer, 1 mana 1/1 menace. Whenever this creature attacks while you control... Oh, Ferocious is back. Okay, when you control a power 4 or greater, it gets +2/+2 into adversary attacks as a 3/3 if you have a power 4 or greater. All right, that does explain... I mean, that also helps to explain a little bit of the... makes this card a little bit better. That also helps to explain the 4/2 power here. Makes that one better too. Interesting. I think obviously this one's going to be best paired with probably red or green, because white and blue tend to have fewer creatures with power 4 or greater. So he's only going to be at his best in certain decks. I'm still going to give it a B minus. It could end up being a B plus. In certain decks, it will be like up to a B plus. But you already have to be in it, and we're really talking about an earlier pick than that. So I think, yeah. Yeah, I think probably a B minus to start out with, and then it graduates to like, yeah. I mean, building around it is interesting. Does it graduate to a B in that case if we start to build around it? And then if we later on, I think it gets up to a B plus just because it's a really good early attacker in a deck that has those power 4 or graders early. That's an interesting thing. It actually combines with the, hold on. It's an interesting combination with this little 2/4 that we think is awful. Because you play that on 1, you play this on 3. The next turn, that thing attacks as a 3/3 with men. It's not great. It's fine. It's fine. We'll see whether wolf is a hugely relevant creature type, but I mean, I can see the Night Howl Pursuer into the 2/2 Putrid Leech dude. This one into a 4 power is pretty sweet. I mean, because this is the 4 power. Like, basically, this is a 4 power. If you can go that wolf into this wolf, I think you're doing really hot. They're both uncommons, though, which is... Yeah, that'll be a difficult curve to get, but it's cool. All right. Rage into the Valley. 3 mana, you draw a card and lose a life, amass goblins 2. I love it. That's fun. Yeah, no, I really like this. This is a good card. I'm gonna give this a B minus. I like this card. Draw a card, lose a life, always really important in a deck that in black, which doesn't draw very well notoriously, but also could combine with blue to give that second card per turn. Amass goblins 2. I mean, it's 3 mana for that, and that's good. And usually drawing a card and losing 1 life costs more than just 1 mana. So yeah, this is a fine card. That art is really cool too. Cool. Okay, that's nice. Ravening Warg. Wargs are wolves? I thought they were beasts. Yeah, a Phyrexian Rager, yeah. Exactly, set mechanic for actually, I like it. And then, you know, there's more 2+1/+1 counters again, so like, I still think, based on the number of like amass cards that we're seeing, I still think the +1/+1 counter dude is really good and might be getting even better, but I like this card. But yeah, Phyrexian Rager is a very similar card to what we're talking about here, and Phyrexian Rager used to be great. It's gotten less powerful as time went on, but it's still good. And it's relevant. The Mass Goblin stuff is very relevant, more than Rager was as a, you know, type or card overall. I always thought wargs were like you're riding on wolves. Wargs were bigger than, well, I thought they were special wolves. Anyway, they're special, like, anyway. Beastie bits, not necessarily wolves as such, but wolves as such. A 2 mana 2/2 death touch, fine. When it attacks while you curl, but you gain 2 life. Oh, fascinating. Huh. I actually like that. I like this card. This is a good card. 2/2 death touch for 2 is just fine in limited. Usually just because you're gonna be wanting to hold off the opponent from doing stuff. But the fact that this then can, when it's no longer needed back to block, you can just get in and start getting 2 life. So you play something with power 4 or greater and attack with this and gain the 2 life. When it doesn't need to stick back to block. That's pretty sweet. I like it. I think it's a C+. That's pretty cool. Reverent Howl. 3 mana. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life, or target creature gets +2/+2 and lanes life link until end of turn. At instant speed. Okay. So this is a combination, obviously, of 2 cards, and choose one. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life is Night's Whisper. And we had one more recently that is the villains one from what's it? So So this is sorcery speed. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. That's been around since yeah, Fifth Dawn. So draw 2 cards, lose 2 life at sorcery speed. We do have this is now the instant version we got, provided you had a villain in MSH. So it was 3 mana, but if you controlled a villain, it was 1 mana less, and so you draw 2, lose 2. It's usually a decent card because black doesn't have a lot of ways to draw there. This is 3 mana because you get the versatility of also +2/+2 and gains lifelink until end of turn. I think we last saw that in Duskmourn, in the black. And then it was black, it was common. No, I just want to type it in. Okay. And, yark. What am I thinking of then? What the hell? What the hell, Scryfall? What did I do? I must have typed something wrong? Anyway, so this is Give Into Violence. This is 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains life until end of turn, which is what you're seeing here, but for 1 extra mana because you get to choose. Yeah, it's +2/+2 must have, I don't know. Weird. Anyway, so this was a pretty bad card in that set. Like really bad. Even though it looks like it could be okay, it was pretty bad. Nearly unplayable. I passed this card basically every draft. Like I think I took once or twice, but that was it. Oh, did I have a okay, it must have been something like that. Anyway, so it wasn't allowing the, I see. So +2/+2 and gains. So I forgot to add the /. Okay. Gains lifelink until end of turn. So again, we're just getting a little, for the versatility, we're having to pay 1 more. That's not too bad. Again, the draws 2 cards at instant speed. Triggers are draw 2 cards, triggers once, per turn. So that's nice. Loses 2 life. That's still fine. +2/+2 and lifelink actually may be relevant in this. That the +2/+2 that we've seen based on the power level and toughness level of the creatures in this set so far, +2/+2 should win combat. A bunch of combats, not all combats, but most combats. So I think this is a fine trick / draw spell. I'm going to give it a C+. I think it's a playable card. Stir Up Trouble. Oh. Okay. We do have a Bone Splinters, essentially. Okay. So Bone Splinters are like type effect here. So as an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice your creature, destroy target creature. Obviously, we had the Exile spell that was reprinted in Foundations. That was 1 mana. You can either pay 5, right, 3 and 2 black, or you can sacrifice a creature to exile target creature. This is destroy, but here we have 4 and 1 destroy target creature. So here is one of our kill spells that is important. That also does mean that the little white bugger will be, quite good in that type of deck. So because you get value afterwards sacrificing. So yeah, and this is a good card. I mean, obviously it is resource. You have to trade resource, a card and a resource for, or pay 5 to destroy target creature. But that's decent removal for black, and it does look like we'll have some things to sacrifice and things that recursion and things to go forward. This is also, if they have some way that they can really, like, obviously we saw that the removing the counters kills your army, so you can then create another army. But if they have some other way to lock down your army, we can sacrifice the army and start making new armies. So, okay. Again, black does want this. I think the first this it goes down as the copies go because it's still 5 mana to remove a creature, but it's still good. I really like this card. I'm gonna go with B/B plus. I do think that there are other better removal spells at the uncommons, but at the commons this is not so bad. We do have murder, but that's double black. This is something that you can splash. So I do think it goes up in value there. All right. Stony Voiced Goblins, 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters, each opponent discards a card. So this is the goblin version of rats. So Ravenous Rats, we've got all the way back to Portal, but the one I first saw was this one, which is Urza's Destiny. So when Ravenous Rats comes into play, target opponent chooses and discards a card from his or her hand. That was the original sort of way it went. We've had Virus Beetle in sets that have recursion and stuffs. I haven't seen too much. I mean, we've got Flicker that we've seen in the blue here. This little Gone Fishing can flicker it. We can play it early and then sacrifice it using the Stir Up Trouble for value, because it does take a card out of their hand. Ravenous Rats is target opponent, and I think Virus Beetle was also target opponent. No, it was each opponent. Never mind. So it's still got the virus. It's the up to power level of each opponent discards a card, which makes it relevant in other formats. But each opponent discards a card. Pretty sweet. In multiplayer formats. But this one, I think, I don't think it's, I mean, it's not going to be as good as Virus Beetle was in the Kamigawa stuff, where you could ninjutsu it back and keep getting value. And it also doesn't have a relevant, like it's not an artifact. So maybe goblins will be relevant as a creature type, but we'll see. So currently I think it's just on the level of a Relentless Rats in Foundations, essentially. The Relentless Rats version of Relentless Rats in Foundations, but so it's not as good as Virus Beetle, I think, in Kamigawa. So I'm gonna give it a C plus currently. I think it's worth it, but just not amazing. Bombard, Gentle Dreamer, 3 mana, 5/3, storied. Doesn't untap during an untap step unless you have an enduring story. Okay, but getting the story is pretty easy for a 5/3 for 3. So eepy, yes. So eepy. Man, okay. All right, so it is pretty easy to get that, and it's already a legendary creature to add for that. 3 mana, 5/3. So you don't really impact the board unless you are already getting storied. 5/3. We've seen a lot of 2 power early. We have seen ways to untap, right? I mean, we've seen a few things that that mean that this combat trick is actually not the worst. I still keep it where I rated it before, but yeah. I'm gonna give this a B minus, I think. I think it's decent. I mean, there's a lot of mass, but like I think in red white, obviously it's still best, and that's very clear because that's the dwarf. It's very clear that that's like kind of the dwarf mechanic that they're going for there. It's definitely best in red white because you're so likely to get the story to happen, and you're also likely to get pump, which makes that 3 toughness a lot less painful. And the fact that you like didn't do anything on turn 3 to really impact the board necessarily. Yeah. I'm gonna start with a B minus. It could graduate to a B. Bothersome Noisemaker. Oh, that's a hell of a drug. Whoa. Hmm. That could get out of hand fast. I like this card. I really like this card. Um, the presence of this card, though. Okay, so the presence of this card makes me uh still a little upset about this 5 damage thing. Um, but it's not that bad. Uh, but it does make the bounce better. It makes this uneasy partings a lot better. Sousaphone. Everybody's like, how dare you think that that was a tuba? Technically. Sorry. But that is cool. I did not know that what a sousaphone looked like. I assumed it was some sort of fantasy tuba. This card is really good. I really like this card. I'm gonna go B+ on this card. I really think this is a cool card. And it does mean that it's very clear why they had so many things that amass that are non-creatures. So like this amasses as a non-creature spell, so it get even bigger. And then we had this amasses the non-creature spell, and then the Rage in the Valley again. Same thing. Cool. Okay. Oops, that's the giveaway. But yeah, I like this card. Burn, Tree and Fern. That's also this part of the thing. Okay. 4 mana, deals 6 damage to target creature and opponent controls. Yeah, sorry. 4 mana, that's going to be fine. Destroy target artifact and opponent controls. May not be relevant. Add red. So these are actually... This is one where the first chapter is the most relevant. The rest of them are like, meh. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. This removal, that's what red gets. It's also a saga for your story stuff. I like it. It's a B+ for red. Like, I mean, it's not anywhere near as good as most of the other removal we've seen, but there we go. I mean, we haven't seen anything with over 6 toughness, so seems fine. Dory, Bearer of Friends. 3 mana, 3/2 trample. When enters, create a treasure token. Okay. Nah, singing is very expensive as far as channel points redemption. I don't want to drive away my entire audience. So we're used to 3 mana 2/2s potentially creating a treasure token. There was a pirate in Lost Caverns that also did this. It might have been a 3/2. I think it was a 2/2, but LCI. Yeah. Plundering Pirate. It was a 3/2. Okay. So this 3/2 Plundering Pirate is essentially the same as this, except this is legendary, has trample, and is a dwarf. Statistically, these have been decent cards. Not amazing, but decent. There was a pirate in original Rivals of Ixalan that was a 3/3 that produced a treasure token, but it was 4 mana. And then they started bringing it down to like 3, and making a treasure token. And so a 2/2 with that, and then they did this. So it's a legendary creature. It's a dwarf. It has trample. Creates a treasure token. I generally like these cards that they ramp you instead of, so you on 3 and you go to 5 the next turn because of the treasure token. I think in red green that's just really, really good. I think in white red, it's a little bit less good, but it's still fine because maybe you could double spell the next turn. So it's a perfectly fine thing. It gives you not only an artifact but a legendary creature toward your stories. I like this card. I think it's a C+, perfectly playable. All right, Dwarven Mauler. 1 mana, 2/1. Equip abilities you activate the target. This creature costs 2 less to activate. Okay. I mean, F you, Savannah Lions. Eat your heart out. So this used to, like, the 1 mana 2/1 was rare. It was rare. It was rare. God damn it. Yeah. So now they have to do other things as well. So this is a Dwarf Warrior 2/1. Equip abilities you activate that target this creature costs 2 less to activate rather. So on, you know, we have seen a couple things that would re-equip to this pretty quickly. The main one that we've seen so far, I think, was the white card that would matter as much. Like this +2/+1, this would work. That you can make them sacrifice and then do the thing. And then equip it to that. So become a 4/2. You could also use the whites up here. Short sword. +1/+2 I think is a little bit better just because it makes it into a 3/3 and the 3 toughness is actually quite relevant here. But yeah. So it's a fine card. I probably put it at a B/B-. Just again, it is a relevant 1-drop, but it is not the most... 1-drops are a little bit less relevant overall. And equip abilities that cost 2 less to cast, it's still not going to be that big, so yeah, it's fine. It's not... We've had a lot of 1 mana 2/1s recently that have just been crazy. I'm getting greedy. All right, Gandalf, Spark Starter, 6 mana 4/3 reach. When it enters... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Really? Is that what we're... Okay. So... So this is one of the on a stick cards. When we say on a stick, what we mean is that it actually has an effect of another card on a body. So while you play a body, the creature, and then its ETB is something that it, or its activate ability is something that is a previous card. So I'm currently blanking on the... No, it's not Aerostorm. The thing Volley wants to do, but like it's anyway, it's a 3 mana card, 2 in a red, that Arc Volley, Arc something. Why am I... There's a lot of arc... No, it's not arc bound. There's a lot of arcs here. Apparently that's not what I should have searched for. Okay, I'm gonna actually like look it up. I can't believe that I'm blanking on this card. I've known about this card for New Year's. Anyway, all right, so we got a red Arc Lightning. Thank you. Jesus, it's Arc something. I was like... Anyway, so Arc Lightning, we have the Khans version here, but it was printed originally in Urza Saga. Deals 3 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or players. So obviously 1, 2, or 3 is kind of what that works. Any number means that you don't have to have a target. This does have to have a target, so you actually do have to deal 3 damage. Shucks. Because it can go face. So you don't have to kill itself. Anyway. Or do 1 damage to it and 2 to you. Like, anyway. So I do think this is going to be a very good card. Even for 6 mana, a 4/3 reach that deals 3 and that can divide the targets is crazy. So I really like this card. I do think that the more copies you have, the worse it gets, because 6 mana is a decent amount. I think obviously you're gonna have a max of 2 before you're gonna have diminishing returns. But I think it is a B plus card. It is a very good card. Okay. Glowing the Mighty. Also a 4/3, but only for 4. Easy pickings. 3 mana, deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. That's a good effect. Again, same thing as the -1/1 with the new rule about double blocking and assigning the damage. Relatively new rule, dear God. I am old. But yeah, easy pickings deal 1 damage to each creature your opponent control. We've seen a lot of 1 toughness things that have worked out there. So this is actually a relevant spell. And then a 4/3 for 4, not great ROI even in red. But at the beginning of your first phase, add green. To ramp you is really, really sweet. This is going to be best in a more controlling shell, unless you face an aggressive opponent in best of 1. So, but best in a controlling and bigger shell. So best in red green. With big things, add the mana, do all the things. It's red. Sorry, I don't know if I said it add green, but it's best with green. So yeah, because you can ramp into your big green things after that. Or double spell and things, and it's fine in the red white. It's just not as good. So yeah, I like this card. I think it's a B. I think it's a B. I think it's a good solid B, and it can graduate to a B plus if you're already in like red green, for example, because you really want to not die to early aggression from the white deck or white red deck or things like that. But this 1 damage to each creature your opponent's control is going to be less useful against like a black deck, because its armies will probably be amassed greater than 1, and it doesn't poop out a lot of 1/1s. But against white, it's going to be great. So, and some against the blue. So, okay. Goblin Town Flunkies. 2 mana 1/1 haste when it enters a mass goblin 1. Yeah, sure. Abso-frickin-lutely. Okay, so we have a lovely little one and a red. It is instigators, right? Blue. Yeah. So Goblin Instigator is always just a good card at 2 bodies for 2 mana, 2 goblins, and does the things that you need to do. And in a set with the black removal that sacrifices, right? That's 2 bodies for that. Amass the goblins. You sacrifice this. You get in for 1. If you get this early, that's so nice. You're going wide. If you have any mass pump like you do with the white, although it's kind of a flavor fail, the dwarf can pump the mass and do the things. But again, this is also going to make, this on the opposing side of the field is also going to make this easy pickings much better. Especially if they haven't amassed the goblins to a point where it matters yet. But yeah, you'd have to be on the play. Like, so they'd get this on turn 2 and then you play this. But yeah. Pauper legal goblins, yay! But yeah, so traditionally, like, Goblin Instigator was actually just a really good card, especially if goblins mattered at all. And yeah, so this is a nice thing, right? For this set, I like this card, especially for red black. Yeah, really, really sweet. I actually like this at probably a B- level. I think it goes wide in a deck that needs to go wide, and it helps you go tall in the and have an extra body in the red black deck that you can sacrifice. So yeah, it seems good. Good and bad. Opportunist, 4 mana, 4/2, and enters. Oh, okay. Let's just say, basically strict reprint of the Otter, that I'm forgetting from Bloomborough. The 4 mana one, red. So, bloom. Search Pathmaker. So it's a 4 mana Otter Wizard, 4/2. When it enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You can play that card. Same thing, but it's a Goblin Rogue. Now, 4/2 at 4, that gets you the next card is decent. But the 2 toughness is a little bit annoying because it can trade down a lot of the time. The 4 is relevant to the ferocious cards that we've seen, so that actually does have additional synergies. So obviously the where'd it go? Night Howl Pursuer cares about that. The Ravening Warg cares about that to gain 2 life, etc. So that does make, does have a little bit more utility beyond just being, the 4/2 that gets you further into your deck. And has a decently relevant creature type. Potentially. I actually haven't seen like mass pump all goblins or do this for a goblin, or if you control a goblin X, but yeah. So it's going to be, I believe it will be roughly on a similar level to this Pathmaker, which I wasn't always happy to run. So I'm going to give it a C+. I think it's playable, but and it does have a bit of synergy with the Ferocious, but I'm not absolutely happy about it. So, all right. Iron Hill Stalwart, 5 mana, 4/5 reach trample. When it enters, attach target equipment you control to up to 1 target creature you control. So you might be able to equip something and for a little bit more value than just playing a 4/5 reach trample. Notably, this is reach, which is actually quite relevant for red, and oftentimes you'll have creatures that don't look that good. There's another 4/5 that we saw that had reach, not trample, but reach. Certainly for EOE, there was a 4/5 with reach that could get bigger. And there was another one in a different set that overperformed because it had reach and because red was so weak to flyers. This one may be like that. I think I'm going to give it a C+, because the trample is also relevant as well. To Gen Con? To Gen Con. I don't, is that in October, I think? Or next time there was a Gen Con? I haven't been to a Gen Con actually ever. So the pre-release this weekend, I would love to. I probably have to stream a bit. I've been neglecting the streams because I've been doing all doctor shit. but yeah, I also splurged because, again, like the Hobbit, we always traditionally get a collector booster box to open for the YouTube channel, and the Hobbit is so expensive, so I might not be doing a pre-release. I think it might be irresponsible to spend that money when I should probably just be streaming, and like we'll see. I'm so glad you're gonna do some two-headed giant. That is really cool. That is such a wonderful format. It's so much fun. Although they did change the rules for two-headed giant, you don't get 2 full pre-release packages, and I feel like that's really annoying. I hate that. Morning, Lyrazal! So, but yeah, we're gonna see where this goes. I'm gonna give it a C+ for now. It could be completely unplayable. Misty Mountains Raider, 5 mana, 4/4. When you attack. Oh, cool! Oh, I love this one. This is super sweet. This is super, super sweet, because it's whenever you attack, this doesn't have to attack. It's whenever you attack a mass goblins too. I like this. I like this card. I think this is a B+. That's really fun. That is a really sweet card. I like it. Okay. Oin the Brave. 2 mana, 1/3 storied. As long as you have an enduring story, it gets +1/+1 and has haste, so 2/3. And you can pay 1 and tap it to rummage. Okay. I need to go with you. It was actually last weekend. Fair. Oh, I mean, where was it though? Okay. How do I rate this? The rummaging is pretty valuable. It's also a way to draw 2 cards per turn. With your draw 2, so your red-blue deck. Um, and I mean, it can be a 3, so it can be a 2-3. That I think it's playable. I think it's a C plus for me for now. It could graduate to higher. It depends on the deck. A 1-3 blocks a lot of the early threats. And I really like the rummage. Even in decks where you don't care about drawing 2, it's still at least, you know, gonna fix up your hand a little bit. Can get you value off of flashback. And it's a 2-drop for getting toward your stories, the legendary creature. Yeah, for now I'm gonna give a C plus. It could graduate to a B minus. Pinecone Strike, yeah. Okay, so we've got an Incinerate, and possibly destroy target artifact token. What? Excuse me? Okay, so the amassed tokens are not artifacts. We did have a double striker. This creates an artifact token. Treasures they can sacrifice, that's less important, but you could do it on that. I would most likely not. Indianapolis? Ah, got it. It's Incinerate that they're trying not to, like, actively reprint. This is Incinerate. Oh, wait, no. No, wait. Incendiary Flow? Wait, hold on. Sorry. 3 damage to target creature player. If a creature dealt damage would do it, you exiled. That's, you know, there. I mean, this is always going to be a good effect. Is instant speed 3 damage and then exile the creature if it would die. That's just really good, usually. And I think all of the set that we've seen so far is pretty good with that. Early. And I'm happy with that. I think this is probably going to be I think this is probably going to be a B plus. Scorching Dragonfire is actually the closest, I think, that was printed fairly recently to this effect, the first one. I need to see more artifact tokens if I care about that. That's weird. But yeah, I think so in Marvel Superheroes, the 3 damage spell was actually just not that good, oddly. It was not as good as it normally is, and I wasn't as impressed with it as I was normally. But I think in this set, what I've seen so far, this is going to be extremely good. So I am going to, like I said, give this a B plus. Whereas I think the 3 damage set in Marvel Superheroes was like probably a B minus. Could be a B, but yeah. Ragged Short Spear. 2 mana. Okay. Okay, I like this card. Okay. So we've got an artifact to add to your story stuff. We've got a wow. I can type. We've got a thrill of possibility on a stick that comes into play, and then also can get you a little bit of value later equipping this way, but also as the story. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I think this is a C+, perfectly playable. Could graduate to a B- just because there is a lot of recursion, and there are things that care about drawing extra cards, and there are things that like story cares about having just an artifact in play, and then it also gets you a little bit more value just equipping. What the hell? Sorry, for some reason I was just like, this cannot be a common. You cannot put Smog at common. So I did a double take. That art is so cool. Okay. It's a removal spell. It's a 5-mana removal spell for 5 damage. We haven't seen that many things with greater than 5 toughness. Obviously, the Goblin's Amassed can get greater, so that is annoying. But this does remove most things. It is sorcery speed, really slow, but then you also get a body. If Smog says he can be common, you wouldn't try to stop him. Yeah. Man, it is weird to see Smog be like a... Hey, Marco, thank you 6 minutes ago. I'm so sorry it took it long to notice, but thank you so much for the YouTube subscription. Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to run it. I think it's probably a B. I don't know how many you're going to run. It depends on how little removal you have. So, again, 5 damage to target creature takes care of most of the creatures in this set that we've seen so far amongst the commons and uncommons. Almost all of them, I think. But yeah, yeah, I mean, it's fine. But God, that art's stunning. Okay. Smog's Fury. 2 mana. Plus Super Stone gains reach and first strike until end. Okay, that's a reprint. God, I forget the name of the card, but this is the literal reprint. So, yeah. Advanced, here we go. We're the plus O. Yeah. Rig for War. That was the EOE card. I remember that. Okay. Target creature gets plus so and gains first strike and reach until end of turn. Gosh, that looks like this card. So the only problem I have with this is that this doesn't make sense for it to be Smog's Fury. Smog doesn't have reach and first strike. Smog has flying and fire breathing. So, like, flavor-wise, this makes no sense. You'd expect this to be on a creature that kills Smog, right? But except we have Black Arrow and Bard. But this doesn't make sense to me. Like, flavor-wise, this card makes no sense to me. I don't like it. This annoys me. Not only is it a reskinned reprint, but it doesn't make any flavor sense. This feels lazy and annoying. I'm so sorry. Like, I don't mean to offend anybody of the designers. Like, it's a really gorgeous card. Smog's Fury. I would love to have a card named Smog's Fury that didn't do this. And, like, you could have designed so many other cards. Like, why would you? Yeah, this feels lazy. I'm so sorry. I just, oh man, you're putting out so many sets too quickly. You're not even bothering to. Anyway, this was not a very good card at all. It was mostly unplayable. I don't know what this will be in this set. I do think that red is vulnerable to flyers, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving along, it might be unplayable. We'll see. Um, probably like a C. But this does win most combats in this format. I don't know. I don't know how to rank this. I'm too upset about it. Snow Slope Hunter, 3 mana, 2/3. Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Exile the top card of your library. You can play it until the end of your next turn. Activate only during a turn and only once each turn. The presence of this card makes the X60. Come on, you can do this. Yay, Scryfall, let's go. All right. Makes these cards even better, right? This is crazy. Oh, that's so sweet. Wait, where are you going? Are you going to be someplace in Massachusetts? Jeffro man? Because I might be able to make it, like, I could try to make... I have a student on Sunday. Potentially. I don't know. Like, he's in Japan, so I don't know whether it's going to be that day or the next day. I did clarify the time. Yeah, I might be able to make it to... Is it gaming, etc.? I might be able to do that. But yeah. Anyway, the presence of this card makes this even better. It's another body to throw and get value off this, getting stuff from the top of your deck. Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Yeah, and then pays off for recruits. I like this card. I think this is really good. It gets you further into your deck. It might be like a little bit less good in aggro deck, which really wants to keep its things and keep pressure. But when a 1/1 is no longer relevant to attack, you can just sacrifice and get more cards. That's so sweet. Until the end of your next turn as well, not that even this turn. But activate only during your turn and only once. This is so sweet. I like this card. I think this is a B+. That just, it gives a red deck reach that it wouldn't necessarily have otherwise. And by reach, I don't mean the keyword ability. I mean the actual ability to essentially draw cards and keep putting pressure. It's going to be best, I think, in obviously white, red, or black, red. I don't think it's going to be as good as in blue, just because there are a lot of things you don't necessarily want to sacrifice in that. Certainly not going to be good in green, because those are big creatures you don't necessarily want to sacrifice, unless you have a ton of red that you can sacrifice. But I think it's just value. That's sweet. I would still run it in a green deck, certainly. Because as long as you have any red things to sacrifice, so you can get your big green things and keep, playing and drawing into the lands you need to cast your bigger stuff, or drawing into the things, period. Super sweet. Okay. But I think so far we've seen that white and black produce the tokens best to sacrifice. So, Tidings of War. Mass Goblins 1. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, Mass Goblins 3 instead. Nice. Still good to recruit this, because again, flashback is so key there. Yeah, this is something you can rummage and get value out of as well. That makes... yeah, that really does make Owen pretty good. Huh. Dang, that's sweet. And starting to amass the goblins early is nice. I think this perfectly playable. I think it's a C. I think it's a C+. I think I'm happy to, like, I'm fine running it. It's a perfectly playable card. I don't think it makes it to B-. There's a chance, though. Just because you get to, that flashback is so nice. And starting the goblins early is sweet, given that you also have a 2-drop that amasses goblins in the form of that lovely, Goblin Town flunkies. You can do Sunday? Nice! I don't even know if they have spots open. I will check, though. Message me on either Discord or, I can talk. Twitch. Cop! Okay. All right. Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. Okay. Hattercop. So I did look this up. As I said, this is what uh Lazy Love and Attercop from among the trees away on the right. That upset the spiders greatly. Sorry, for some reason that upset the spiders greatly makes me. This is such a good line. But yeah, Attercop. I did look it up. Like I said, it's a British thing. It means poison head. Um. Uh. 2/1 reach death touch. Whenever land you control enters, gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Reach death touch is important. The fact that it is a 1 toughness thing really worries me. A lot of the 1 toughness things worry me that don't have like value on aside them. Because of things like the -1/-1 uncommon in black that gives all your opponent creatures -1/-1, and then also the easy pickings here, that uncommon, and then the -1/-1 off of the black creature when it dies, the 2/2. Where'd it go? Somewhere. It's a 2/2. But here's the creature's control, get -1/-1, and then how am I blank? Like, oh, there it is. Front porch sentries. Do I have your info? I don't think I do. I'm sorry. But yeah, whenever land you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So again, we have what we saw earlier. The best synergy that we have for that so far is the ability to flicker the 2 lands to be able to give it +2/+2 at instant speed. I really don't think this is the relevant part of this landfall. I really think it's the fact that it has reach and death touch. But yeah, so, and it can hold off some removal. The problem is it trades down with 1/1s attacking you, but you know, what are you gonna do? I think that's still fine. I think it's a C+, perfectly playable. Bjorn! Bjorn! Reluctant Host. 5 mana, 5/5 Trampler. Okay, fine. Till intent, you can play an extra land this turn, so but sorcery. So we have an Explorer. No, Explorer draws a card. It's the worm. The worm from Whoa. It's the worm from Whoa. Okay. Beanstalk worm. So plant beans. You can play an additional land this turn on an adventure. That's what Till Intend is exactly here. But for 5 mana instead of a 5/4 reach, you get a 5/5 trample. It's also a legendary creature, so it works toward your stories. This was not a particularly great card in this set. But this is a human bear. Sorry. Definitely a bear. Anyway, shapeshifter. So, that's fun. Anyway, so 5/5 Trampler is a fine thing. I do think reach is important for green to have in this. So I'm actually thinking that I would have preferred reach to the trample, but you know, it's fine. I think I'm gonna give it a C+. I think it's still playable, but I don't like it very much. It might go down to a C. I'm not sure. I do like the fact that it's a legendary creature for the stories. I think a 5/5 for 5 trample is still fine. If you happen to get extra value by being able to play an additional land early, that's fine, especially if you're in a Simic deck. And maybe they'll get some value off of, you know, tapping down creatures with that uncommon. So in the blue, but we'll see. Bjorn's Hospitality. Okay. Whenever a land you control enters, put plus one counter on target creature you control. Oh, come on. Shoe Puff. Part 2, the return, the revenge. So, Final Fantasy had Ride the Shoe Puff, which was 2 mana enchantment. 2 mana enchantment. 7. This enchantment becomes a 7/7 beast creature in addition to its other types. 7. This becomes a bear creature in addition to its other types and gains this creature's power and toughness for each equal number of lands you control. I just don't like that, like, we're not being creative about this. Like, yeah, it's bear and blah, but yeah. I mean, it's still good. I still like it. I liked Ride the Shoe Puff in this set. It was fun. Because again, good early, decent late. But it just feels like a reprint. I don't like that. Like, this fits what he does, but it's not. Anyway, yeah, I like it. I think it's a B. Can be a B plus. I'm not exactly sure. So I think we did see something that cares about. So in a green-black deck, the presence of Beorn means that this thing gets very, very good because you don't care that much about like amassing the goblins, but you care that your things have +1/+1 counters on them, and giving everything +1/+1 counter and menace with the presence of this, most of your things will have +1/+1 counters, and then menace just wins the game. So I do think that these combo very well. But again, this is often just value. The bad part is when you get this on turn like 5 or 6, and you just don't have that many lands, and no more lands, and you have to like wait to draw them, and you're doing nothing on 5 or 6 and playing a 2-drop. But you know, it's still decent. Okay. Bowside Wanderers, 6 mana, 4/4 drunkards. Got it. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You can reveal a permanent card from among them and put it into your hand. Whoa, but it gives you card selection for permanents. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, C+, it's perfectly playable. I think this might be better than I think it is. But 6 mana for a 4/4. Obviously, you have to play a land, and then you get a 6/6 on the attack, but it's also draw a card, essentially, but a card selection for a permanent, so you can get the next creature. But might be a little weak at 6 mana for that, or a little. It depends on how slow the format is. If it's really slow, this is a great card. And might graduate to a B-. Galleon, Elven King's Butler. I said but. Anyway, 4 mana 4/4. When it attacks, choose up to one other target creature you control. Its base power and toughness become equal to Galleon's power and toughness until end of turn. What? Ah, man. Green. 3 and a green. Streets of New Campana. No, that's not the one. This. Interesting. There was also a bear, I think, that did this too. Um, yeah, I think there was a bear that did this. Uh, Made something else into a 4/4, or it gave it its power and toughness. Hmm. I think it's good. I mean, it absolutely makes the earlier creatures far more relevant. And a 4/4 is really fine. So again, like, I mean, you're running, for example, this little Spooter on 2, right? And then you get into this on 4. The next turn you attack, and the Spooter's attacking as a 4/4 reach Death Toucher. Not bad. Have we seen any -X/-X's? We have. We've seen -5/-5. Shit. But it was at sorcery speed. That's probably why they didn't put Obnixilus's... Yeah, okay. Cruelty in this at instant speed. Because if they did, then you would just kill whatever it was that... Like, if you killed this, you would kill the other thing as well. Yeah. Okay. I like this card. I think it's probably a. I mean, it's double green, so you can't really splash it. So that restricts its utility a little bit. But there are so many things that care about ferocious, in the green black, and then there are. This is just a good card on the face of it anyway. I'm gonna give it a B plus. There are definitely things that I would take it over it, like some removal that I would take over it in the B plus category. Absolutely. So it could be that it's a B, but I think it's a B plus for me right now. Guardian of the Halls. No, I think it's a B plus. Based on its stats, sorry. Based on this, I'm going back to this. Based on stats, I think it's a B plus. Solidly. And there are still, again, removal that'll take over it, but I think it's a really good card. Guardian of the Halls, 2-mana 2/2, and you can mana sink to put 3+1/+1 counters on it. Is a trampler. I think that it does indicate that the format is a little bit slower. The fact that it costs 7 to, I mean, you get the 3 counters, but you can keep doing it at 7. Usually they put these in formats that are a little bit slower. I love cards that are useful early and late. It's a good 2-drop. It's got the trample that you need for anything that's going to be wearing counters. I think it's probably a... I want to put it at C plus at first, but in the slower sets, the things that do this, that break Borstalls, and the things that are a little bit smaller, usually something like this can actually go up to a B minus in those types of sets. So we'll see. Oh my god, that's adorable. Okay. We got some bears. We got some baby bears. Okay. So this is a 3-mana 3/2 flash, which statistically in the past has not been that great. We had like pouncing, whatever, cheetah, which was a 3/2 flash. We had pouncing jaguar, which was an echo, but this was the one we're looking at. 3/2 flash was not good in its format, but there you are. And here now, though, when it enters, untap another target creature you control, that can be really sweet. That can be super, super, super sweet. I like this as a combat trick. If that creature's a bear, put a +1/+1 counter on it, it's going to be less relevant overall, but that's pretty cool anyway. I mean, this is the bear. So you can attack with a 5/5 bear, and then when they think they have a free attack, you can flash this in, untap that, make it into 6/6 block, and or block with this and really change the tempo, or have a 3/3 at the end of the turn to attack with. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's perfectly playable. I think it's a C+. It could graduate higher just because I think untapping things may be very relevant in this just to get incremental advantage. I haven't seen a ton of things that tap for value as far as like activating an ability, but it seems fine. All right. Mirkwood Pathmaker. Splinter Bears. 3 mana, star, power and toughness each equal to the number of lands you control. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it light. Okay, so I'm gonna go with a. This is one of the things that can easily outgrow the red removal. So, and relevant early and relevant late. Because 3 mana 3/3 is fine ROI unlimited in this set currently that I'm seeing. I'm going to go with a B. It could be a B plus, but I think I'm gonna go with a B for now. I haven't seen anything that like cares about elves or anything like that. Nasty little rabbit. Because they get flooded a lot. Yeah, that too. 1 mana 1/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control a creature with power 4, go to postal. It's like, oh my god. Okay. So, this is a beetle. What is the... Oh my god, there have been so many beetles. I did not realize there had been that many beetles. Anyway, Nessian Horn Beetle is a 2 mana 2/2 that does the same thing, which is very relevant. This set in particular, Foundations, had a number of the things that really capitalized on it. It had the 4/2 Flash Wolf. It had a 4/2 Pig at Uncommon. So you could start growing this very quickly. This one, I haven't noticed that many 4 power things at 3. At 4, we've started to see them, but not at 3. So this is interesting. It's also +1/+1 counters, which are relevant. I think I'm gonna go with a B at this point. Normally, like, Nessian Horn Beetle was a B plus in this set. I'm just not sure about this one just yet. It is also a 1. I mean, a 1/2 is actually decent stats in this because it does block the little recruit things. It's also very adorable, and I want to rate it more highly, but for now, I'll rate it that. Old fat spooter! Again, another insult thing. We got old fat spooters, most decrepit old bird, and great ugly goblin. We can all insult our opponents. Okay. Here's something that does not die to that 6 damage from the red. It doesn't die from the -5/-5 for black. Unless you, again, double 2 for 1 yourself, really. So this is actually very relevant, this card. I really like this card in this format from what I'm seeing so far. I think it's very important for green. It dies to murder, obviously, but you get to replace the card at the very least. So that's really important. It reminds me of the Cactusaur? Was that, what was it? Like, I forget what it was. No, it was not Cactuar. Cactus thingy. It was from OTJ. It cared about deserts. It was a 5 mana, I think, or 6 mana. It was 5 mana if you had a desert. Green card. Tarantula. Cactarantula. Thank you. This thing. So this was 6/5 reach. This is even better. Obviously, it's an uncommon 6/7 reach. But whenever this creature becomes a target of spell or ability your opponent controls, draw a card. That's part of here. At least you got to replace it. I mean, the 5 mana was important. 6/5/5 reach was already just good value, and then you also got the spell thing here. But I think for 6 mana, this 6/7, based on what I'm seeing in this format, is really good. I'm going to give this a B+. I really like this card. The fact that it also can't be blocked by creatures power 2 or less makes it a very relevant threat in this, because there's a lot of creatures with power 2 or less in this set. I really like this card. It avoids almost all of the red removal that I've seen. I think they have to 2 for 1 themselves with this one. Red hates this card. Black is fine with it, white is fine with it, but at least you'll get a card back. So I really like this card. Ordinary Bear. It's a 4/5 for 4. Let's go. I like it. I really like this. It's a vanilla creature. Holy shit. When was the last time we had one of those? Although I always wondered about Gandalf and his grasp of language when he was saying gigantic big bears. I was like, Gandalf, are you drunk? More than blah. Yeah, so this bear, the presence of this bear at 4 with the 4/5, just another thing that makes our, nasty little rabbit better, and the things that care about ferocious otherwise. So it's decent. Like, this 5 toughness is relevant. Obviously the black -5 takes care of it. The red 5 damage spell, the smog, but also costs 5, and then they're gaining value because this was a 4-mana spell. So yeah, I like this card. Perfectly fine. I'm gonna go with C+. I think this is a perfectly fine card to run. And you might even graduate to B-. It's a decent stat here. I need to see what the punch spells look like, or fight spells. Oh. Speaking of, so target creature you control deals dominant damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. So we have a rabid bite in the format. But it is instant speed. So the Rapid Bite was one of the earliest versions of this. We have Shadows over Innistrad here. More recently, we've got an instant speed of this. One of the best one was Master's Rebuke. And then, so from Kamigawa, deals damage equal to power to target creature or planeswalker. And then we also had Cosmic Hunger, I think it was, which is the best of all of them because it does creature, planeswalker, or battle, I'm pretty sure. At instant speed for this is the pinnacle of what we'd had for 2 mana, as far as what it could target at instant speed. This one goes back to only creature, so it is a downgrade from Cosmic Hunger and Master's Rebuke, but it is still what we get for the set. And this is going to be a high pick in green. This is a, B+/B card, because it is what green gets for removal, and it's not a punch, it is a bite. So, sorry, it's not a fight, it is a punch or bite, which is nice. We're happy about that. Troll Negotiations. This is not how I picture those trolls. They look too people-like. I really like the I really do picture them more as like, yeah. Anyway, so for 4 mana, put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature control, then it fights. Okay. It's sorcery speed. You really have to be careful when you play this. I don't want to spend 4 mana and then get 2 for 1. I really need this to be on opponent being tapped out. The 2+1 creature counters are relevant, as we know, but I really do want this to be. I have to be careful. Clear Shot. Things like Clear Shot, they're instant. It's so important to be instant, right? Giving +1/+1 until end of turn, or putting +1/+1 counter and then they fight. So this is more reminiscent of Hunt the Weak, which put 1+1/+1 counter, so we're power creeping that, but we are requiring another commitment to green in exchange. But again, this had to be used at a time where you weren't going to get 2 for 1. So you have to be careful with this. It's a good spell, but I often would take the Quarrel over this, just because. It depends on how often your opponent is going to be tapping out in this format. I gotta see. There actually isn't a lot of instant speed removal, so maybe you're a little bit safer with this in this format. For now, I'm going to give it a B, but it could actually just be a B+ naturally, so we'll see. Warg Tactics. It definitely helps. It's just a good card if you can get it to resolve. You just have to. I have to see more of the format before I see how easy it is to get it to resolve. Because if they have 2 mana up and something that could punch your thing, that you just the Quarrel's going to beat this every time. Warg Tactics, 2 mana, destroy target creature with flying. That's going to be important. But we don't. This isn't. Put a +1. Oh, shit. Okay, I thought it was gonna be sort of a Broken Wings type thing, where it was like flying, artifact, and enchantment, or stuff from the graveyard. but it's actually Snakeskin Veil or destroy target creature or plummet. So so we've got plummet here, destroy target creature with flying. That is one of our options. But we don't even have to pay any more, and we still get another option, which is +1/+1 on target creature you control against trample and hexproof until end of turn. So it's Gaia's gift is still like the most crazy version of this. +1/+1 reach, trample, hexproof, and indestructible. So here we just get trample and hexproof, so we're protecting our thing more than we're giving it indestructible. We're just making sure that it doesn't get targeted. We're not using this necessarily as the best like way to make sure that our creature doesn't die on combat, because +1/+1 may not win that combat necessarily, but the trample is going to be key, the hexproof is going to be key, and that +1/+1 counter does have synergies. I think this is really important in best of one. I'm really happy to, with the flying, I mean, is really important in best of one. I'm very worried about my green decks all these days when they don't have that much reach and or ways to deal with flyers. But that Snakeskin Veil / trample is nice. Again, to negate one of their pieces of removal, because I think the removal is expensive enough a lot of the time here that I think being able to protect a creature is very key in the swing of the game, the tempo of the game. Mutton yesterday, mutton today, and flyweights don't look like mutton again tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah, I like this card. I'm probably gonna rate this a B-. I don't think it actually is a C card. I think it actually is a B-. All right, Wargling. It's a baby. 2 minutes, 2/2. When you attacks with you control a power 4 or greater until end of turn, this gets +1/+0, and creatures you control in general gain trample. That's cool. That's a C+. That's a good card. All right, to run. That's cool. Wilderland Scrounger, 5 mana, 3/6. Whenever this creature attacks while you control a creature with power 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 kind of. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is a B+. This is a very good card. There's one red spell that gets rid of this. There's a couple black spells that get rid of this. There is actually the white doesn't do very well against this, except with the uncommon removal. That is pretty cool. Yeah, one red spell. It's the 6 damage. Yeah. Dang, I like this card. That one's fun. It is so good. It's, yeah, I'm gonna go B+ on that one. That's excellent. Wood Elves reprint. Nice, cool art too. So when this enters, search your library for a forest card, put that card on the battlefield, and shuffle. This is a pure reprint of Wood Elves, and I love that because it's perfect flavor for the set and so on. This is notably this is a good card to collect for your ADH decks, because again, it says forest card, so you don't have to do basic forest. You can fetch any of the things that have forest as their type. So the triomes can be fetched with this, so on and so forth. If you can flicker this, you can keep it going. It's just a really nice card, and it has really nice art. Wood Elves in the past has had some nice art. I like one of the arts on it, but so my favorite of the Wood Elves arts, oh, it also has a special version. Okay. So it has a Rebecca Guay art. And then my favorite of them though is actually this one, the one that was printed first in the Commander. I really like this one as opposed to the other ones. It's classic. The original was the Guay, I believe. Yeah, Portal and Exodus here. So, oh god, the 7th edition foil would be nuts. Oh, it's actually not as expensive as I thought it would be for a 7th edition foil. I mean, when you consider the regular is 34 cents and this is $36, maybe it is, but like usually 7th edition foils are all like hundreds of dollars. But anyway, this is a really nice new artwork. I really like this artwork for it. That's really cool. And this is interesting. Special edition one. Promo. But anyway, this is a card to pick up while you can. Like it's just gonna be in the commons. It's a cool card to keep for your constructed stuffs. In limited, this is gonna help you ramp. And I think it's good enough to be ramping in this, to be finding stuff for green, even at 3 mana for a 1/1, even if you don't have flicker. It might be able, I have to see what the lands are in this set, but you might be able to fetch up something that provides 2 colors if you just have a forest. We'll see. I haven't seen what the lands are. But I think it's still decent enough to be able to ramp it on that. Seems fine. Woodland. Oh, so I'm gonna give this a C+. It could be a B- depending on the lands. If any of the lands have like 2 types, I think it might be a B-. Woodland Weave Masters, 2 mana, 1/2 vigilance. Whenever another elf. Okay, there's the elf payoff. This creature gets plus. Oh, well, so that's less important. Add X mana of any one color where X is this creature's power. Oh, Jesus. This could be a problem. It's a huge problem in Elf Ball. But it actually could do serious work in limited. If you have like a dedicated elf deck here, if you play this on 2. Bonjour. Hey man, thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. So if you play this on 2, let's say you play this on 2, and then let's say you play Wood Elves on 3. Remember that this doesn't put into play tapped. You can actually use it that turn. So on 3, you've used all your actual mana except for the thing you put into play tapped. This got +1/+1. You can add 3 more mana to cast elf spells and activate ability of elf sources. Because this is going to be 2, and this is going to be a land that's untapped. That could spiral really fast. Christ. The fact that this is 2 mana, 1/2 mana dork with vigilance is pretty sweet anyway. I'm still running this card. I'm still picking this at a B ranking, just because, again, it can fix if you want to splash colors. But yeah, that's pretty cool. For an elf deck, that's stupid. I'm probably gonna have to put that in my like actual constructed elf commander deck. That is very dumb. Especially since it can fix for black, because my current deck is green black. Wow. Okay. Bard the Bowman. 3 mana, 1/3 reach. Whoa. Whenever you draw a second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, gains lifelink until end of turn. Jesus. So that has the +1/+1 counter synergies that green and black have. So you could do a tricolor thing and splash it in there. The lifelink is relevant. There's a lot of ways to draw a second card in a bunch of colors. So you could actually run this in splashed in something. I don't like paying 3 for a 1/3 reach on 3. But this does feel like it's not too fast to format. And this is so much value over time. And it can be splashed if you're like in a green-blue deck. You can splash it with the white. If you're in a white-green deck, you can splash it for the blue. That's not so bad. Because it's pretty easy to do it with the green with this. And maybe with the lands, we'll see. I want to say... I'm really caught between B+ and B from this one. I think this is so much value over time, and it's very easy to draw a second card in this set in blue. I think also white does have some recruit that does make it easier, but I think the blue is the best way to draw 2 cards. And there are some cards in black that do it as well. So like Esper can really use this. The lifelink is such a huge deal in this with an extra counter. I'm gonna go with B plus for now. I don't think it puts you into white blue. Like I'm not sure that like I think you could splash for it. I think it's fine. I wouldn't switch colors for it obviously at all. But yeah, that's a nice one. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go B plus for now. It could be that I'm rating it. It's very good. It's just I'm yeah. The fact that it's a 1-3 and it depends. So this if the format is as slow as I think it is, I think it's gonna be great. I think it's gonna be a B plus. If it's faster than I think it is, then this is gonna go down in value. And the presence of the lightning strike, essentially, the Dragon's Fire or whatever it is, this thing in the format makes it go down in value. But yeah. There we go. But it gets out of range of that pretty quickly. The problem is you would rather put the +1/+1 counters on other things to make them into the threats rather than this. So yeah, it's we'll see. All right. Eagle's Rescue, 4 mana, enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and is flying. You can return. Whoa. That's dumb. So talking through it, one of the things that is worst about auras is that you can get 2 for 1. That's really bad. When you go to put an aura on something and they kill that thing, you lose the thing and the aura. So it is very, very important that auras in limited be very powerful. The other possibility is that if that aura can come back. So +2/+2 and flying for 4 mana is nice. It's not as powerful as I'd like it to be, but it is nice. But the key here is that it can return. Yes, it can only return on a creature with power 1 or less, but again, there's recruits that can do that. There's goblins that can do that. There's a bunch of things with power 1 or less. Activating only as a sorcery, I don't care. They have to put that, otherwise it would be stupid. That's not a huge detriment for this thing. So the fact that you can get it back if they already 2 for 1'd you, or if they killed the creature that you put it on, and before you were able to get, if you got value or not out of it, is really, really important. So I don't think it's anything like, Griff's Boon, let's see. So I don't think it's as good as this. The fact that there was 1 mana +1/+0 and flying, again, the +2/+2 is less important. The second part of this is less important because you're giving something evasion, so you really, really care about the power on it first. Yes, if they have, flyers that can block, that's less relevant. But this was actually very, very good because you could return it to attach to a target creature, any creature, and it gave it +1/+0 and flying, and that was just really powerful. This less so. I'm still happy with it. I think as a card, I think I'm still like, it's fine, but I think I would probably give it a B minus. It is still fine. I will still play it. It's still exciting more than just a normal playable decent common. And I do think +2/+2 and flying is nice. You have to do it when they're tapped out to get maximum value. But at least if they then kill your creature, you can return it. The only problem that deals with it very well is the blue enchantments. So Enchanted River's Grasp is very good at dealing with this. A 2 for wanting this. And you won't be able to get it back because it's not in your graveyard. So that's something to keep in mind. And again, they have to have something power 1 or less. That is a restriction because you don't want to run that many power 1 or less. And you don't want to recruit necessarily all the time just because you want to keep your actual cards in hand rather than your lands sometimes. So yeah. Anyway, for all those reasons, we're keeping it at that rank. So Patient Instructor, 3 mana, 2/2. When it enters recruit, that's fine. When it enters loot, and then you might get a 1/1, that's perfectly fine. C+. Bolg of the North. 5 mana, 5/5. When it enters, you can sacrifice another creature. Okay. When you do, it deals damage equal to that creature's power to another target creature. If excess damage was dealt this way, amass Goblin's X, where X is the excess damage. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good card. It's not good if you have no other creatures. 5 mana, 5/5 is fine, but not exciting. If you have no other creatures, you're not going to get this value. But a 5/5 for 5 should make up for that a little bit. Normally you're going to sacrifice something small. And you're not going to amass goblins that much. But on occasion, I can see sacrificing like a really big goblin army and then amassing the extra. That's actually not bad either. But this is good for cards like we've seen with the Front Porch Sentries to get the -1/-1. I believe when you do, it does that. The trigger will go on this. I don't know if that's going to happen first or second. I'd have to look at the actual cards more carefully, but it seems like a good card. It's no Killmonger. But there we are. Still fine. Still fine. Yeah. I'm going to give it a B for now. I think it's actually a B+. If you get that deck, I just don't... No, it's probably a B+. There's just a lot of removal I would take over it. All right, Fearsome Goblin Pair. 3 mana, 1/1. When it dies... Oh! That's cool. All right. This is yet another huge reason to pick the Stir Up Trouble pretty highly. That is super sweet. 3 mana, 1/1, not good, but when it dies in Mass Goblins 4, that's great. And it does look like you can get it to die pretty easily because the Golem sacrifices, the Bulk sacrifices, the removal sacrifices. So this is pretty sweet. It's a little slow because if it doesn't die, if they're all in the air, then you're really annoyed. But if they're in the air, then you hope you draw the removal and can sacrifice and make a 4/4. Or make your goblin 4 bigger. Army. Okay, Goblin Plate Mail. 2 mana, mass goblins 1 attached. They massed army. It gets +1/+1 and menace. Nice! Oh, I like it. And it's an artifact for your stories. Yeah, menace is really nice. I like this card. So yeah, C+, perfectly happy running this one. Absolutely. Yes, there are artifacts that can boost the amount of damage that it deals. Definitely. I mean, that's, yeah. That's a cool one. Okay. So yeah, I think this one's... I'm gonna put this at a B+, like I said. And I'm gonna put this at a B. And I'm gonna put this at a C+. That's fine. What the? The Chief Warg! Okay. 4 mana in Golgari colors and 2 menace 3/3. Whenever you attack with Crow's power, draw a card. Damn. Okay. I don't like the 4 mana 3/3, but I do like the fact that you could play it and then attack with power 4 or greater. The problem is we just haven't seen that many power 4 or greaters at 3. which would be ideal. Now, notably, this isn't a you may. This is not a you may. So careful not to kill yourself. But I think this is still a great card. I'm gonna give it a B. I like this card. Maybe it's a 5-drop. I think this might be just a 5-drop because I think the only time you can actually guarantee that you're gonna have 4 power on the board is after turn 4. I think it's a 5-drop, then you attack, you draw, gain, lose, and then you can pump it with one of the equipment to attack with 4 by itself with the menace, which is pretty sweet. I might be underrating this card, but I think it's a B for now. I don't think I like it quite as much as I like Bolg. But it seems sweet. Oh. Okay, well, the presence of this card makes this card so much better! So much better! Okay. The presence of this card at common, right? Coming in as a 4/2 at 3, and you can run it either green or black. That is great. And because you can just put a counter on itself. It's a 4/2. Can't be blocked by tokens, don't care. But then you can run this. I like that a lot. Okay, so this gets much better. This is probably still a B+ now. This is really nice. This card is also really, really nice for our little bunny. Where's our bunny? Our bunny is now better because we can get a 4 power on much sooner. Where's my nasty little rabbit? Let's go. Yeah. Nasty little rabbit into Duskwatch Hunter seems sweet. I really like this card. It enables so much right now. And yeah, I think this gets better. I think I still take the Bolg over it. If I'm like first pick, first pack, and I have an option of both of these. Actually, I'll probably take this just because I really want to run this because this is cool. And it's more interesting to me to play, but this is probably the better card. But yeah, and then this card is really nice in the set. I think this one is going to be a higher pick common than most. I really like this card. I actually think this is a B-, not a C card. Really nice. Okay, large bear. Reach, trample, haste. I'm gonna die to this card so many times. All right. So not only is it a relevant creature type of bear, because we have actually had things where if you the 3/2 that untaps, and if it's a bear, it gets +1/+1, the little flash bear. But a 5/5 for 5 reach, trample, haste is great. We had a boar that did that. So a 5 mana Quake Tusk. Reach, trample, haste, 5/5 elemental boar. This is just a bear that is the same thing but not an elemental. So yeah, this was a good card in its format. This is going to be a good card in this format. I like this card. I do think it's I want to give it a B+. I really want to give it a B+. It might be that it's a B, but I want to give it a B+. I like this card. I just think that the 5-drop slot is going to be glutted in this particular pair of colors. So, we'll see. This card was less powerful than I expected it to be in its format, but this format was a very different format than this one will be. So I think this one's going to be really good. All right. Before, Melodic Rider, 6 mana, 4/5 storied. When it enters attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. As long as you have an enduring story, you have an ability of a door triggers that ability triggers an additional time. So, if you come into play and you have a story, this is going to go on the stack, and you're going to get 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Sorry, you're going to get a +1/+1 counter on target creature and a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It's going to trigger twice, and when it attacks, this card's great. I'm going to give this a B+. This is a scary card. Nice. Nori, do you think... Okay, wait, chat. I have a really, really important question. Really important question. Do you think that the designers of this set chose which dwarves would be more powerful based on how much they liked them? Do you think they let their internal biases get in the way? Do you think that like they chose that? Okay, you know, this is gonna be, you know, Bifur is gonna be ridiculously like crazy versus like Nori, which is this. Do you think they fully embrace their biases for this to give the dwarves abilities? Okay, 2 minutes. Sorry, I really want to know the answers, so I'm going to read those after this. But okay, I do want to move on too because we gotta get through. 2 minutes, 2/2. When it attacks, target attacking creature gains first strike until end turn. That's sweet. The fact that this is just a 2/2 for 2 though, doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be able to attack that quickly. It is an early legendary creature, which is nice for the storied. It can give itself first strike, so if you can pump it early, you're doing okay. You're biased while reading the books. You also be your favorite dwarves. What's your favorite dwarf? That's the question. Besides Thorin, nobody can answer Thorin. That's weak. Thorin's great, but like besides Thorin, who's your favorite? You can't say Thorin. And I don't think many of us wouldn't say it anyway, but that's just a cheat. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one. I think it's probably a C+. I think it's Glowing was your vast favorite. Oh, that's cool. Thorin Oakenshield. Okay, 2-mana dwarf noble trample storied 3/2. As long as you have an enduring story, artifacts and creature. That's powerful. I think it's a B. Bomber was so awesome. Bomber was so good. Yeah, I mean 3/2 trample for 2 is already so good. I want to give it a B+. The fact that it's 2 colors, I feel like I still need to do a B. If you're already in those colors, I think it obviously goes up to a B+. But I think first pack, like and picking, I think I would probably give it a B. Mirkwood Nurturer. 3 mana, 3/2. When it enters, return up to one target permanent you control to its owner's hand. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Balin was the best of Bilbo and gave the most background. This is a good one. Look at the squirrels. So return up to one other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. So you can reset, get more value. You can take things out from under the blue enchantments. Let's see. What else can you do? And then, so we have 4/3, another 4-drop potentially, but you'd have to return something, so it's not as good as the wolf would be for enabling the ferocious decks, but it's still okay. You could also pull a land back to your hand to get another landfall trigger. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's a C+. Sylvan Reveler, 4 mana, 3/2. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. So loot. If you discard a land card, this way put it from. Oh, damn. That is very good. And whenever a land you control enters, you can pay 3. If you do, return this. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna give this a B+. I really like this card. I really like this card. I know it's a 4 mana 3/2, but being able to loot and put the land that you discard into play is crazy. And then later being able to get it back as just another value 3/2 to be able to, block things without trample for a long time. That's pretty sweet. I'm less concerned with the landfall trigger here actually than the first, but yeah, that's pretty sweet. Thranduil, Sindarin Liege, 4 mana, 2/3, Elf Lord. Other elves you control get +1/+1, and landfall whenever. Stupid. Okay. Mill 4 cards, then put up to 2 land cards from among them into your hand. Sweet. This is a B+, no doubt about it. That's freaking awesome. And the fact that it's hybrid mana means it can go in either. That's crazy. I think this card is stupid. I do like that it's 3 toughness, because otherwise I think it would be too stupid, because if you couldn't like lightning strike it, but yeah. Yeah, I really like this card. That's two really powerful uncommons in those colors that are fairly early. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how the color balance is going to be with this set. I really hate 5-color pair supported sets, though. I really just, ugh. Long-bodied gray dog. 3-mana 2/2 flash reach. When it enters, create a tapped treasure token. Okay. I mean, that's fixing. That's fine. Can go in any deck. It seems okay. Like, I'm not hugely a fan, but they can definitely eat the recruit tokens, so it does have some utility in this. The fact that it has reach means it can stop the 3/1 flyer that is in blue. The tap treasure token means you can go from 3 to 5 pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, seems fine. C+. I actually think this is perfectly playable. I also love the art. That's adorable. I like that it's full art, too, through this. Old thrush. Stand by the grey stone when the thrush knocks, and the last light of the setting sun will shine upon the keyhole. All right, 2-mana, 1/2. Sorry, I'm still listening to the movie in my head after that. Flying. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life. Okay. You can search your library for basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle, and I can put that card. Yes. Okay. This is the sort of this is really nice because it flies and gains 2 life to offset the 2 cost. As a 1/2 here. It's really nice. So it's the canopy. No, not canopy. It's a colorless freaking card. What was it called? We've had so many that's 2-drop that fixes your land drops. There was a in one there was a mirror that did it. It was sort of like a toxic might thing. And then in Silver Quill, Strixhaven, there was a 2-mana did Campus Dude. There we go, Campus Guide. And Strixhaven originally that could do the same thing. This is really important in best of 1 for making sure you hit your land drops and for fixing. I like this type of card probably more than I should. I like this at a B- level. It is technically a C+ in theory, but if you're running 3 colors, I think it graduates to B-. So really nice. Troop of Ponies. It's got an apple. It looks like a My Little Pony. It's drawn really weird. And its ear is like weird place above its eye. This one has more normally placed weird ear. This one's like right by it. That's so weird. Anyway. Very strange. Anyway, 2-mana 2/1. That's fine ROI. And then 2-mana tap, sacrifice it, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Put one onto the battlefield tap and the other 2. So you can... So 2-mana get a 2/1, and then the next turn you can pay 2 and tap it and sack it to cultivate. I like it. I really like it. This is one of the ways you can do it instant speed to pump the spider that we saw, the 2/1 that gets +1/+1 whenever landfall. And then it also is good for the uncommon elf 3/2 that can tap an opponent's creature or untap your creatures. And at instant speed, this is really good. I like this card. I think this is a B. Might even be a B+, Jesus. It's really nice. No, you're not sacrificing a pony. That's just the text on the card. What you're actually doing is sending it to a farm upstate where it can be super happy and have more apples. The Black Arrow. 3-mana flash. When it enters, it deals 1 damage to any target. There's a lot of things with 1 toughness. That's fine. If a dragon is dealt damage this way, destroy it. I think that's actually going to be more useful. And +1/+1 and reach for 1. That's not bad at all. Yeah. And there is, of course, the common smog for some reason. We don't really have other dragons that we've seen so far, but there is the common smog, which that may have relevance. But I think this already being a short sword +1 with reach, right? Not a short. Is it a short sword? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Okay. Short sword that gives reach as well, for one, but also can have flash, for the 1 damage to any target is actually kind of nice. Because again, there's so many things with 1 toughness in this. I'm going to give it a B. Well, the +1. I think B minus still. Yeah, I think it's B minus. Could be wrong. It could go up. Like, Short Sword was amazing in its first set, Dominaria, which was a very slow format, and this was just extra value and could keep moving around and keep making sure you could get in. It was not good in core set 2021. So it does depend on the speed of the set and how well +1/+1 wins combat, etc. But it's also a legendary artifact, so it can be not only an artifact, but also a another thing for your stories. So that's interesting too. So yeah, this may go up or down in my estimation based on the speed of the format. All right, Dwarven Madoc, 2 mana. When it enters, attach it to target dwarf you control, so that's relevant to dwarves. Crypt creature gets +2/+1, has ward 1. That's a really nice thing for dwarf. But if you don't have a dwarf, you can still play it for 2 and equip 3 to something. Obviously, best in a dwarf deck. That's going to be much, much higher in a dwarf deck. Does add to your stories. +2/+2 and ward 1 for 3 is not great. So I do think you really only want to run it in a dwarf deck, in a heavy dwarf deck. So I'm going to give it a B minus for that reason. If you already have a dwarf deck, it goes up really high, though, because if you can equip that for free, that's really nice. All right. Giant's Boulder, 1 minute. When it enters scry 2. Okay. 1 mana tap, add 1 mana of any color. 7 and tap, sacrifice to destroy target permanent. Okay, so we've got a combination of like Prism. Hello. I can't. All right. Wow, because Prismari, now we have 1,000,000 prisms. So here's Prismatic Lens, pay 1 and tap, add 1 mana of any color. But there's also Prophetic Prism here. But you'll notice that instead of drawing a card, you're scrying 2, which can be similar to draw a card, but it's not quite as good. You can also notice that Prophetic Prism is 2 mana. So that's another exchange that you're getting. And here you're getting late game value, 7 and tap, sacrifice it, destroy target permanent. That's actually pretty useful. So I think the Prophetic Prism is still slightly better for what this set wants, because the draw card's so huge, you get an artifact into play for your stories, and you can filter to fix. But if removal is light, this is destroy target permanent, any permanent, so it's not the worst. I think it's a C+. I think it is actually still playable because of the fact that it's an artifact for a story deck, but and it can fix your draws early, and then can, if you are, I would only run it if I were splashing for a color, but yeah, seems fine. All right, seems playable. Key to the Side Door, 1 mana, 2 and tap, target creature can't be blocked this turn. You can pay 1 and tap, discard a legendary card with the same name as a legendary permanent you control to draw 2 cards. Okay, so this is one of the things that they're doing to offset the fact that this is a small set with a metric ton of legendaries in it, even at common. So it's trying to make it so that you don't have a dead card in hand if you have like 3 legendaries of the same type. This isn't always going to be able to go off, but the target creature can't be blocked this turn is still relevant, and can actually win a lot of games. I do like this card. I think it's B-, but there are decks that are very, very much going to want this card. Especially ones that really need to run a ton of the dwarves to make sure that they hit all the things, and therefore have multiple of them. Okay, when this card came across my social feed, and because they're releasing freaking sets so quickly one after the other, I did not read this as Thror's map at first. definitely read it as Thor's map. And I was like, what the hell? Are we still getting more, like, are we getting reveals for the next Marvel set? But anyway, moving along. Thor's map, 2 mana. When it enters, search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. That's, you know, fixing / make sure you hit your land draws. You can also pay 2 and tap to loot. That's fine. That's really good for the draw, an extra card per turn. And the fact that you can make sure you hit your lands, put it into your hand is just really, really nice. I like this card. I think it's a B/B+. It's a B to start with if you're like in the early game. If you're already in a draw 2 effect, it is heavily draw 2. It is a B+/A-. And then again, if you're doing multiple colors like splashing, this is very nice. Well-worn spatula. What the hell is that green stuff? Green eggs and ham, but in this case, it's green ham and eggs? I don't know what's happening there. It doesn't look like it's the consistency of lettuce or spinach or anything like that. That's freaking weird. Anyway, when this equipment enters, you gain 2 life, and then it's a short sword. I mean, if you need an equipment, I guess. Meh. I mean, it's the thing for your stories. Again, short sword gets better the slower the format it is. But yeah. Okay. This is a double colored land, but it doesn't have the name, so the wood elves can't fetch it. Not being food related is stupid, yes. I mean, this is a spatula for hitting somebody. It's not for cooking. I guess the gaining 2 life is the idea of the food. That's the best they've got. But it should be 3 if it were food. Anyway, moving along. Elven King's Halls. So this, you can't fetch this up with wood halls. So we're not seeing anything yet that's like forest plains or blah, 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 you know. Okay, so land enters tapped. Okay, so that's norm this. For a common land, pay Simic and 2, tap it, sacrifice it, put 2+1 on the card. Elf, you can draw, so it's elf relevant. Okay. Still good, fine, good value. It's not going to be a high pick. It's going to be perfectly playable. If you're already in an elf deck, it goes to a B-. You're still going to pick good elves over it. Unless you really need the fixing for a 2-color deck, or 3-color. But this part is going to be less relevant, the sacrifice. Goblin Town. All right. Okay, same thing. Is it gonna be same thing each? Oh, okay. Sacrifice the land, choose your life or basic land, put it on the battlefield to tap, then shuffle. So we've got an Evolving Wilds, which is really gorgeous art. And then also, can Halfling cycle? Discard this card, search your library for a Halfling card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. Oh, that's cute. Wait, how many Halflings do we have? Have we seen any Halflings? Huh. We've seen Bilbo. We've seen Bilbo. No, but that's rare. So we've seen Bilbo. Oh, and the golems. But everything else rare or mythic. Huh. I mean, it's good enough as an Evolving Wilds, and just having the opportunity to get like a Halfling cycle there. I mean, Evolving Wilds is, you know, a high pick these days, just so you can make sure you hit the second color that you're running, or even the third. So I'm gonna give this a B-. I think the added, you might just get added value out of it. That's pretty cool. But it's a gorgeous Evolving Wilds with extra upside. Nice. Okay. Same thing with dwarves, same thing with humans are relevant. Okay, all right. Relevant creature type now. Okay. Mirkwood. Bear, spider, a wolf. Haha. I actually think this is the best of them just because it covers multiple things. That is really nice. you're more likely to get this to fire off without having a dedicated deck to any one of those in particular. Okay, now that's the commander. Okay, so that is all of the commons and uncommons from this set. We made it. My voice is going away, but we made it. So we can start on the rares and mythics. Mainly, we care about less about the rares and mythics because the most of the cards that you're going to see in your pre-releases are commons and uncommons, and the rares and mythics are usually just like, take this card. They're stupid. But we will take a look at these. It's because it's play boosters. Oftentimes you're going to get multiple in a pack, and you just want to be able, for drafting at least, you need to evaluate which one's better. But I usually don't care as much about these until the actual release and we start to see what's going on. Importantly, Settle the Wreckage is back in the set. That is a huge deal. So keep this in mind that it exists. Settle the Wreckage is never fun in a limited set for me. The one-sided Wrath is just too powerful at 4. And basic lands just don't matter as much because you won't have the creatures in play that do landfall. So be mindful of this before you attack all out. All right, so let's look at this stuffs. I did see that the Settle that it came across the socials that it was back. If you want to see one of the best instances of like Settle in a competitive setting, go look up when I think it was Luis Scott Vargas, I think, was playing Andrei, I believe, and LSV had the Settle in hand. And Andre could attack for the win on board, but if he didn't attack for the win on the board, LSV didn't have pretty much anything going. So it was Jeremy Desani. Oh, okay. And then LSV took a vampire token, which was what would be generated when the opponent attacked, and showed it, and looking like he was going to hand it over, and then as though he didn't have anything to do, and then settled, and it was it was gross. It was a huge mind game, which LSV is known for doing. So see if you can find that. I don't know which year it was or what, but I think it was a Pro Tour or GP. I'm not sure. I think it was Pro Tour. No, GP. I have no idea. I'd have to go back. It's so long since I've seen it. But it was really a devastating bit of play, bit of mind gaming. Okay. So Belladonna took, let's look at this. 2/2 for 2. Whenever a token you control enters, you gain 1 life. Gives you flashbacks. Whenever it enters, you gain 1 life. If this is the first time, this ability. If it's the second time, draw a card. If it's the third time, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. This is more of a constructed thing. This is going right in my populate deck. It is so good. For my populate deck, which produces a metric ton of tokens. But I think it's going to be less relevant in limited, unfortunately. Gaining life you'll be able to do, but if it's the second time draw a card, that's going to be less likely. Yeah, I really don't think you're going to pick this that highly in limited, but it is stupid and constructed. Bilbo's Gambit. This is an interesting freaking card. This is so nope, not resp. I'm blanking on the name right now. So we have Reprieve. Return target spell to its owner's hand and draw a card for 2. Here, we should return target spell to owner's hand. If you then gift them a treasure, players can't cast spells this turn, which means you can blank their entire turn with this card. So it's a counter spell plus you can't play any more spells this turn, which maybe they weren't going to be able to play anything else with the mana that they had, so you might not get the value. But on a, like, importantly, right, the idea here is that it's essentially ending the turn. It's kind of like an Orum's chant, but for or silence, but for the first thing, it's just you also get to return the card, right? Um, so here's silence. Your opponents can't cast spells this turn, right? Which you can cast at the beginning of the turn, and they just can't do anything. There's also the other one I mentioned is Orum's chant, which is this can't cast spells and can't attack. No, you don't blank your own too. If you cast it on their turn. Can't cast spells this turn. So it just stops them for that turn. So oftentimes what you're going to want to do is, because people attack first, because that's good practice. People attack first. You let them attack, right? And then you blank the next part of the turn where they were going to be able to play something out that would make a blocker or two blockers or something to make sure that you couldn't get in for lethal. And you just essentially stop that turn. So they try to cast a spell that taps them mostly out. You return the spell. They get a treasure token, but they can't cast anything for the rest of the turn. And then hopefully you can swing for lethal. It's just a tempo swing that they're not expecting from white. The key is that they're not expecting from white, because if it was just a counter spell, you know, whatever, right? But it is a sweet one. But yeah, I don't think it's as good, obviously, in limited as it is in constructed. These effects never are as good in limited as in constructed, because the impact of what's played on a single turn in constructed is so much greater. But I think this is still worthy of consideration. I do think it's probably going to be a B- card, but it could go up. It just has some cool stuff to do. The Eagles are coming. Well, maybe it's a B. I don't. Maybe B-. I don't know. Anyway, so the incidental life gain off this, I think, makes it a C+ card. The fact that it's a legendary creature, it's still playable, by the way. I should mention that it's actually a C+. You're just not going to pick it over most rares. The Eagles are coming. 2-mana kicker 4, which whose target creature you own. If the spell was kicked, instead choose any number. What the? That's gross. That's really stupid. I hate it. This is certainly an A card. I just don't know if it's... So you have to have creatures in play. So it's not like on its own it does stuff, right? You absolutely have to have creatures in play. So it's not going to be an S tier, because S tier cards, by my definition, are just bonkers. They don't need anything else to go right for it to happen, right? You just play the game of Magic and it just works. So this is an A card. I'm just trying to figure out if it's an A+ card. I think we poop out enough creatures that this is probably an A+ card. Settle the wreckage counter. Yeah. Yeah. So I do think that white goes wide enough that this is probably an A+ card. I think you're almost always going to have at least creatures on the board, and then turning them into 4/4s is just stupid. Even if you lose the tokens, right? You don't care. You're getting 4/4 tokens instead with flying. And on occasion, you'll be getting some actual creatures back to be able to replay and have their ETBs again. I think this card is dumb. I think it's an A+ card, but it could be end up being an A, just based on how the set plays out. If you get large board stalls a lot of the time and boards go wide, and then this is going to be the stupidest card. But not S, just because it requires you to have creatures. And And sometimes that's just you draw this card and you could have done like something, but you have no creatures in play. I don't think there's enough removal for that to happen, so I do think it's going to be an A+. But yeah, if it's really slow and there really isn't enough removal and you do go wide enough, this might make it to an S tier card just because you'll always have creatures. I underestimated the number of times that you would have creature in play. At one point there was a card that I think it was Marlin. Marlin I completely underestimated. I did think it was very good, but I completely underestimated it because I didn't realize how easy it would be to have creatures on the board in Lorwyn Eclipsed. You almost always had creatures on the board still. It was very rare that you had no creatures. So yeah. So okay, so then we got Feely, the Pathfinder, 4 mana 2/2 storied. As long as you have an enduring story, creatures you can get +1/+1. Okay, so it's a mass pump, so an anthem. Whenever Feely or another non-token dwarf, oh Jesus Christ. Okay. That's a really good card. I'm gonna give it an A. I think I'm gonna give it an A. No. Oh wait, whenever it or not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give it an A+. I'm gonna give it an A+. Because here's why. So it's 4 mana for 2 bodies. Because it comes in as a 2/2 and you get a 2/2 red dwarf creature token. So 2 bodies across, so 4 power across 2 bodies for 4. That's already fine. It's a legendary creature for your storied. And it is very easy to get storied in this set, it looks like. And then mass pumping means that you have 2 3/3s, which is 6 power for 4 mana. And then any non-token dwarf that you play after that gets you another 2/2. So even if you don't have storied, it's still stupid. I think this is a very good card. I do think it's an A+. I do think amongst the A+ cards, I would still take this over this, but that is really close. I would much rather have both because this goes wide and I can make 2 4/4s instead and then replay it and get more. Good stuff. Gleaming Splendor. 2 mana. Whenever an opponent creates their draws a second card each turn, you create a treasure token. And you can also make 2 target players draw a card. This card is nutty for Commander. It is less good, just like Smothering Tithe is less good in Limited. It is less good in Limited. But it is still good because there's so many recruits and there's so many. The draw card like deck, the white-blue deck is really, there's a lot of things that matter with that, and the black even has some of it. We can think of it a little bit more like a fairy mastermind in this, except that like the treasure token is less good than drawing an extra card. The ramp matters less in white. It matters in green and black. I think and Fairy Mastermind obviously has a body, which is so much better. Fairy Mastermind is infinitely better than Limited than this, but I don't know how to value this yet. Because it is allowing you to draw a second card. So that is really nice too. Because if you're in white-blue, it can draw you that extra card and do all the things. I'm going to give it a C+. I think there's a chance that it's playable, especially for 2 mana. I'm not too concerned about, wasting a card. I think it's actually, you can play it if you're in the draw card deck. I don't think I would play it in any other version. I just think that the ability to, even though you're giving them a card, the ability to trigger your draw effects, your draw 2, at will is very important. But yeah, I'm still giving it a C+. I think it's not, I don't think it's unplayable. I think there's like one circumstance where you really want it as a 23rd card. Keely. 2 mana storied. As long as you have an enduring story, you may pay 0 rather than pay the equip costs of the first equip. Whenever another dwarf or equipment... Oh, damn. This is going in my equipment deck. Okay. Whenever that dwarf triggers only once per turn. Oh. This is a good card in this set. This is a really good card. I think this is an A. This is really nice. I don't think it's an A+, but I think it's an A. Queen of Dale. 2 mana 2/1. Whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, you recruit. Damn! But it's not a May. Huh. You have to be careful with this one. I think this is really good and constructed. Especially EDH. I don't know about limited. I mean, non-creature spell each turn, the black-red might mill you out. Or at least take all the cards in your hand that are like... So let's say you have a card that you really want to keep in your hand. You're just going to cycle through other cards which might actually be relevant for a very long time. This is interesting. The fact that it's not a May is interesting, but you still create the 1/1 whites card. Okay, never mind. Even if you're cycling through less relevant cards, at least you're getting value. I think I'm going to give this an A as well. I don't think it's an A+. Just because there are so many things that crush 1/1s at uncommon. But it is still really cool. Also, Magali never misses. This is an amazing artwork. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the A on this one. I think I would pick Keeley over it. Yeah, I actually think I would pick Keeley over it. I think this is a more powerful card in the white deck. I think I would pick Feely over it. I'll pick Eagles Are Coming, certainly, because that's an A plus card probably at this point. Yeah. Wouldn't pick any of the rest of these over it, though. Yeah. Okay. Roads go ever on. Oh, man. Yeah, it can be really aggressive, but again, it's non-creature spell. And a limited is all about creatures usually. Obviously, the red-black, because of the nature of the spells amassing instead of creatures amassing, they did more spells amassing than creatures. That deck, this is really good against, and probably is is definitely a higher pick against those particular decks. I just think in general you're going to want this card more in a dwarf deck, for example, in the white deck, or even in the white-blue deck because you're drawing cards. And not having to discard. But the same thing here. Like, I still think that unless you're playing against the red-black, I think the Keeley and the Feely are more powerful. First picks. This is still really damn good, and I'm not saying it's bad. I think I would pick the Keeley and the Feely over it. So search your library for 2 basic plains cards, exile them, then shuffle, gain 2 life for 2. Put a card exiled with the saga into its owner's hand. So you get to put the plains into hand and play it, and plains into hand and play it. Okay, what if you attack this turn, target creature you control gets one of each plains you control. It's fine. It's a way to make sure you hit your lands with plains. This is a good constructed card because it's effectively just making sure you hit your land drops. It's similar to oh god, what's the I can see the artwork. It was first printed. No, Birth of Meletus is good, but that was, I mean, Birth is a similar idea. Where you search for planes and then you get at this. This is way more value here though, to some degree. There's So advanced, I want commander. So whites, I want 1 and a white. Gift of Estates was interesting. If they control more lands than you could get to 3 plains cards. Then there was also the Archaeomancer's map, I think it was. No. I just spelled that right. Okay, yeah. Just spelled that wrong. When it enters, search your library for up to 2 basic plains cards, reveal them, put them in your hand, then shuffle, and then you could start playing them there. White just has a lot of versions of this where it wants to make sure that it hits its land drops. It's effectively white drawing cards. And so they have versions of this where you just, obviously land tax is one of the versions of this as well, but there's a lot of them that depend on your opponent having more. But this is one where they exile. There's another one where you exile there. So Archaeomancer with 2 basic planes, reveal and put it in your hand, then shuffle. There was another one which was from Morningtide or Eventide? I think it was Eventide. Endless Horizons. So search your library for any number of plains cards, remove them from the game, then shuffle your library. At the beginning of your upkeep, you can put a card you removed from the game with Endless Horizons into your hand. This is kind of harkening back to that same idea, like search your library of them, exile them. If this gets, by the way, if this gets removed, if this gets destroyed, you're not getting those. But I haven't seen enough enchantment destruction to worry about this getting destroyed before you get a little bit of value off of it. You've seen that set logo, never known the name. Yeah, that's Eventide. But this was an interesting card. If they can't remove it, you just get... Hi, Aussie Brainock! Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate the Bezos bucks. So yeah, so if you, as long as they couldn't remove this, you were just getting value for the rest of the game, and then you never had to draw planes. You just kept putting them into your hand. It was so cool. But again, it is a risk. Because if they remove it, you're not getting those planes back. This one less risk, I think. So this is a way to draw 2 cards effectively. With 2 mana to make sure you hit lands. You really do want it early, but you can thin your deck a little bit later. And then this last thing, 4 turns. Again, I think this format's going to be slow. I'm getting the opinion, the impression that it will be slower. I'm a little worried about the red-black deck in that case, because I think that actually could create really big things really fast and swing, but yeah. And there are some draws I think that the white-red deck could have that'll be really, really fast, but we'll see. I do like this card. I think it's probably a B pick. I think there's a lot of better cards than it, but I think it's still fine. Stupid fucking cards. This is probably an A+. It could even be an S tier card in this format. Man. It depends on whether people respect it and flunge. It has a similar but more powerful effect that with the bounce all the attacking creatures, 4 mana blue. So you want to play around it in the same way, such that you don't throw everything at them. Etherize, thank you, that's the one. Don't throw everything at them. If you can afford to play around Settle the Wreckage, play around Settle the Wreckage. If they have 4 mana open and double white. Access to double white. An unexpected party. So 4 mana as this enchanter enters, choose a creature type. So this rewards you for playing kindred / typal stuff. So again, dwarves, good stuff there, or humans if you're in the white-blue deck potentially. Seems sweet. At the door. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, you're choosing dwarves then, I guess. Okay. So you could play if you were in a humans deck, you could play it on this. But given that you can do this, you're probably playing it on dwarves anyway. This is a very good card. Anything that scales and can put 2/2s into play, that's crazy. Man. I'm gonna go with, so let's say you have two, so that's 5 mana to create two 2/2s. Or you can just play the 4 and you have a bunch of dwarves left. Yeah, this is why I say that I think Felia is better than Queen of Dale. In many decks. And against some. So I think this is probably going to be an A. God, this can just win some games the next turn if you have this late. And if you just have a dedicated deck, it can do this. I'm maybe A+. It might actually be A+ here. If it's a slow format, it's an A+ because of this. Because you're likely to be able to do this. Even if you're in an aggressive deck, you'll still want to do this higher. Or if you're already curved out, you want this version, this side. The Arkenstone. 5 mana, creatures you control get +1/+1. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. But you can also play Seek the Heart. Search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand. That's, yeah, okay. Normally tutoring for like a legendary creature card is not that crazy. Tutoring in limited is a little worse, unless you're cube, powerful cube. Tutoring in limited is a little bit worse, but this 5 mana creatures you control get +1/+1 in the beginning of your end step, draw a card is always nice. Yeah. This is a slam. This is awesome. This is an A+ card. I don't know that it's S tier, but it is definitely A+. Again, in a slow format, it's probably almost going to be S. But it does require you to have creatures. You can draw. Yeah, I mean, 5 mana draw card, not good if you don't have any creatures on the battlefield. So again, I think I'm not going to give it an S yet. Bilbo, Thief in the Night. 2 mana, 2/2. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 1 less to cast. Okay, so this is the stuff that you have put on an adventure. So that is really key. So that reminds us a little bit of Doc Orlock. I don't remember how to spell that. There we go. Yeah. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile, which was what you were doing with Plot. Cost 2 less to cast. That was a huge discount on Plot, which was nice. For the plotting cards, cost 2 less to cast. But yeah, or exile also includes the adventures, so that's actually pretty sweet. Discounting that is nice. Whenever it attacks, you can cast an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell from your... Jesus Christ! Okay, that's a good card. I'm gonna give that an A. There aren't that many instant... Like, Murder would go best with this. Obviously, there aren't that many instant speed removal spells, and you're going to be wanting to remove whatever might block this and get more value. But there's some really good instant and artifact spells that you can play. Sorcery spells, too. But this wait, is this going to ignore timing? I think this ignores timing because it says you can cast when it attacks. I think you can cast a sorcery spell. It's not like until end of turn you can cast this, right? Bilbo doesn't have to survive. It's just going to trigger. I think you can cast this by ignoring... I think you can ignore the timing restrictions because it says sorcery spell when it attacks. That's sweet. That's really sweet. Alex, I'm hoping it's slow. It looks like it's meant to be slow. There is a chance though that therefore the aggro deck is just the best deck, and we'll see. I actually think white-red can go faster than black. Black can go tall and have one piece of big thing that can be a problem. I think the go wide is actually scary, and mass pump is actually scarier to me. As far as like aggro. I don't know whether to rate this an A+. It's really good, but I think you only get the one activation of it attacking. Unless you're removing whatever would block it. But yeah, I think I'm going to give it an A for now. It could actually be an A+. Elrond, Moonreader, 3 mana, 3/3. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature, draw a card. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that why we haven't seen many activated abilities? We've seen a lot of triggered abilities in this set. I mean, this is absolutely messed up for my elf deck that I'm gonna make that actually has blue in it now. Damn. And then this is also the 7 mana, exile up to 2 other target non-land permanents you control, return the cards to the battlefield, and just way to get you can draw that card, and you also get to flicker stuff and get their ETBs again. This is dumb. This is an A+ card. I haven't seen a lot of like tap abilities or triggered tap abilities, activated abilities in the normal set. The commons and uncommons. Maybe that's why. So there's an activated ability on this elf. Did it say permanent or creature? Creature, okay. So the equipment don't count. Yeah, we saw very few actual activated abilities. Here's an activated ability, Snow Slope. Oh, in the Brave. Okay, that's getting better. Dwarven Provisioner. Nice. God, there's extremely few. The Harper. Sorry, this is like the fewest activated abilities I've seen in a while, I think. Here's Pay 2 Life, the Desolation Prowler. Gollum, the Abandoned. Damn. Okay. Yeah, that's very few. That's probably why they can play this in this set. Otherwise, it'd be too stupid. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with that rating there. Okay. Fateful Discovery. 5 mana whenever an artifact you control enters, draw a card. This is a constructed card. This is very, very good as a constructed card. I think at 5 mana, do nothing. I don't think I like it in limited, though. I think it's too slow. There are a lot of artifacts in this, certainly. But, like, if you're paying 5 mana and not affecting the board... obviously the set's slower, so it's still better than it would be in a fast set. I think the set is slower, so it's still better than it would be a fast set. I think it's still not good enough. Great Gilded Boat. 3 mana, 4/4 when you attack, recruit. Wow. It's just on the board, and whenever you attack, recruit. Jesus. In crew 2, that's great. Lord of the Eagles. So 9 mana, 8/8 flash. Costs X less to cast, where X is the total power of creatures you control with flying. Okay. I mean, that makes that 3/1 much better. The recruiting burb. And there's a bunch of flyers. I think this is going to take a lot of work. But I think I'm going to get got by this so many times. I feel like, I feel like it is probably... better than I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a little easier to get going when... That makes the 2/1 bird fixer, like the one that puts the land on top of the deck, even better. Or was it a 1/2? I forget. But this seems like I could make this work. And it's an 8/8, which only black and white deal with well. Green and red do not deal with this well at all. It's a 1/2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know how to rank this yet. I will see. I do think I'm going to lose to it a lot, though. But you do have to have a number of flyers for this to work. For now, I'm going to give it a B+. But it could be much higher than that. It depends. Most decrepit old bird! I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Okay. Mill 4 cards and put an instant sorcery card from among them into your hand. Flying, 1/1 gets +1/+1 as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, so it's going to be a 1 mana 2/2 flyer if at that. This helps you get the threshold. You can get an instant sorcery with 4 cards. That's a little worse than like a creature with 4 cards. Or a land. I'm gonna give this a B. I think it's fine. But I do think this is more of a meant to be a constructed card. Yeah. Riddles in the Dark. Okay. 3 mana. Look at the top 4 cards of your library and separate them into face down pile and face up pile. Opponent chooses one of those piles, put that pile into your hand and the other into the graveyard. Okay. So this is 5 cards for 4 at instant. An opponent separates those cards into 2 piles, put one pile into your hand and the other into your graveyard. They were both face up. This one the opponent is choosing. But it's a face down and face up pile. Okay. So this is there's so many versions of this. Usually in blue red or blue black or just blue. So Grixis colors. There's so many versions of fact or fiction these days where you know, you reveal X number of cards from the top of your library. Either you separate them or an opponent separates them. Or either you choose or opponent chooses. So the ones that tend to be best are the ones where you choose. Opponent choosing is a real downside. The face down and face up, though, is another trick that they added to this. I think we had a creature from Theros that did stuff like that, which was blue-black. But yeah, there's a lot of different versions of this. The idea here, though, is that you're probably going to get a couple cards that are decent. At least one, because, you know, the top 4, if they do 2 and 2, for example, you just have to have them guessing which one's the better. And sometimes it'll work out, sometimes it won't. This also doesn't count as drawing cards. So you're not going to trigger any of your draw 2 effects. This does fill up the graveyard, though, which, you know, was worth it. We do see some graveyard recursion. We see some flashback. That can be really nice. I don't know how to rate this just yet. I like it much less because it doesn't count as drawing cards, and this set really does care about drawing cards. Normally I like these effects, definitely. It's just a little less because that. I think I'm gonna give this a B. I think it's, you know, perfectly playable. I'm less excited about it than I would be otherwise. Roll, 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 roll. 3 mana, exile up to 1 target creature or land you control. If you do, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So it's a way to keep getting ETB values out of something. 4 turns of this, definitely the roll. And it's up to 1, so you don't have to do it. That's a good one with, you know, ETBs. You just have to make sure you have a lot of ETBs. I'm probably still gonna put this at a B+. I think it does cool stuff, but I think it's probably B+. Oh, it's a land as well, so you get the landfall triggers. Interesting. Under it, the battlefield under control at the beginning of the next end step. Yeah, I'm gonna give it that. Sauron's Ransom in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, got it. Uncover the Moon Letters. 4 mana. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may draw X cards, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If you do, discard creature cards. Also a constructed card. This can deck you in a limited thing. It is May, so it's not going to deck you unless you do it. But the discard 2 cards means that you net mana after doing nothing on 4. To net mana. So net cards here, you have to play a 4 sorry, a 4 or 5 mana. So a 3 mana spell, draw 2, discard. So it's so you net on 3. Again, it's a slow set, so cards like this, the Fateful Discovery, they can do work. And this, but I'm not going to take them highly. I think they require too much work to go do what I need them to do. So I'm going to take this as like a C+ card, maybe. I don't know that it's that playable on to do this. I think I'd rather just have a 4-drop. So if you drop 4 drops, you can draw a 4, discard. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it, yeah. I think I'm going to go C+. I think it is playable in certain formats, but like circumstances, but I'm not going to take it highly. All right. Wizard Staff. 2 mana, equipped creature has prowess. If an ability of an equipped creature triggers it, that ability triggers an additional time. Okay. And you equip a wizard for 1, or equip 3. How many wizards do we have in this? Does anybody know offhand? Oh, I said color blue. That's why I still had blue there. Okay. The fact there's only 1 wizard. Are you kidding me? That's horrid. Yeah, it's definitely a constructed card, but like, so what you have to consider though, okay, so prowess, whenever you cast non-creatures, so this is effectively +2/+2 if you're casting a non-creature spell on the turn. You have to pay 3 to equip it, but if an equipped creature triggers ability, it triggers an additional time. So we've had a couple things that, like one thing in particular. There's one thing in particular that I want with this, which is this thing. Whenever you attack, amass goblins too. So at least that's going to trigger twice. But like, I don't think I take this at all. I really don't. Wizards unusual in Middle Earth. Yeah, there aren't that many of them. I know. I don't think of this. I don't think this is playable. I might eat my words at some point, but I don't think this is playable. Glamdring the Foe Hammer. Gleam of Death. Mill 6 cards, then put all instant and sorcery cards from among them into your hand. All right, if you're in a dedicated instant and sorcery card deck, maybe. I haven't really seen enough instants and sorceries to really make that what I want to do. I think the closest has been the red-black deck with all the amass goblin spells that aren't creatures. But, yeah. What do you mean I think that red card with amass 2 is bad? What are you talking about? When did I say... What? This? No, I said that I already ranked this. I already ranked this as a B+. This is a great card. I never said it was bad. I just said that I would want this with the Wizard Staff. This is the only card that I'd be super happy like to double the effect of. That I think this would be worth paying 5 mana to double the effect of. Oh, okay, got it. This is the card I said was unplayable. And I might eat my words, but we'll see. But yeah, I don't know about this card. So instant sorcery spells cast cost X less to cast, where X is equipped creature's power. I don't think this is playable in limited either. I don't really like this. Mill 6 card, then put all instant sorcery cards from among them into your hand is very interesting. But again, I see that, like, if you run this in Grixis, maybe. If you splash the blue and ran the red-black deck, I still don't like it that much. It is, of course, a legendary spell, and it is also an artifact, so it does work for thing. But I think this is constructed just like this. I don't think I take him at all. So I think these are like Fs. But again, I could be wrong. Along the Crooked Way. Wait, is this Commander? No. Okay, this is still the... Okay, sorry. 3 mana. When this enchantment ends, just return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so raise dead for 3. Whenever a creature card leaves your graveyard, amass goblins 1. So raise dead plus a 1/1, or an additional counter on the army that you have. Goblins and orcs you control gain menace until end of turn. Okay, so we know there's a lot of goblins. How many orcs have we seen? Hmm. Maybe I typed the wrong. Let's just make sure here. Nope, there are no orcs. It's just for past synergy with past sets where the orc armies, right? And they had orcs. Okay. So it's gonna be the goblins. And then okay, so goblins gain menace. That's fine. I don't think this card is bad. I don't think it's a high pick, but I don't think it's bad. Creature cards leaving the graveyard. Obviously we have the cool grave digging effect that I really like, that uncommon. This Gathering of Darkness is fantastic for that. I do think that it's probably going to be a B. I do like grave digging. You know, some of your best cards come back, and that's nice. And then you get a 1/1. That seems fine. I think it's a B. I don't think it's a B+. I think it's close, though. Maybe it's a B+. Yeah, maybe a B+. Uruk-hai are a cross between orcs and elves, I think. I don't remember whether orcs were in Hobbit. I know goblins were. Okay. Azog, Moria's Ruin. 3 mana, 1/3. When enters, destroy up to one other target creature. Its controller amasses goblins X, where X is that creature's power. If you control that creature, draw a card. Okay, I really like this card. So you can either destroy one of your creatures, which again, we've had some things that when sacrificed are really good. So this one, nice to sacrifice. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn, and then you get to amass 2 goblins. Amass 2. That. Then there was it's a battle of armies, but the goblins were riding the wargs. It was goblins, eagles, elves, bear. I think the bears, right? No. Goblins, eagles, elves, dwarves, men of Lake Town. That was 5. There were no orcs there that I remember. So you can do that, and then you can draw a card. That's sweet. Or if you're in desperation, you can destroy something that's smaller of theirs, right? The creature's power, and just get it off the battlefield. So if they run their, you know, you're absolutely gonna want to crush the hell out of their Feely, right? That's also interesting. So I do like this card as a removal spell. I do think this is an A, not an A+, but it is a good card. Golem, Riddle Math. Ooh, cool. 2 mana, 3/1. When it enters, choose odd or even. When an opponent casts a spell with a mana value of the chosen quality, choose one that has been controlled. Ooh. Oh wait, so this gets to trigger 3 times total. Oh, got it. Okay, I figured that. I was like, not this turn. Okay, so if they choose, so I like this card. I do think it's probably a B plus, but I really like this card. So if you choose even and they cast their first even spell, I think the first thing you do is draw a card. But depending on whether you're afraid of -1/-1 across the board or +2, or the 1 damage across the board, you might choose to put a +1/+1 counter on it first. And then you draw a card, and then you can do this. Pretty cool. If it's early in the game. If it's late in the game, that 2 life might be the final bits. Goblins, humans, dwarves, elves, wood creatures with beyond. No, but there was the eagles, right? Too. I feel like there was the eagles. Unless those fall under like wood creatures. Head of the hunt. They count as creatures with the Bjorn. Okay, got it. 4 mana flat. Whoa. Oh, that's gross. All right. So we have a 4/3 flash wolf for 4 mana. Obviously, it's a bigger commitment to black, so it's double black, so it's going to be harder to splash. But if a creature your opponent controls would die, exile instead when you do create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. This is very reminiscent of Kalitas. So if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, this one says if any creature, so tokens matter too. So the recruits, that's nice to eat as well because you get a 2/2. That's really sweet. So it doesn't have that restriction. It says instead exile that card and put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. That's very powerful. So we have, so this is a really sweet card. This is very good. I really like this card. It is a 4/3, so it does, you know, there are things that it can't block and kill, but you can also flash it into play on a good attack where you're trading well. I really like this card. I'm gonna give it an A+. It might just be an A, but I really like this card. It might just be an A. I like it. Okay. Inside information. X and 2 black. X on the top. X card. Oh, Jesus. So it says you can play those cards this turn, which means you can cast lands. Play lands. It doesn't say cast, so it's not restricted to spells. I'm looking at this on, let's say it's on 5. I can play those cards this turn. If I cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana value rather than pay its mana cost. I think this is pretty crazy. So let's say it's 5. You get to top 3. Maybe you can play a land and a couple spells. If they're small, it's ridiculous because you get multiple things. If they're big, you gotta hope that you still have the life to pay. If it gets big enough, you can just mill them out. If it's a slow format, this is incredible. And you can play just 1 or 2. You don't have to play all of them. I think this card is an A+ card. I think this is gross. Even if you can't play the cards like more than 1, I think you're still okay. Like unless you're dying right immediately and you just have this card and no creatures on the board, like I think this card is nutty. That is gross. Yeah, that's dumb. The Master of Lake Town. 3 mana, 3/2 Death Touch. Whenever a player loses life, that player mills that many cards. What? When it dies, draw a card for each graveyard with... I would really only feel comfortable playing this card if I had a way to sacrifice it. because I feel like I'm gonna mill myself out with this somehow. I'm gonna have this dead in hand because I'm losing too many life per turn or something like that. The fact that it has Death Touch is nice because at least it maybe blocks, but I think this is a risk. I think this is maybe a sentry level risk. I'm really worried about this card. I just worry that I would get stuck in a position where they, you know, oh man, yeah, I don't. I mean, a 3/2. It's. I think it's okay. Maybe. The Death Touch is nice, and it probably dies pretty quickly, but I just don't like putting something on the board that gives them an alternate win condition. I don't know. I don't know how to rank this card. I'm going to currently put it as it scares the crap out of me and I'm not going to run it. But this could be wrong. Rovanian Rampager, 3 mana, 3/2. When it attacks, you can sacrifice another creature. If you do, put a number of +1 counters on this creature equal to the sacrificed creature's power. When it dies, amass goblins X, where X is this creature's power. Oh, I like this one. I like this one. I am going to go with I think I'm gonna go with A on this one. I really like this card. Seems sweet. Sackville Bagginses, 2 mana, 2/2. When it enters, you can sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, draw a card and create a treasure token. Whenever you sacrifice a token, target opponent loses 1 life. Oh, this is gonna be stupid and constructed. But I like it in limited. I very much like this in limited. And again, this card, the 2 gobos get better and better and better. Hello. The flunkies are just nuts in this set. I love this card in red black. It's so good. There's so many sack outlets, so putting 2 things into play on 2 is just so good. I'm gonna go with an A on this one. It could be a B plus, but I think there's enough. I think there's enough value to sacrificing. We also had the double colored this thing. The more of these we get, the better we're going. So like that's really sweet. So for maybe for that reason we put it as a B plus unless you're in that deck. There are a lot of ways to get tokens or treasure tokens and things. Yeah, I'm for now. I'm gonna give it a B plus. It could be an A. It's in certain decks. It's definitely an A. I just first pick, first pack. We're talking about. So Supper for Spiders, 2 mana. Put onto the battlefield. And all creatures in your opponent's ready to put there from the battlefield this turn. They're food artifacts with blah. Nope. I don't care about this card. It's too situational. My Precious, 3 mana. As an additional cost to cast a spell, creature draw 2 cards. Okay, that can enable a lot of things. That's really nice. That's a really good card. We've got so usually you can do this for 1 mana with like Village Rites. So as initial cost, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Same thing. But because you get this other side, which we're gonna read in a second, it costs 2, and it's the thing. Equipped creature has hexproof and can't be blocked. Mother. Why is this in my limited format? How many pieces of artifact removal have we seen? I don't think we've seen enough artifact removal for that to be in my set. Giant's Boulder destroys target permanent. The fudge. We don't even have a broken wings? Or a Rex Sage? I mean, Celebrate the Mountain King can take care of it. It's a non-land permanent. Thorin's Last Stand is artifact or enchantment. That's this card. It's double white. So other decks don't get to run it. I mean, I suppose we can counter things, but... Destroy target artifact on opponent control. So this one here. Well, that's just sad. Christ. I'm gonna give this an A+. It's not an S tier because it still requires a creature to do stuffs and blah, but gross. Balin, Lore Master. 5 mana, 4/4 storied. Whenever Balin or another dwarf you control enters, you may discard your hand. Draw X cards with X's number of cards discarded this way. If you have an enduring story, it deals X damage to each opponent. Okay, this is more of a constructed card than a limited card. I do think this is probably a B+, and not a, because, I mean, it doesn't say, like, discard your hand and then draw 2 cards. It says draw X cards where X's number of cards discarded exactly this way, so you'd have to have that, but deal X damage to each opponent. I think a 5 mana 4/4 not actually... This is way better in constructed, like EDH. This is very good in EDH, but I think it's probably going to be like a B+ or B in limited. I think you want most of the other dwarves over this, even some of the uncommons. Then again, if you're flooding out, it can be very good. It's just, if you then play a dwarf, but again, if you're flooding out, you probably don't have a dwarf to play. But yeah, I'm still probably going to die to this card multiple times. It's just, I think it's not quite as good as a lot of the other rares. All right. Dane, Ironfoot. 3 mana, 1/4. When it enters, create a colorless... Oh, here's another artifact token that we can get rid of with that one thing. Named Axe with equipped creatures zone 2. When you do attach a target creature... When it attacks each equipped... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a thing. When it attacks each equipped... Okay. I think this is an A... That's just good value. Really good value. Desert Wereworm. 6 mana, 0/5. Gets +2/+2 for each mountain you control. Nice. Okay. Whenever you attack with creatures with total power 12 or greater for the first time each turn, untap all attacking creatures. After this phase, there's an additional... Oh, God. Okay, that's a nice finisher. I don't know that it belongs in, like... I don't know that it belongs in the dwarf deck, but it's still nice. I think it's best in red-green, obviously, because you have a lot of power that way. It doesn't have trample. You don't care about trample. You care about the, like, multiple crazy things attacking you twice. 12 or greater. I don't know how easy that is outside of red-green, but yeah. I mean, you do go wide with the thing, and if you get the mass pump of, like, Feely with the things... Dang. Okay. 6 mana, 0/5. So 6 mana. Let's say you have at least 4 mountains. That's might be generous because you might have 3 and 3 for whatever second color you're in. So let's say you have 4. So it's an 8/5. So, but let's say 3. Let's say 6/5. Then you only need 6 additional power to it. I think this is probably an A. The only problem is you only have 2 mountains, but that's still not too bad. 6. The 5 toughness is what worries me here a little bit, because again, that dies to all the removal that we've seen. But yeah, okay. I still think I'm gonna give it an A. It's a little vulnerable. I think I'm still gonna give it an A. Desolation of Smog. 4 mana, deals 3 damage to each non-dragon creature. Okay. That's good in a controlling deck. It's probably good in red-green, because red-green is a little bit controlling. Oh, sorry, later game than some of the aggro decks. Add 4 mana in any... Hi, cat. That's my arm. I flew. Spend this mana only to cast dragon spells. There's 1 dragon that we've seen. Excuse me, cat. Okay, there's more dragons. We just haven't seen them yet. Okay, but the main thing is going to be the 3 damage each non-dragon creature. I think that's going to be very important in this for dealing with aggro starts. So I do think this has a home. So yeah, but 4 mana is rough because you really kind of want this on 3. There's so many things that it kills. I think this is probably, I mean, it goes in only certain decks. So I'm thinking I'm gonna label this a B minus. The thing is, if you're an aggressive deck and your opponent gets off to a more aggressive start, you're still gonna want this card in a red deck. There are just a few decks that just don't want it, though. It's certainly, you know, a fine sideboard for best of 3, absolutely. But like, I think I would still take it in best of 1 around the B minus mark, just to, you know, if I am in a red green, certainly, or if I am in an aggro deck that I'm worried that my opponent will get a better start. And depending on how many of the common smog that I'm running. Because I think you run this anyway as a 5 mana removal spell, potentially, that also gets you value later. And so you might want to have the 4 mana in any combination. Probably not, because that's just 4 mana for 4, so it's not actually netting you anything. Never mind. So I think, okay. So it's just this thing, and I think it's still useful. So I do think it's still B minus or C plus area. All right. I'm going to go check on the cat and see whether he has... whether he can only see half the bottom of his bowl. We'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. He did have half fell bald still, but I made it fully full so he doesn't get upset. Let's see. Goblin's Bane, 2/3 for 3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, gets plus 1 damage on turn and deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh. Okay. Huh. So you want to flame shape, cast Gandalf, and then cast those spells? But he's the only wizard, so if he dies, you won't be able to cast them. I'm gonna go with a uh man. There's so few wizards. It requires a lot of mana. I think this is a better late card. I'm gonna go with B minus for this one. It's fine. I'm not super excited about it. It could graduate to up to a B plus depending on the deck that you build. The problem with it being late, the reason it's late game is you want to be able to flame shift and then cast this and then cast the cards. So you flame shift one turn, then you do Gandalf and then cast a card. So it's going to be more like turn six or so, maybe turn 5. Depending on what you exiled, right? And then you're gonna you probably still have one in exile, and if this dies, you will never get to cast that one. So it just depends. It's effectively drawing 2 cards, but only if you can make this work. But like late game, you don't really want to play it in a 2/3, so it's just like. I think this is probably, it depends on the build, again. Yeah. Fine, but not exciting at all. Compared to what a mythic can be. This is, again, a constructed card, much better as a constructed card, I think. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just better than I think it is. We can split the difference and call it a B for now. I think it's still a B minus, but I can call it a B. Because there are a lot of non-creature spells. +1/+1 and damage. So 3/4 attacks as the next turn if you cast a non-creature spell. If you don't do the flame shape. I still think compared to the other rares, it's not as good. All right, Getaway Barrel, 4 mana. When it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield with the top 13 cards of your library, put a random creature card from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, where's the card I'm thinking of? Where's the 2/3 goblin that allows you to sacrifice? I'm missing it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. So the the only interesting interaction here that I see with this, there are ways to sacrifice artifacts, obviously, but I don't like being able to playing something for 4 and then having nothing happen, so that we can then pay to sacrifice it the next turn. It is a random creature card, number 1. So you're paying 4 to maybe get a 1/1. Right? Or a 2/2, right? That's not necessarily worth it. It's a random creature card from among them onto the battlefield. That's number 1. So I want to be able to get value out of whatever I'm sacrificing it to. So Snow Slope Hunter into this and then sacrificing it is an interesting choice. That's a possible use case for it. Um, so that's, I think, the best case scenario we can ask for. I don't like paying this on 4 and doing nothing and then doing the sacrifice an artifact or creature to destroy a creature or whatever it is. Or was that only sacrifice a creature in this set? I'm not actually sure. Let's go check. Previous. Trouble. Artifact or a creature. So I still don't like it there. I don't think I can find a use case for this that matters enough to be playing a 4 mana artifact that doesn't do anything. I think this is a constructed card wherein the 4 mana is all, you have a reliable sacrifice for artifacts, and all the creatures that you're probably going to get are like 7/7s. I don't think I like this card at all. I don't think it's playable. And there's been a lot of not playable rares. There's been a huge variety in the power level of the rares. And I don't like that often, because that means that while you open a literal unplayable rare, other people are opening like the 80% win rates, and that really hurts. So we'll see how this goes, but I'm a little worried now. There's a lot of unplayable rares, or, you know, nearly unplayable or really weak ones. I don't really like this card at all. I don't think it's playable. All right. Even on the best case, like, I still don't like that. So Last Light of Durin's Day. Yeah, there we go. This 1, 2. So whenever a mountain you control ends, just put a quest counter on this enchantment. If it has 6 or more quest counters, sacrifice. If you do, search your hand and library. Nope. Mountain cycling, though. Yeah, this is this is not playable either. Mountain cycling is vaguely interesting if you absolutely need to fix or ramp or do, or like, it's not ramp, hit your mana. I really think this is unplayable. I don't like this at all. I'm so sad that there's so many unplayables here. So the parallels to this is like quest of all the quests of the Goblin Lord, etc. So uh-oh. We're gonna get the conquest here too. But like, so we have quest for renewal here, right? When a creature you control becomes tapped, you can do this, and then you're gonna do all this other stuff later. Once you get a certain number of quest counters on them. But what we're looking for here, oh, it's not called a quest then. There was one where Ascension, I think it's Ascension, is it? Nope. Beastmaster's not what I'm thinking of. There's one where you can do, you can put counters on things. I think it was Zendikar card. You can put counters on it and fetch lands by the end, two more lands, but like, this is not playable, I think. Ugh. Misty Mountains Cold, 3 mana saga, so that does add to your story stuff. Create a treasure token, then if you control 4 more treasures, sacrifice this saga. If you do, create a 6/6 red. Okay, so it's Smog coming. But Smog's coming in 4 turns. And that's if you don't sacrifice the treasures. This feels too slow. Unless you can produce a lot of treasures very quickly, this feels way too slow. I don't like this card. So wait, let me see. So I've got in red, we've got one thing that creates treasure when it enters Dory. Do we have anything else that we've got? The white mythic that poops out treasure tokens when your opponent draws 2 cards a turn. We have a few other things that create treasures, but not that many. I don't think this is good. Not recurring treasure makers, though. I think this is a trap. I don't think this is good. Smaug the Magnificent. Good in multiples. Great. You're still doing like creating a treasure on 3. You can maybe do something on 5, but to ramp you to 5. But then you've used a treasure and Smaug the Magnificent. Oh god, 4/3 flying haste. Deals damage equal to the number of treasures you control to any target at the beginning of keep your treasure. Okay, so yeah, if you have a mythic with this, great. Cool. Just play Smaug. Don't bother with this bullshit. This does have 3 toughness. I'm very glad that it has 3 toughness because again, that the red burn is actually very, very good in this. I really like the Pinecone Strike. I think this is fantastic in this set. This is so much better than the 3 damage was in MSH. So that's really good. Yeah, this is a very good card. I would say probably take it in an A+ slot. I think it's A+. I don't think it's A. Maybe it's A. No, it's A+. I think it's based on the other stuff we've seen. It's A+. Stone Giant of High Pass. 7 mana 7/7. When enters or attacks, create a 3/1 colorless wall artifact creature token with defender named Stone Boulder. 2 and a red, sacrifice an artifact, deals 4 damage to any target. Damn. Okay. So this is going to be 10 power and 8 toughness across 2 bodies for 7 mana. If it's a slower format, that's fantastic ROI. And then you can always sacrifice that to do 4 damage to any target in the next turn. And it's also when it attacks. Jesus Christ. Okay. I think this is an amazing finisher. I think you have to be either in ramp to maximize it or like so the elves, so green to maximize it. Where's our little bugger elf dude? There. The Weave Master's really lovely with this. Or you have to be in a control deck, which has a lot of removal. Just buy time, play this, do the thing. I'm gonna give this an at 7 mana in. So the slower the format is, the better this gets. The more it gets an A+ rating. I think it's an A otherwise. You do have the 4-cost red that gives 2 mana on main. Definitely the uncommon. Yes. Top left here, yeah. This one also interesting. But I think that if you're in red-white, you're less likely to play this card than you are if you're in red-green. Just because red-white wants to go fast and wide, and wants less ramp than it does just attacking and doing things. Oh, that gives only mana for elf duel? Okay, hold on. You might be right. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not actually a mana dork. It is only elf mana dork. You're absolutely correct. Sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. That's very important. Do we even have a green mana dork? We don't have a green mana dork then. Guess we're really reliant on these wood elves. It ramps, but it's not a mana dork as such. Troop of Ponies ramps too. Interesting. Is this the first set in a while without a green mana dork? I think it might be. Crazy. Okay, anyway, so yeah, yeah, there's this, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Thorin, Mountain King. Eat your ponies for... No, send them to a farm upstate where they can frolic and have more apples. 3/4 for 4. Trample. When it enters, attach any number of target equipment you control to target creature you control. When one or more equipment become attached to that creature this way, that creature deals damage equal to powered up to 1 target creature. Jesus. Okay, that's sweet. You do have to build around it a little bit, but I do think it is an A. Can be an A plus in the right deck, but again, you have to build around it a little bit. And so if you're getting it first pick, first pack, you can absolutely build around it and slam it. But I do think there are cards I would pick over it as far as rares. That's sweet. Bejeweled Warg. 2 mana, 3/2 trample. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on target wolf you control, which could be it. Or create a treasure token. Okay. This creature alone deals combat damage to a player. Interesting. It is a 2 mana, 3/2 with trample. So if you have enough removal, I think it's pretty good. I do think it's a B plus as opposed to like an A or an A minus. On the play, it's going to be best. If you can pump it, it's going to be good. And if you have removal to let it through, it's good. Yeah, no, but it's not a guaranteed. You have to hit. Oh, you think it looks like Falcor? It does kind of. I can see that. Oh wait, no. You think it? So if it were black, you think it looks like the Servant of the Nothing, the Gmork. Yeah, it does have teeth structure in this. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. They definitely look very similar if this were all black and had glowing eyes, glowing green eyes. It wasn't glowing. They just had green eyes. But yeah, its teeth were structured. It had the lower fangs going like this, and yeah, I remember. And it's the way they shot it when it talked. It had the its upper lips pulled back from its teeth and gums in the same way. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. But yeah, this requires a few things to go right. Like again, it's fine. But you need to build some stuff to make it work. So again, that's why it's not going to be ranked as highly. Bjorn the Fierce. What the actual... How are we getting 5 mana 6/6 tramples these days? Just casually with other upside. And why is this in a set where I can just open like a million unplayables? Last Light of Durin's Day, Getaway Barrel. You pulled that in your release? Congratulations. That is freaking awesome. Yeah, this is a slam. This is an A+ card. And there's enough bears that we've seen at common and uncommon that this is, this is not irrelevant. The other bears you control get +2/+2 and this thing. But also put a trample counter on target creature you control. Jesus. And becomes a bear. Jesus Christ. Yeah, slam this thing. This is probably an S tier. I actually think this might be an S tier card in this format. It doesn't matter if you have other bears. You make the other bears with it. This is so dumb. No, that's only if you control 3 or more bears, draw 2 cards. You don't do it immediately. That'd be the next turn if you didn't already control a bear. So let's say you had no other bears. Let's say you had another creature. You make that a bear. You've got 2 bears, but you need 3 or more to draw 2 cards. So we're showing the worst case scenario. I still think this is an S tier card. That's so dumb. Cantankerous Keepers, 6 mana, 4/3, affinity for elves. Whoa. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards and put all elves. Oh, man. This is a constructed card. This is stupid for Elf Ball and like in your either commander or in your other constructed thing. This is so dumb. So let's say it costs 3. So let's say you have 3 other elves, or let's say 2. No, it's 6 mana. So let's say it's 2 other elves. It costs 4. You get a 4/3 for 4 that mills 4 cards and then draws. Oh my god. Yeah, I think if you can pick this early, I think this is an A. Because there's enough elves that we've seen that make this quite nice. But you do have to have a dedicated deck for it, which is why it's an A and not an A+. It might even be a B+, just depending. I think it's way better constructed, but it's still, I think, quite good here, as long as you have a dedicated elf deck. So it's possible that, like, if you get a first pack, you can heavily prioritize the elves and make it very, very good. If you get it and the option of something else, there's a bunch of rares I would take over it, so that I don't have to prioritize elves, because since only 5 color pairs are supported, if somebody else is in the elves, that's going to really severely deplete the number of elves that are available to you. So this will get worse and worse. So it's difficult to... so I think I have to probably put this at actually a B+. Because it can be so good, but it also can be so bad if that happens. Anyway, okay. Dancing from Dark to Dawn. Oh my god, that art is adorable. 5 mana. Whenever you cast a creature spell, put X+1/+1 counters on target creature control, where X is that spell's mana. What the hell? And whenever a land you control creates... Slam it! That is A+. That is awesome. I don't think it's S tier, but I do think it's A+, because if you play it on 5, you're not actually doing anything that turn. If you play it on 6, you're getting a 2/2 green bear creature token. I want to... Maybe it's actually an A. That's tough. Because it doesn't do anything in turn. I want to, oh man, I want to give it an A+ because it's so wonderful. I think it might be an A. Because like I said, it doesn't do anything in the turn it comes into play. So you either need to be able to ramp into it, cast it earlier, make sure that, you know, maybe you're not doing something on 4, which is a little less punishing than not doing something on 5. And then the next turn, everything's just really, really nice. Because if you cast a creature spell, you get to pump all your creature massively, potentially. And then, you know, you get value off of both creatures and lands, which is dumb. I'm going to make a bear deck. And I'm going to use the art from Bearscape, the Secret Lair art. But yeah, I'm probably supposed to rank this as a B+ or A. Or A, sorry, not A+. A or not A+, but oh, that's so fun. Down in the Valley. Oh, that was such pretty. 3 mana, search other way for basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. What? No. For 3 mana, I should get to put that into play. What? I mean, I know that it's putting it into your hand so that you can then do the landfall, guarantee the landfall. But on 3, I want to be able to ramp myself. Like, I don't want this on 3. I want to play this card later in the game. I think this isn't actually good to play on 3. Maybe, man, that's... it depends. If this is very slow, if the format is very slow, this is really good. This is going to get way better early. But I think it's very good late, provided that you do have lands to do on turn 2 and 3. So chapter 2 and 3. I'm gonna give it a B+. It could actually be less than that, because it only, yeah, maybe even a B. This is disappointing. I'm weirded out by some of these cards because they just don't feel as powerful compared to things we've seen recently. Like a huge step back. Like, I love less powerful sets. But when you also have, like, when you have this and then you have Bjorn, and it's just like, what the hell? The discrepancy in power level is too large. But yeah, okay. Gigantic Big Bear. Here's the redundancy again. Okay, so we've got 7 mana, 10/7. Can't be countered hexproof haste. At least it doesn't have trample, but this is too many instances of hexproof in this goddamn set. We've already had at least 2. We've had multiple spells that give hexproof. briefly, but we've had Gigantic Big Bear that has hexproof haste. We've had the artifact that gives hexproof and unblockable. I'm not thrilled. So yeah, I mean, hexproof haste. At least it doesn't have trample. Until the other, the wolf cub gives it trample. Hold on, where is it? He. Play this on 2, get to 7, play this, and then profit. Step 1. All right, sorry. I'm getting loopy. I've been loopy for hours, is what I'm saying. Okay, so I'm gonna give this an A. It still costs 7 mana. There's ramp, but not dorks, which is annoying. But it does seem to be a slower set, so I'm still gonna give it A. All right. The Notary Hobbits, 5 mana, 1/1. When it enters, if it's not a token, create 2 tokens that are copies of it, except the tokens aren't legendary. Okay, so you get 3 of these. Tap to add 1 colors for each halfling you control. So let's assume that you just have these. It's a 5 mana for 3 power, costs 3 bodies, so 3 1/1s. And then the next turn, unless they somehow have haste, they add 9 mana. Colorless. And that's if you have no other halflings, which we've seen blue, 2 Bilbos, and we've seen Gollum. But it is only colorless. It's not colored mana that you can... I don't like this one. In limited. I feel like if we had fewer things... If we had fewer things that did 1 damage across the board... They were rarer. So easy pickings, 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. So it would feel really bad if they did easy pickings right after you spent 5 mana to cast 3 1/1s. And the hello, thank you. Creatures target player controls gets -1/-1, pay 3 mana to get that. I don't know. And what are you ramping into? The best things to ramp into that we've seen so far are the white X and 2 and a white adventure spell to put that many 2/2 dwarves into play. What else can we profit off of having 1 million colorless mana? I'm not sure. Let's go and look. Oh yeah, the eagle card with kicker. That would be nice. So it seems like this is best in white-green. But that white card that we talked about, the X and dwarves, is best in white-red. Let's do Hobbit. Let's do rare and mythic, rare and search. Sort by color. Yeah, this was the one we're talking about here for an X spell there. Eagles are coming. Is decent with it. Very, very good with those. Lord of the Eagles. That's a good one to ramp to. So even if you don't have the flyers, at least you can cast the 80 flying guy. You'd need double green and double blue at that point. Because first you have to cast this for the double green, and then you need the double blue for the Deuter guy. Black has nothing that it wants to ramp to for that, I think. What's about here? Inside information. Inside information for 9 and 2 black. And whatever other, like, you at least have 5 mana to cast this, right? So this 9 plus the 5 that you had, as long as you had double black, you could probably mill them out at some point. Or at least get a really good selection of cards to potentially cast for life. Stone Giant of High Pass. Yeah, I don't know how to value this one. For now, I think it's possibly worth it, but a 5 mana, even for 1/1s that cost 3 bodies, 5 mana for a 3/3, I don't think... Are they doing an early access day? No, unfortunately. It would have been this past week on Wednesday that they would do an early access, but we didn't have any early access for this set. There will be... The next early access is for Reality Fracture. They told us after the Marvel Superheroes early access. They told us that then. Yeah, I don't think I like this card still. I think it's not good. All right, moving on. Part in Friendship. Is his eye open or closed? Is that eye open or closed? It's really freaking me out that I can't tell. It looks like it's open. But it's kind of creepy that, I mean, but it looks like he's mourning already, so it looks like he died with his eye open, and that's just creeping me out a little bit, because usually people don't depict people like that. They do with their eyes closed. That's freaking weird. Anyway, kind of sketched out by that. 5 mana, whenever a non-token creature you control dies, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. If its mana value is less than or equal to the number of lands you control, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This ability triggers only once its turn. I think this is probably best in black-green, which can the black can sacrifice and get this to occur. But I think it doesn't do anything the turn it comes into play necessarily, unless you're planning on trading cards at that point. On an attack, it can make an attack more profitable for you. But you could also just hit a creature with mana value higher, and that would do nothing but put it into your hand. And 5 mana, that's a little expensive. I don't really like this card. I think it's probably gonna be... It might see play. It might be playable at like C+, but I don't think I like this card. I think it's a little too situational. Oh wait, and unless the number of lands you control. Never mind. Hold on. Not less than that creature stuff. Hold on. I was misinterpreting it. So it doesn't do anything the turn it comes to play unless you're planning on trading or having creatures die. Triggers only once each turn. I'm going to give it a C+. I think I might run it to try it out. I think it's a little bit wonky. I certainly don't want to draw it on an empty hand ever, or I'm sorry, empty board ever. So it does require some doing. Yeah. But again, I think it's possible we won't have that many empty boards on this. I don't know how to value this one yet. I think I'm gonna go with a I think I'm gonna go with tentatively with a B minus. I'm gonna do that for now. I think B minus. Because I do really want to try it. I don't think I'm. I don't think it's. I think I would take it over most of the commons even that I liked. Just to try that out. We'll see. Radagast of Rosgobel. We have 4 mana, 2/5. First creature spell you trust each turn costs 2 less to cast against. Okay, that's ramp. Yeah, I like this card. 4 mana, 2/5, not super great, but the 2 less to cast and cast as though it has flash is super sweet. This is really, really cool. I'm gonna go with probably an, given the number of cards that I want to ramp to in the green, there's so much, and possibly, especially with green red, I think I'm gonna go with an A on this one. That is super sweet. And that the flash is so nice to surprise. I really like this one. All right. Through the Forest Gate. What the? It's 8 mana. Look at the top 20 cards of your library. Put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield. Tapped, then shuffle. Oh my god, this is a constructed card. You gain 8 life. Blech. Throw it in the garbage in limited. Moving along. Bard, King of Dale. 6 mana, 3/5 vigilance, reach. If you would draw a card except the first one you draw on each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. If one or more tokens would be created, we're doubling tokens instead? Now, okay. It's yet another token doubler, chat. I think they're printing them like every other set. Because EOE had one. There's this one. I mean, it is a way to trigger landfall like a million times, but you have to have 8 mana. You can get all the rest of the lands out of your deck. They don't have to be basic, and you gain 8 life, but oftentimes at 8 mana, like, no. This card is stupid. It is a 6 mana 3/5, so at least there's that, and it does die to most of the removal in the set, even the red burn. It works really well with Recruit. Really well. I think this is probably... For this set, I think this is probably an A+. I don't think it's quite S tier, but it's very close. Bard's Company. 4 mana, 2/3, can cast a spell as though it had flash if you control a human. Other creatures, so it has an anthem, +1/+1. Whenever the creature enters or attacks, recruit. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I really like this card. I think I still give it an A rather than A+. That's close, though. Maybe this one's actually an A+. This one's really close to being an A+. I'm gonna give it an A for now, and then do blah. Then reevaluate. Later, Bulk's Company, 2 mana 2/2, has haste as long as you control another goblin. Tap, sacrifice another goblin, add red black. So we have a few things again that sacrificing is very, very good. Especially the 1/1 that makes a 4 that masses goblins 4 when it dies. And this now we've seen enough that like the Stony Voice Goblins is actually quite fine because it does provide fodder after getting a little bit of value. But we got the Front Porch Sentries and the 1/1 that makes the 4/4 in the red black hybrid. I do think this is being able to ramp with Goblin is nice. That said, I do think this is a B+/B rare. It's not as powerful as I'd like it to be. The Great Goblin. The Great Mogwai. Or Mogwai/Gremlin, like half. Anyway, okay. 3 mana, 3/2. Whenever you put one or more counters on a goblin, orc, or army you control, deals 2 damage to target opponent. That's pretty easy to do here. Whenever another goblin, orc, or army you control dies, exile the copy. Okay, it replaces. Okay. My goblin deck is just a mono red deck, though. I really want this in that deck, but well, so red black goblin players get another treat here, another toy. This is pretty sweet. I do think it's definitely playable. I think it's probably a B+ as far as a rare goes. Maybe I forgot about A minuses. I think this is I still think this is so I think this is probably an A minus. I think it's better than a B+, this one. This one's still B+, I think. This one is an A/A+. Yeah, okay, so we did the right. Okay. Smog, Wicked Worm. 5 mana, 5/5 flyer. When it enters, create X tap treasure tokens, where X is the number of artifacts your opponents control. There are quite a few artifacts, mostly in the red and white. Some in the black, but not as many. I don't know how many treasure tokens you're going to get off of this, but it's still a 5/5 flyer for 5. If you can create other treasures, you got the draw card, lose a life. That's nice. I'm gonna give this an A. Perfectly serviceable. Chief Warg's Company. 3 mana, 5/3 trample. This can't attack unless you control 2 or more other wolves. At the beginning of your upkeep, poop out a 2/2 green. Thanks, I hate it. This is an A+. Mainly for the thing that it actually enables on 3, like we were looking for. It enables all of your ferocious. And it has to die. Otherwise, you get too much value. It has to die. Now, it is 5/3 for that reason, I'm pretty sure. Such that the lightning strike variant in this can kill it. But this is so dumb. I hate it. Okay. Yeah, that's dumb. Okay. Tom Burton. The Trolls. I forgot that those were their names. Oh my god. Okay. 5 mana, 5/5, find an ROI. 1, sacrifice another creature, draw a card equal to sacrifice creature with power, then discard a card. That's great. I like it. Oh, wow. That's actually really flavorful. I like it. Then turn to stone. And be stoned to you. Yeah, I like this one. Okay, I think it's an A. Could be an A minus. I like it. Okay. Dane's Company. 2 mana, 2/2. The creature has lifelink as long as you control another dwarf. When you look at the top 4 cards of your library, you may reveal a dwarf or commit a card from among them, put them in your hand, but the rest in the... Yeah. Okay, so this is an A/A minus. Again, requires you to build around with the dwarf and blah for maximum value. For any real value. Otherwise, it's just kind of a hard to cast 2/2. So yeah, you have to have the dwarves or the equipment deck before you want this card. And so it's not going to be a really, really high pick first pick unless you're really wanting to force that deck. Dwalin, Weapons Master. 2 mana, 2/1, first strike when it enters or attacks. Put a hone counter on each equipment you control. Each hone counter on equipment grants +1/+0 to equipped creature. Oh, damn. That's going in my equipment deck. Holy crap. The problem is... Oh, but it's or attacks. That's good. I'm gonna give this an A. I like this. This is very good. Hone is definitely new. Yeah, I had to read it. Yeah, because then you can play this. You can still play this on 2 and be fine with it because it's attacking as a 2/1 first striker. That's pretty good. And then you can start playing out the equipments because it's also going to get the ability when it attacks. But it's fine later game a little bit because you can get the equipment out early, and then when it enters, you get those hone counters. That's pretty sweet. That artwork is intense. The use of light around the edges here and the slight outline, the darker outline, really reminds me of Drew's art from Star Wars. So many of the Star Wars posters. Hold on, let me like pull that up. Half-eaten apple, yay. Where'd it go? I suppose we could use episode 1 as a example, but I refuse. I refuse to do the thing there. But anyway, that reminds me of that for whatever reason. It's really intense though. Like, look at that arm. Jesus Christ. Crazy. Anyway, yeah, good card. Moving on. I think that, I mean, it's meant to be like really strong, but like steroids. Like, I'm only associate this level of build and bulge and that particular skin hue, like hue as like steroids. Sorry. Thranduil's Company, 4 mana, 3/4. As long as you control another elf, you may play an additional land on each of your... Jesus. Whenever a land you control enters, put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature you control. Jesus Christ. I don't even care if you control another elf. This is good enough. Wow. I'm gonna go with A+ on this one. This card's very dumb. Like, a 4 mana 3/4 is not the best that green can do at all. But this is stupid. That's so much value, and I love that this can't be killed by the lightning strike. This card is gross. I am gonna have to build an elf deck that has blue in it. Maybe I'll build a Maryland deck. That'll be fun. I've got so many extra elf cards that I wanted to add to my elf deck anyway that I couldn't because I just didn't have the thing. This card is amazing. Thranduil, the Elven King. Sultai. Oh, it's another elf that I can add to the Sultai version. 5/6 for 5. Has all activated abilities of all elf cards in your graveyard. Whenever another legendary elf you control enters, draw 2 cards and discard a card. This I'm not as impressed with. I think... Give me 1 second. before I say this, I have to double check. Yeah. I actually think this is way better as a constructed card. Go Magali! Amazing. This I think is way better as a constructed card. Right now it's a 5 mana 5/6, which is a good ROI, but it's really hard to cast because it's 3 colors. Activated abilities of all elf cards in your graveyard. Like we said, we showed there's so few activated abilities in this set, period. So that's not really good. And as now we're seeing that there's just 4 legendary elves. So I really don't like this card that much. I think this is probably, I think it's unplayable, honestly. Like, I don't like this card at all. There's so many cards that I would run over this that are common and uncommon. Like, so many cards. So, like, this card is freaking nuts comparatively. Like, absolutely, the power of discrepancy here is so big. This is like an A+, and this is like unplayable. All right. Anyway, it's so I'm so excited about this for constructed though, and obviously the art is freaking stunning. I asked, this one actually showed, I remember this. This was a while back though. Magali actually posted her this artwork on when she was first able to as a reveal, and I actually commented, and I asked, you know, did you have an Asian model or inspiration for this? And yes. So that was really cool because elves traditionally have not been depicted as of, you know, Asian descent. So it's really neat that they're incorporating that. That is really cool. Okay. Orcrist, Goblin Cleaver. 3 mana, equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has trample. Whenever equipped user deals combat damage to a player, choose a creature type, create a treasure token for each creature you control of that type. The other Thranduil is uncommon, yes. I don't like this that much. It is an artifact to make sure you get to your story or whatever I'm blanking on the name now. And it is legendary, so that's also a thing you could add. But 6 mana for +2/+2 and trample. Like, the treasure token's nice, but you have to have a kindred deck for it to max. The free equip that we've seen with some of these things, like where you play a dwarf and attach an equipment for free to it, is interesting. I don't know how I feel about this card. I think I'm gonna give it a B+. I know that in this set, +2/+2 wins a lot of combats. I do like having trample. Equip 3 for a 3-drop is just a little rough. Create a treasure token. I just don't, yeah. I want that, like, I'm like, okay, it's a mythic, clearly it's amazing, but me. I'm gonna stick by that for now. Sting, Bilbo Sword, 2 mana, flash. When it enters, put a hone counter on Sting for each creature target opponent controls. Attach Sting to up to 1 target creature you control. That's crazy. Okay. That I like. That I like. So basic, let's say they have 3 creatures, right? You play this flash this in for 2. It's going to give +3/+0. You attach it to a creature. That creature blocks well or attacks better as a trick. And then you can re-equip for others. I really like this card. It's also a legendary artifact that works for the story. I really like this card. I like this card way better than this card. In these, obviously you're gonna have a lot of typal decks or kindred decks in this, right? Because we do have, you know, elves and goblins and dwarves and a little bit of halfling synergy, but not that much. And so to a large degree you will already be in a typal kindred deck, but the trample matters most for green, and that's elves, but elves are less important than the bears, I think, in green for trample, and the spiders. So, but yeah, I like this way better. This is really nice. I think this is probably going to be a B+ / A. I think this is A-. I really like this card. There are instances where your opponent doesn't have a lot of creatures, but I think it wins a lot of combat and then leaves behind a really cool thing. It's fine. Okay. But yeah, this okay, so and okay, let's say that we get, I mean, you might be just be attacking with a really, so if they have a large battlefield and you have a flyer, you might just be flashing this in and then killing them with a flyer the next turn. That's also, like, I really like this card. I'm gonna give it an A. I could be overvaluing it. We'll see. Elven Passage. Pay 1 life, sacrifice this land, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Tapped. You may behold an elf. If you do, untap that land. Oh. Interesting. Okay. So it's a prismatic vista if you behold an elf. No, but it's basic land, so it's a... Yeah, no, prismatic vista, right? Yeah. Prismatic vista if you control an elf. If you don't control an elf, then it's a worse Evolving Wilds. Behold my stuff. Yes, exactly. I mean, I don't think so. The best elf deck that I've seen is Simic so far. In this particular, like what I've been seeing of the creatures means that the elf deck is best in Simic. That's very clear that they intended that. I haven't seen anything really that I would want to splash as another color that much. So the mana fixing isn't that valuable to me. That I would pick this land highly, even in that Simic elf deck. No, Fabled Passage doesn't require the loss of life. And it can come into play untapped if you control 4 or more lands. So it's not like Fabled Passage. It's more like Prismatic Vista, but if you control an elf. Yeah, it costed life either way. So, I still don't think I'm going to prioritize this heavily even if I'm in elves, because the one elf that like you're trying to splash for is not something that you actually want to run, this freaking Bind Wheel. So I think that this is going to be like, it's perfectly playable if you're already in elves, and or if you really want to splash in an elf deck, but otherwise I don't think it's good. So really not a high pick. I think you're gonna most of the time not want to take this. But Constructed has good use for it. Lonely Mountain. This land enters tapped unless you control an equipment. 5 and tap, create a 2/2 red dwarf creature token. 1 less to activate for each equipment you control. Activate only as a sorcerer. If this format is slow, this is nuts. We've seen enough equipment that people are going to be running, especially in the red dwarf. I mean, yeah. So I think this is probably going to be a B+. If you're already in the dwarf deck with a decent amount of like equipment already, like I think you're going to be taking it very, very highly. But at least first pick, first pack, we're probably taking this around a B+ level. This is really nice. Wait, that looks like a different symbol. So is that the last rare and mythic? Jesus. Okay. So we got through the entire set. I have not looked at special guests. I don't know if there are any. This looks like Commander to me. Is that Commander? I think that's Commander, right? Or is that not? Flowering of the White Tree? Oh, that's a reprint. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we made it all the way through. The rares and mythics and the commons and uncommons. And wow. Okay. So, now we get to the giveaway. So enter exclamation point if you live in the United States, or you have someone I can mail this to in the United States, enter exclamation point ticket if you would like to be entered to win this lovely so this is what the playmat is gonna look like. Among there's gonna be more to it, obviously it goes further, but this is the Millerax special edition, signature edition Ian Miller sleeves plus playmat, plus so it's got the playmat, it's got the and which is stitched from Dragon Shield, which looks like this thing, and then it's got the tube holder for it as well. So playmat plus tube, silky smooth surface, Millerax. So this is to thank you all so much for helping me reach 10K followers on Twitch. I just wanted to give that away. We did give it away previously. Unfortunately, the person who won it was from New Zealand, hadn't looked at the US only, sorry. And I felt really bad, but I wish I could mail overseas, but unfortunately I cannot guarantee that it's going to reach anybody. And it's just not worth the shipping anymore just because it's so expensive to ship these days overseas. So yeah, it is a really cool playmat. I could take it out of I can reseal it, so I can take it out and show you the full thing. Actually, hold on. Looks like I can reseal it. So this is the tube. And the playmat itself. Come here. Come here. Okay. There you go. The play. Oh, that is silky smooth. It is stitched. This is the playmat. Let's see if I can get the other side. Not as well, but it has really cool like faces in the thing. It's pretty neat. So I will wrap that. Wow, it's really kind of shiny too and nice. So yeah, I was fortunate enough to win this by donating to a charity. It was one of the like incentives. So it's coming from a good source. And we are giving it away to you all. Oh, that's cool. Those face. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me show you. Look at those faces. It is really cool. Oh, that's neat. Okay. Anyway. All right. Let me reseal that in its thing. With its lovely tube. I might have to re-roll the playmat. I'll do that later. I will do that later. But yeah, so that's going to be mailed out. Just, you don't have to be following, you don't have to subscribe, just enter ! ticket to be entered to win. And we'll do the drawing. You've been a fan of email stuff since the 80s? Nice! Oh, that's so sweet. Like refolding a roll, Matt, good luck. Yeah. Well, I think it should be easy to wrap it tightly enough around the thing. It's just getting it back in the opening that I don't want to mess with right now. So yeah, Creature of Havoc. Ooh, I have to go look that up then. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Creature. Oh, I see. I think I found it. The one on the right. That does look like that style. Yep, same sort of style with the faces too. Yeah, that's really cool. That is really neat. That's so neat. All right, sorry. Okay, so let's do this drawing. And make sure your Twitch DMs are open so I can message you after the stream ends and ask you where in the United States you'd like me to have this sent. So, here we go. Let's close this giveaway. Draw a wiener! King Cassinder, congratulations! You have won the giveaway! Some people aren't going to be here because they were joined at the beginning of the stream and it has been 9 hours, so apologies there. I do know that King Cassinder is in the United States. So there we are. Congratulations. So let's finish that giveaway. We'll have more giveaways coming up. I have to, been going through some stuff and finding stuff to give away. So it should be sweet. Okay. So, packs? No. I want to do a draft stuff. I did promise to draft as well. So we just finished a 6-3. What other options do we have beside marbles? Wait, do I have a draft deck for traditional? I probably should finish that at some point soon. Hey, Scotty! Welcome, welcome! How was your stream? I hope it was lovely. What were you playing? We've got Contender Drafts, which is Planar Cube Draft Kamigawa? Is it frickin' Phantom in the same price as the... Cleaning up some older Marvel draft? I have to do that too. I have a traditional draft that I apparently haven't played. So we've got Premier Draft Pick 2. War of the Spark? That was kind of a miserable drafting environment, I'm not gonna lie. Planeswalkers are just... Ugh. Is this... You wanted to do some war but ran out of stuff? Oh. Fair. Yep, same price as a freaking normal draft. What the hell? Phantom Events used to be 600 gems, by the way. Cubes used to be 600 gems. Now they're 1,500. And I'm trying to boycott them because I want But like I see other people playing Cube, and I'm like, I don't think they're getting the message that this is not okay. It's more than double the price. Lols. Is this deck any good? Oh, yes it is. Oh, shit. Okay, I remember this draft. We have Captain Marvel. We have Aurelia. Yeah. We were originally in the blue. And then we got like Aurelia and we were like, well, maybe we're just in the red. We do have a bunch of fixing. You have the hangar, the Stark Industries, and the surveillance room. The removal that we have is the web up, the frozen in ice. So web up times 2, frozen in ice, Harrier strike. And we have a little bit of tempo, like a tap down in the raft security officer. And we also have a repulsor blast. This is our basic land cycle. It will almost always be basic land cycling with. We don't draw well with this, which is why I put the super intelligence in, because we have the speedball to put it on in theory. So that's a choice. It might not be great, but I don't really like our other choices up here. So we are splashing for Frozen in Ice, Falcon, and super intelligence, just because we didn't have much better to do. I mean, it's possible that Vision of Love might be better than super intelligence here. Because we do want to just draw into these. These are dumb. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to cut that and put the Vision in. Speedball gets worse, but I don't think I care that much. All right, let's try this. Wait, how many white sources do I have? 10? Oh, okay, we're good. All right. Wait, does that lie? Is that lying? 7, 8, 9, and a surveillance. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see what this can do. Take her for a ride. Okay, actually, I gotta get water. Hold on. I actually have to get water. I'm all out of water. I will be right back. I might run to the restroom really quickly. Speedball's not useless, because we do have, a need for curving. It curve into, like, we just need a 3-drop, to curve into, because this gets better when you have a curve of creatures, and Political Triumph needs the curve of creatures, and we need something to wear the spy kit. So it's really just having because that would be the splash, and I don't like splashing the blue on 3. Both of these, we only have 2 blue cards left to splash, and they are okay to have late. So that's, I don't really think Shield is worth splashing for the blue on 3. This is a better card, definitely, normally, if we're base blue, but we're not. So I need this as a 3-drop, though. I just actually have to have the creature. All right, be right back. Okay, let's go. Whew. Kang the Conqueror. Pity about your schmuck of an actor. Talented actor, just a schmuck. Okay. So we shield on 1, and we basically land cycle for a blue on 2, in theory, unless I get something to play. Okay. All right, here we go. Furry meow style discount on the top. Oh, interesting. How do I want to run this? This is interesting. There's a lot of things I could have done this turn. We could have played the Kree Sandal out or Falcon. Gonna be interesting. I think this was the most value I could get this turn. Using the web up is rough, but we do have a lot of powerful things to draw. We are next turn be able to have 6 mana. 7 gets us Abomination fighting something potentially. Obviously indestructible means the fight is bad if they get that there, but we do still have another web up and a frozen in ice. So just have to figure out what we're doing here. Kree Sentinel or Falcon. That's fascinating. I think it's Falcon. I want to move it over now. This gives me a blocker in case they make that indestructible. You can crack a fetch at any time, instantly. I think we keep it like this. Because I think Falcon's the biggest threat to them right now, and I think I might want to block with Red Wing this turn, depends. Someone told you it wasn't allowed? That's anytime you can... What is happening here? They're gonna have another thing to play for that. I don't think I'm gonna block here, actually. They might play another thing in another land and make that thing indestructible. 5 damage. They have giant growth. I'm probably doomed. That's probably not what I need right now. Ugh, that's not what I wanted. That's really bad. Okay. This allows me to fight with Abomination. I really needed one of my actual powerful cards here. Marble or Aurelia or another Web Up or Frozen in Ice. Abomination might be the only way I get through for lethal if I don't die this coming turn. Because I think we have to play out the Kree Sentinel and pray. But I'll need to be able to get back in with a flyer the next turn, which Abomination might clear the way. God, I don't know. That one's tough. I'm gonna keep it. Yep. That hurts. They have 2 pieces of removal? Oh, we were effed anyway. Jesus Christ. Alright. Nothing I could do there on that one. Yeah, we're gonna run it back. I don't think there's a better build against that particular deck right now. We just needed to find another piece of removal or, one of our powerful cards. Okay. Alright. Please be good, Scry. Jesus. We're gonna need help here. Discard the Frozen and Ice, draw 2 cards. Or just hide and find a creature to surveil. Alright, I might regret this, but we're gonna put that away and try and find a creature. Just draw land. Okay, and specifically white. No double red, no blue. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's next... no attacks. End the turn. On upkeep, tap that down. God, I don't think this deck could be drawing worse than it is, really. Alright, at least it's a creature. That is a blue source. I only have 3. No, sorry. I have way more than 3. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 left in the deck. What? Do I really have 2 Avengers Hanger? No, it's counting this one. Okay. I have 2 more. I have that island and 2 more, so 3 left in the deck after this. I don't know that I can afford to draw another land. It gives me the Frozen and Ice. I guess we keep it. Yeah, this is not one. Yeah, also this. Yeah. I mean, we've just been drawing really poorly with this deck so far. It just happens. Sometimes my favorite decks just do so poorly. Oh, I forgot I need a creature teamwork too to do the thing. That is annoying. Seriously? Worst draws. Worst draws. Hmm. Hmm. All right, show me. I'm sure they have something here. I'm just not. I don't think I can wait for now. Sure. They, however, have just like all gas, and we know because they've missed land drops. At least it's a creature. They can guerrilla the political triumph as well if they want. Yeah, that's annoying. God, they have everything too. We're drawing so poorly and they have everything. Okay, alright, alright. We're not dead yet, though. They can get the last card out of my hand if I decide to try to tap that down. I don't think we do tap it down. I think we wait. But yeah, they're drawing really well. We're drawing so horribly. I think this deck is so good, but ugh. What a bad draw. Alright. We know they have all gas and hand sails because they're just hitting, with the exception of maybe one of these being a land. But yeah, this has been a horrible draw in the 2 sets. Okay. That's okay. Alright, I have no problem blocking this here. Jesus Christ. Okay. I kind of want to wait for the Claim the Kingdom to go off to use the Frozen on Ice. So I think that's what we're going to try to do. Oh god, what a draw. Alright. Oh, okay. All right. Arena's just had it like today. Sorry, we made a 6. It was a 6-3. I can't really complain, but like I can complain that like our best cards are not in the top half of our deck each time. So it does look like I'm gonna have to do this on the Master of Evil. Which really sucks. You're kidding me. Oh my god, come on. Do I just concede here? This is fucked up. Yeah, I think I would need a Wrath. Their draw was just so perfect, and they had... Oh, look, I don't even need fucking Squirrel. I hate this opponent. I hate this opponent. Oh, look, guys, oh, her Squirrel Girl. I'm just gonna pitch that. I can't even survive with this. Of course now I get it, right? I'm gonna kill something before I go, though. Why would you tap like that, you motherfucker? Still bad, but, like, not that bad. Okay, so, we block this, and we block this, and still die. It still hates tapping Surveillance Room. Alright, I do think this was a trophy-worthy deck, but unfortunately we're definitely not getting the trophy. Let's hope we can draw a little bit better in these rounds. Or maybe that our opponent doesn't have all the answer with the Force of Vigor. Yeah, the sequences of those were so bad. Too late. I'm so sorry. We already did the drawing. I'm sorry. Oh, that's kind of you. Yeah. Oh, wait. I got a message. Hold on. Oh, no. That's not important. This, though, is... Sorry. Okay, cool. Did the thing. Checked in for doctor's appointment. We're still waiting? Oh. People are so over MSH, aren't they? Alright. I was eating the end of a Snickers. Yeah, I think one were removable the first game for the 7-6 dino. Or one of the Captain Marvel or the Aurelia. Would have closed that game out. And then the second game, if we'd had, God, the sequence was bad, and the one removal spell that we actually did find, was the wrong one of the remaining, like, the worst of the remaining removal spells that we could find on that one, I think. The Repulsor Blast. Because we had the Frozen in Ice, which we were going to use. Unfortunately, they of course had the Force of Vigor special guest. But we would have preferred a web up rather than the damage spell. Although that, I mean, it would still have gone poorly because they had the Force of Vigor, but yeah, we needed one of the big ones sooner, and we needed a curve that actually mattered there. Hey, King, you won the giveaway! Congratulations! Like this... Okay. I still have no curve, and I also start at 5. I'm still freaking keeping this. What we are going to do is play the Political Triumph out first. Hello! Then we're gonna play the Surveillance Room to surveil to try to find a creature. That is a creature. You're so welcome! So there's a creature. We play that. Political Triumph gets us another scry. This is at least a creature. We will keep this. Next turn we can play it and play the Asgardian Citadel out. It's not ideal, but it is still a creature. You can have one of these lands. Actually, I think I might give them Falcon here. It's greedy to not show them this and let them take this, actually, but... I'm just gonna show them the 2 lands. I do want another land, but Falcon's... I mean, the reason I was considering Falcon there is that the... this was still cost 6 because the Surveillance Room is there. Okay. Annoying. But okay. That's fine. Arg. I think I can't ditch that as one of my premium removal spells. Even though I really just want either... I just want another creature for the political triumph to grow off, I think. Jesus Christ. Alright. I really hate using this like this. This is so bad. So we need to either draw the islands in particular or any of our creatures: White Widow, Okoye, War Machine, Speedball, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Raft Security Officer, Brave Brawler, Agent of Atlas that we could cast. Come the fuck on. This is everybody who has this. Each time. Alright. Alright, at least it's a land. I still can't cast it, but I can pass and block, I guess. One more land gets me Falcon. Oh, come on. No lands. Jesus Christ. These are some bad draws. Okay. I did put away... again, I did offer a land. But I thought we were going to do better than that. And unfortunately... they're drawing pretty well. Come on! Oh my god. Okay, this sucks. Well, we lose. This is like the same person with the same deck, only it's not the same name. With the same good draws. Alright, I don't know what I did to piss off Arena Shuffler, but clearly I did it between now and the last draft when we went 6-3, so, because this is so bad with such a good deck. Nope, can't keep that. Fuck you, deck! Seriously, what the fuck? I hate this. I cannot. God fucking damn it. I couldn't keep that other hand because we didn't have anything to do early. At all. And I couldn't be guaranteed to get the lands that I would need to do stuff late. Why does this keep showing up before anything else does? Dear fucking god, this sucks. Oh, Jesus. We have not curved at all, basically. This is the only place you're oh, this is sad. I have to keep it. All right, that's a nice 2-for-1. Hey, King Bob! Well, this one's not going great. We already know we can't get our money back. But at least I'm glad I'm getting to play cards now. I do eventually want to get to 7 mana, but if they kill the Marvel, like... I'm sure they have removal now, unfortunately. But at least the Brave Brawler's alive, I guess. I hate that I didn't get value off this. It figured that they had the, Oh, sweet! That works! Sounds good. Alright, let's go next to combat and attack with this. 7 mana. 6 mana. 6 mana. That's fine. They had one gorilla that we saw. We didn't see another one. I think I'm supposed to prevent them from getting value off this by webbing up the Khazar, although they could have something more powerful. If they do have another enchantment destruction, this sucks, but I think this is correct. Now they just die because I tapped this down. Okay. Okay. I was a little worried about a She-Hulk. That would have been the worst for me there. I don't think we have any changes to make, unfortunately. I could try to go a little more heavily blue, but that feels wrong. I found my powerful cards! I can't do anything until turn 4, though. I mean, I can... it's really... I'm gonna keep it. This is a... I acknowledge this one's a really risky one, but I can fetch the blue on 3 and hope that we can draw some sort of curve. These are so powerful, maybe we can still get there. Yeah, I don't think going down a card is correct here necessarily. We're on the draw. I'm gonna hope. This could be very wrong though. Like I said, I acknowledge this one is rough. Alright, there's at least a 3-drop. So if I do this... Fetch up a white source. I can still play this on 3. Or play this, do this. I think this, it's more mana efficient to do this cycling. Make sure that I hit my lands. So now we actually fetch a white source. Yeah. So they get to draw a card if they want, an extra card here from Mr. Hyde, or they get to put a counter. Okay. I won't be able to play Falcon on curve this way unless I drew literally the island, but we can play Captain. I already have the 7. So I won't be able to play Monica next turn, but I can play Falcon if I play this out now. The question is, do I want to kill anything else instead? The other option is to Repulsor Blast the Mr. Hyde and play Stark Industries out this turn. So they can play Monica next turn. That's actually very difficult. I'm not sure. I think it's correct to do... Did they already play the... Khazar's not less problematic than this, because this is keep getting counter and this draws them an extra card. Yeah, I thought they might have removal. That's expected. Sad, but true. This might get them a card from the top, but that definitely gets them a card from the top. Alright, so what am I doing here? White Widow can get back the 5/5. Falcon's really good, then a Monica. Alright. They weren't dead. I was only going to be able to attack with Aurelia again, I think. But that was... At least we got there. Okay. They know their deck better than we do. Okay. That's a lot of land. Tempo, 1 piece of removal, surveil 1. I'm gonna try it. Dear God. I just drew another land. Holy fuck. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lands plus 2, 3, 4 cards total. Okay, good job. Alright. Enjoy my bad hand. Enjoy it. Yeah, well, that helps. I need some creatures. I have to put pressure. I don't think I could throw that away, though. Damn. All right. I know I said I need a creature. I need, like, good creatures. I should specify. Well, that's unnecessary, I guess. Hmm. God, motherfuck on. Oh, did it tap them out? No, it didn't. It didn't. They can still do it. That sucks. Wait, they didn't do it? They didn't kill the... Oh, interesting. Hmm. No, but if they tap 3 green in the start, then it's still decreased. Oh! Yeah, no, wait, what? Yeah, actually, they couldn't do it. Okay. I have to... Yeah, because it hates tapping surveillance room. It got them just like it got us earlier. They have another enchantment removal thing. We're really pissed, but this is all I got. You can't just go 1-for-1 removal in any limited format anymore, especially when as powerful as this, because you have to put pressure at the same time. Otherwise, you're just not going to win anything. So we are going to lose this game, I'm pretty sure, unless we find something soon. So, because we've just been playing the 1-for-1 removal. I did keep it, but like that's all we found afterward. Like I kept the second web up, but we didn't find stuff afterwards that would matter. And unfortunately, they found Go Nuts an hour in addition to the She-Hulk, which would have been devastating as well. A second Go Nuts as well. Jesus Christ. That fucking sucks. All right. And we are on that flood game from the beginning. I think we're just dead here. I mean, at least it's a card. I think I'm still dead on the attack. Do I even want to show them another card? So 4 damage thing. I can double block that, take the 8. I'm not dead, but very close. I don't have any other answers for this that matter. So I maybe needed to put this way to try to find Captain Marvel, but we just flooded out early. That was really bad. And then we were 1 for running removal because we didn't have any pressure. We had the 8 lands and the 4 spells. 9 lands, 4 spells? I forget what we had. Am I dead on board? Even with this? Yes, I believe so. Alright, so let's go to the next one. Seriously. Alright, let's try not to flood out. We are running 17 lands because we do have a lot of expensive cards, but maybe I should be running 16? I don't think so. Blarg. Brutal. Again, just flood there. Okay. I have all my colors in a Helicarrier Strike for the first thing, plus a Frozen and Ice, so let's try that. 17 flood, 16 screw, exactly. Alright, see what we can do. These are the only 2 blue cards in our deck, by the way. I feel like we've seen them quite a few times. More than we've seen a curve at all. Alright, I got a 2-drop! Let's go! No 3-drop. That matters. How many creatures? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have plenty of creatures. Why can't we draw them? That's so weird. I do want a second mountain at some point, but I can't afford to draw another land. Jesus, offhand, that is crazy.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Fiona, holy shit, thank you so much for the tier 1. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. If I discard both lands, I may never get the 5th land for this, so we're gonna discard the Helicarrier and the Plains. I'll watch me flood again and get the lands, but this is too important to be able to play this turn, I feel. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, more lands. Well, we can still tap that. That's fine. We can surveil with this. We can just play this out. All right, let's go. Okay. Wait, that's 4, so I have to pay 2? Hmm. We know they have 2 Go Nuts in the deck. Okay, they're gonna destroy the Frozen? Or not? That's good if they do, because we have the web up. Turn target artifact or enchantment card from a graveyard to your hand. That's still fine, I think. The 7th land for the Abomination, though, would be very good, too. I think we still kill it. Just keep that one. So they can drain me for 1 by attacking with Mole Man here. I think that's not the worst. Do I want to just give them 1 turn by putting counters instead of grabbing the... I think so. No, but they have so much removal. Nah, I think it is still this. That's the 7th land. I think we keep that. This She-Hulk is so good in this format. So good. Alright. Did he hit a Killmonger and a Monica Rambeau? What the fuck? Oh boy, fun. Alright, bye-bye Falcon. That really fucking sucks. I need to find Aurelia, or Captain Marvel. They have so many rares. Well, not so many rares, just so much good draw. But also mythic and the rare and yeah. God damn it. Yeah, I hate the bullshit in this set. I really do. I also hate drawing a million lands every game. With 16 lands in our deck, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lands. We have 22 cards left. This is absolutely fucking unbelievable. I will lose to this scroll on the backswing, but I would lose anyway. We have lost by drawing this land. So I'm gonna tap this down and just see what I would have drawn. And cry a river. Alright. This is fucking stupid. That was a fucking brutal draft. Reminds me why I hate this set. Cool. Alright. So the fun part is, like, you know, we do have 2 crazy win rate cards in there, the Marvel and the thing, but you do also have to draw your rares and mythics. You can't just flood. That's not a thing you can do. And unfortunately, if your opponent draws their stuff and doesn't flood, you were shit out of luck. I will be very happy to see the back end of this set. I'm so sad that I couldn't draft more Edge of Eternities. I loved this set. So good. And had comparatively few, like, I win the game bombs. And had ways to make up for bad draws with lander tokens and things like that. Hmm. I really think this format is just a gem farm for wizards. But I haven't done one in a while, and I have the goal to do it. So I'm gonna do it. Looks like it's firing a little more quickly than the premieres. Alright. Yeah, we'll take a freaking stupid card. So, that's a nice start. At least we got a crazy bomb. Not as good as a lot of other things, but, you know, still crazy. Just absolutely stupid to be saying that about a 4/4 hexproof prowess whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put up each other. But, you know, whatever. There's a Frozen in Ice. There's Baron Helmet Zemo. But White Widow's a nice follow-up here. Yeah, that draft depressed me. I really liked that deck. Oh well. Them's the break sometimes. There were 6 lands left and 22 cards at that point. Okay, so Wiccan is a really good pickup here that we could do. We also could take Murdoch's Crusade, and stay open to being in red-white. I I'm perfectly fine splashing this in a blue-white deck, which the blue-white deck is stronger by definition. But I do really like this removal spell. So it is kind of a difficult choice here. It's very close because I do very much like this, but Wiccan is very, very powerful, and moving into that is very good. I think I'm gonna take the Wiccan over it. I think it's very close. I think you absolutely could make a case for the Crusade there. And I may regret this pick, but I think at the time it's the correct one. So if I take the AIM Scientist, I can bake a land cycle for the red that I need for the Photon. I could also abandon this route and take the Human Torch, which I'm not a huge fan of this card. It's not actually that good. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a fine 3-drop, but I'm not super excited about that either. I think I'm going to take the Scientists and do the land cycling thing. There's a Thor. Here's Stark Industries and Surveillance Room as well. Interesting. This is actually just not that good a card in the set. I think I just want one of the lands. I think the first Surveillance Room is more important than the blue-red. This pack is really not great. I suppose we could Pim Particles here. It works with Wiccan, and with the other side, the flip side here. It's also just prowess for this too. Misty's interesting if I really wanted to flip back into splashing for the blue instead. I think I'm just going to take the Pim Particles and move forward. Here... I don't think I want a second Pim Particles, do I? I mean, I could take the Kree Sentinel, or the other AIM Scientists. I don't like Villainous Hideout in a white-blue deck. We will have some villains, but I'm not really happy about it. I'm just gonna take this and figure it out as we go. Panther Pounce, Repulsor Blast. Alright. Quinjet. I am Iron Man. Warrior. Alright, not super happy about how the rest of that went. Because I really don't want the white to be the splash. Not great packs having to pick Pim Particles overall. It's not surprising because white is very heavily contested as the best color. There's no way I'm running this, right? I'm not just switching into black, blue, or something like that. This makes a treasure token. I think I'm going to take this. Oh, that card's great. We can't take it here. There isn't Asgardian Citadel. I'm not too worried about fixing or anything like that at this point. What I am worried about is quality of cards. Okoye is good with Wiccan to flicker. Crusade is good removal, and I think I just need that right now. Cruel Alliance is great. Baron and Ruinous Wrecking Crew. This whole pack is much better for red-black villains than it is for us. But let's grab the Murdoch's Crusade. Photon Blast Barrage. Does that... I mean, there's a Trickster Stratagem right there. Does that switch me into anything else? Somebody took the Thor. Oh, I don't like this. I do really like Trickster Stratagem. I'm only really sad to lose out on... Like, I mean, fine. Cruel Alliance there. I'm going to take the Burrow back up here as not only potential creatures, but also +1/+1 counter stuff because it's a non-creature spell. I can't really splash Photon Blast Barrage. I don't think that that's correct. It's double red. So we are just going to see whether we get enough red and or fixing to do all the things that we want to do. Right now, it's really close between the blue and the red. That could definitely change. Okay, let's look at the Brave Brawler here. Baxter Building's interesting. Stature's really good. Spider-Man to the Rescue is also fine here to perhaps give Indestructible to thing, but I need the 2-drop, and the white 2-drop is really important here. Okay. Another Murdoch's... Undercover Scroll is late here. Another Murdoch's Crusade. We really don't have that much removal, period. But I kind of want the Okoye here to go wide and put counters on things. It goes well with the Wiccan, but it also just goes well if we're doing the full red on this. Wow, that's multiple Hydra, Madam Hydras going around for somebody, and we should have been in that deck. All right, Viv Vision's fine. The red-black deck looks like it would have been better than what we're doing here potentially, but I'm still having fun here, so we'll see what we can do. Currently, I think the blue has the edge. Wow. Okay. Dark Deed should never go pick 8. I hate it. Thanks. What the f... So there's another Repulsor Blast that I could have taken there. I'm still leaning toward the blue right now, but there was a card that I wasn't interested in the blue. I'm actually kind of interested in black-white right now. Splashing the red. But I don't know what's going to end up happening. This is a very strange draft. Second Photon Barrage. First web up. We're going to take the first web up. think. This is like the third White Widow that we've seen at the uncommon slot. Third or fourth. Jesus. Okay. I would be happy if Burrow, Backup, or Frozen and Ice Wield. I don't think they will, but I need this 2-drop. I really have no freaking idea what my second color is yet. Or even if we're running 3 colors. I just know that this is the core of the deck right now. Spider-Woman is a great pickup here. Second Helicarrier Strike, first Avengers Hanger, but we still don't know what our second color is. I think I just take the Helicarrier Strike. Fin Fang Foom, huh? Fine. Ew. I would take the Falcon's Harness as the better card in the pack. I'm going to take this. Wow. How many Hydras, Madam Hydras, is that? Two Brave Brawlers on the power-up. Vivision. I don't like this card, but I think it might be better than taking a Crimson Operative. Slight Vomit. That was a weird-ass draft. That was a fucking weird draft. So now I regret not taking the second... No, I took the web up before the second Focus draw. Yeah, I don't regret that at all. Never mind, I lied. Freaking weird draft. I don't like it. I am too tired to play this right now after 10.5 hours. I'm not... I thought we were going to get something slightly straightforward, but no, absolutely not. I really liked Ghost with this Monica Rambeau as a splash. Like blue-white was so good. The Wiccan and the Ghost were actually quite good here because we could pump the Unblockable, which is super sweet as always, and then flicker some stuffs like the White Widow at the time that we had to get value. But And I still might do the blue base. It's unlikely. I do like Fin Fang Foom just fine. Because there are potential artifacts to target in our deck and in opponents. And it's still just a 3/5 flyer for 4, which is not bad when you can mass pump stuffs and it's another threat. So, I don't know. This is sadness. Like, I think I actually might do Wrecking Crew as a splash here. It's greedy AF, but I might. Off the Quinjet on the surveillance room. We'll see. And the Hell's Kitchen. So I'm gonna put it in for now and mess with it later. Oops, that's not how I want to do it, actually. It'll be that way for now, and then I'd figure out what to cut and do the thing. God. Brutal. Brutal. Okay. I thought I knew which way the deck was going, but there was very strange packs, and although red seemed to be open, the better red that you could not find good stuff, unfortunately. Okay. What do we got? Oh, it's Kitty Day! It's Kitty Day! Oh my god, that's so cute. I don't need these card styles, but they are great. I'm not spending gems on card styles. That's really cute though. If you are interested in card styles, this Displacer Kitten extended art is super sweet. They're just all cute. I just already have all these cards, so don't need the extended art. So what's the featured? Yeah, Jimothy bundle. There's a Prosperous Bandit sleeve and Jimothy sticker emote. But it's still the cost of a freaking, like, I don't know. It's cool. It's cute. Get it if you're interested. I don't think I should. I do think I'm going to consider this pass, though. That looks good. Oh, an elemental kitty. Is it like Cat Day or something? I can't do cat pets, unfortunately, because whenever you get hit, they cry in pain, and I'm just like, that's not okay. This is why my pets don't say anything. The ones that I actually use. So for a long time, we used the, fish, the koi. And then for a long time, we've had, Dwayne and Dastardly Dwayne. But neither of them make horrible sounds when you get hit. And they don't do the annoying screech of the bat. They're not just annoying sounds is the thing. Or painful sounds. When we played Momo during Avatar, it was also painful because it would make sad sounds when you were hit too. All right. So let's go raid somebody awesome. Hopefully if you're going for pre-releases, this was at least a little bit helpful. Let me see who's online. Amazonian's online, Carlo's online, and both of them are playing Magic. Carlo's doing a Hobbit pre-release stream. Let's go to Carlo. Hold on. Let's stop in there. That sounds interesting. Let's see how that's going. I'm always too focused on my opponent and like chatting with them and talking with them and being happy and like doing that to actually stream. I would never talk to chat. I would just be like, I'm talking to people and and I'm enjoying meeting new people and making friends. I feel like I would be bad for trying to do a stream at a pre-release, but this sounds really cool. So let's raid Carlo, fellow Magic Jang team member, really sweet person. And if you're in his area, he often runs for council and does the things to make the changes that are good for your community. So super sweet. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out with me, for doing the limited first look. I have worries about this set. Not only in the sheer number of unplayable rares that we've seen, but also the power level discrepancy in the rares is huge. And it's also only a 5 color pair supported format, which tend to be repetitive really fast and on the rails. So we'll see how this goes. Obviously we're gonna love it for the first part. I just don't know how long that will last, whether it'll get pretty sour pretty quickly and stale. But anyway, I love you all. Have the most wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. Check out the YouTube if you get your chance, and I love you. Mwah! Here we go.